On this map, you can see all the missions currently available to you. There's one mission currently available. Select it now.
Alright, this looks just like the solo flight. Should be pretty easy. So just gotta be smooth for extra XP. Not sure if that affects the money or not. Alright, let's do the walk around. Sometimes you can't get your mouse, you just have to right click. Not sure if I actually have to do inspections. They have never told me to do that yet. There we go. Lets me do it though. Just get rid of this. Get in.
Ready for boarding, Emily. Okay, on their way.
Probably should have waited to start the engine. This will be the first mission I've done in this game.
Ready to give someone a reason to love the sky? Captain, please welcome aboard David and his wife. We know them well here and wanted to treat them to a flight over their place for a while.
To be in the back together.
Seatbelt fastened? Then you're all set. Let's go, Captain.
Let's just request clearance.
Haley Ground Cessna November, 9er10 Tree 9er with Charlie request taxi to the active departing straight out.
Cessna November 9er10 Tree 9er taxi to and hold short of runway 1 tree via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 121.7 when ready.
Taxi 2
Seems this works pretty well. I just don't know if it has taxiways on it.
Alpha Cessna 0 Tree
Like
9er.
Navigraph charts does. Doesn't look like it has taxiways. So you're still gonna need to use the charts.
Hi, Captain. I'm David. Can't wait to be looking down at my hometown.
That voice is definitely a
Hi.
bit robotic.
I'm Lisa, David's wife. I can't believe we'll be up there in a few minutes. Can't wait.
Alright, well, let's go ahead. Probably could have done a bit better voices for them, but especially because she sounds 25. Alright, my rudder pedals are not working. 1 second. Just gotta launch a program real quick. There we go. Passengers can just ignore that. Is anybody else watching played the game yet, or are you still waiting in the loading screens? we're just in Washington if you haven't seen the first episode. I think it's called the Fairfield Airport. I don't actually remember now. It's been a few hours since I played that episode. I was able to play earlier and then game crashed, restarted, and then I got put in the queue, which I know a lot of people are waiting on right now. And I was in there for about 2 hours, just quit the game, relaunched it, and I was in there for about 15 minutes, and then it went ahead and worked, so maybe servers are getting better. I have no idea how to get through this airport, by the way, so we're just going to cut across. If I had an actual chart, it'd be nice to know what taxiway they wanted me to take, but that's fine. Doesn't seem to actually lose anything by doing that. We're just here to get hours and money so we can move on to better licenses. Set our flaps ready for takeoff now. See if the outside view is working now. It was a bit glitchy before. There we go. The controls were very different than 2020 and the plane kept disappearing. And then on showcase view, the drone would just kind of fly away without me controlling it at all. I was trying to get a thumbnail for the first episode and it was not easy. Seems to be working better now. These storm clouds look really good. Okay, well, I cannot stay center while I'm on the outside view. It's still pushing me around a bit. That's fine. Let's go back inside. Makes it a bit easier. I think I got to push this one to turn that on. There we go. Zoom it in. Start slowing down a bit earlier. The sounds are so much better in this one. You can hear all the braking and the squeaking and everything. Request clearance now. There we go.
Haley Tower Cessna November 910. Tree 9 ready at runway 1 tree, departing straight out.
Cessna November 910 Tree 9er, altimeter 29.902, departing straight out approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 1 tree.
I thought I'd be nervous,
Cleared for
but
takeoff
actually it's
runway
okay.
1 tree
The
Cessna
guys at the
0,
field said you're a
Tree
super
9er.
pilot, so we're in your hands now.
This is the first flight since the PPL, so I don't know if that's true. Let's try to taxi forward here. Definitely not a pro at this, especially in this plane. I'm notoriously not great at this plane. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully we can get something bigger soon. I'm sure I'll get used to it over time. Alright, let's take off. Cessna's so much more touchy than an airliner. Just not used to that. All my hours are in airliners. I like that the career mode forces you to fly with something you wouldn't normally fly.
Hey, this is something else.
Yeah, their voices are interesting. I mean, better than just the standard ATC in 2020 voices, but not awesome. Not sure if they should have been bragging about them so much. just keep it full power here. Not sure what the actual flap speed is. I think it's around 70 knots. Nice and slow climb. I want to look around, especially at the passengers, but when I hold my cursor camera, I lose all yoke control. So it's not a great idea. I'm going to do it anyway. They look very pleased. Oh. Alright, I'm going to put the flaps up now. And we'll bring the power back. Now that we're at 6,000. Try to stay around 85 or 90 knots.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Alright, I don't know why it's freaking out.
I see the town. Look over there.
It's great seeing the world from this
What's going on here?
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
My flaps are off.
Don't sink, don't
Got good power.
don't sink.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what was wrong there. Definitely not an expert. If one of you knows, let me know. Oh, sorry. It looks like there's messages. I have my tablet in front of me so I can actually see the chat, but it doesn't seem to be updated. Let me just close the stream again. One sec. If you said something, I'll respond to you in just a second. Did a free flight and then tried to do my career, and the game crashed, and now I'm back in the queue. How long did I wait? When I first got the game, it went right into the download. I did it right at 11 a.m. my time, so right when it came out. Downloaded, it only took about 30-40 minutes. Got in. I recorded my first episode, did the career mode. Then the game crashed as I was editing, which I figured is because I had my editor open, so it was taking a lot of
It's rolling out
power.
the red carpet for us. It's breathtaking.
And then I tried to relaunch after that to record this live stream, and it took probably 3 hours total. Maybe about 3 hours. After 2 hours, I closed the game and opened it again. And honestly, I wasn't going to play today. I was just going to leave it on in the background to see if I could get in. And 30 minutes later, I'm past the queue and I'm in. So here we are. So I guess the most recent answer is 30 minutes. But I think if you're in the queue, it's worth just keeping it open. I think I got pretty lucky.
What a view. I recognize almost everything below.
It's pretty easy. So all they want me to do is stay within half a nautical mile and stay below 87 knots, which is pretty easy.
I found our house. So cool.
As I go
wish
out of
I
the
could see the family and
barrier.
say
There we
hello.
go.
Oh wow, I see that too. That's awesome. I didn't expect to spot that so easily.
Is that it? Yeah, I guess
It
that's
might
all.
be cliche, but this is a memory
Haley
I'll
Tower
hold
Cessna
on to for a
November
lifetime.
9er
Yeah, they
10
sound very human.
6,000 feet to land.
But I mean, the ATC, you can hear my pilot's voice, and the ATC are great. Passengers, maybe they could have just kept a little more quiet. I need to do a full pattern? Yeah, I do. Alright. Wish I could just enter right here. Looks like the downwind entry is a little bit behind us, so we might just go for the next leg. I don't know if it requires us to do all the points. Just gonna fly straight
going
here
on,
as
Lisa?
it's entering the
You've
pattern
been
here.
pretty quiet.
Just taking
Okay,
it
maybe
all
not.
in.
Totally. So do I.
Cessna 039er, did you hear my last transmission?
I should probably answer the ATC.
Make right downwind runway 1 tree Cessna 039er.
This Cessna is so underpowered. Especially at this airport, there's two giant mountains on either side of it. Which, as you saw there, was about to be not good. Make it work. We just gotta take our time to get up to the altitude. So I think this mission said it gave 27,000 XP. I don't know if that's good or bad. It seems pretty good. Didn't see how much credits it gives us though.
Welcome back, aviators.
And I got no power.
Are you
I'm at
okay,
full
David?
throttle still.
Ready to give it a go again?
How do they climb over these mountains?
So cool. Thanks.
That was amazing.
And I'm almost
Thank you
stalling.
so much.
I'm not gonna be able to make those markers. I gotta focus on my airspeed. If it really needs those, I gotta go all the way around. Maybe pick an airport with less mountains around it. Wanted it to look nice though, but that's okay. Seems that it's fine. Those I think they're just suggestions. We don't actually have to follow those. As long as I'm on the right path. Try to climb, but we're gonna have to go down here anyway, so not really worth it. We'll give them a nice scenic view close to the mountains. Pretend we're not about to crash. Alright, let's bring the power back so we don't go crazy here. I always land way too fast, and I make it work, but I never slow down in time. In this plane I'm talking about anyway. So I'm going to try to make this a better landing. I believe I'm supposed to do 10 degrees of flaps here. And then 20 on the base leg. And 80 here and 65 on the base leg and final.
Cessna 0 tree
But I'm no
niner,
expert.
wind
I went through the
095
PPL
at
pretty
11.
quickly.
Cleared to land runway 1 tree.
Let's acknowledge that.
Cleared to land runway.
And we'll bring the power
1
back
tree,
and
Cessna 0
put on
tree
more
niner.
flaps here. Do 20 degrees. Yeah, just be careful when you're looking around. I'm not sure how it is on console, but when I look around here, I lose all yoke control. Basically can't control anything on the aircraft. Let's bring it back more. We're still going a bit fast for a final. Probably not a good idea to kill our first passengers. As long as they're paying, I don't really care. This runway has a really long displaced threshold, so we gotta land way down there. I'm wondering when they're gonna stop putting these markers up. Unless that's just in my assistant settings, because I'm not gonna turn those off. When I was in the flight training, I was figuring that was just part of the lesson, but maybe I have them turned on. I don't mean to. Yeah, here we go. Let's land at 20 knots above this proper speed. Oops. Alright, we'll just float down the runway so we don't get another overspeed. And we don't slam this into the ground. Not gonna land on the touchdown zone. That's okay. Oh, pretty smooth though.
Smooth as silk.
Just a bit far down. We just got taxi back now. If I can actually find the right
Cessna
taxi.
0 tree niner, turn next taxiway.
Okay, we should have slowed down way more there. I think there's one more taxiway at the end. We'll be fine. Just switch to the outside view again. These clouds are really cool. A bit concerning, but cool. Drink of water is gonna kill me. I'm not paying attention.
Cessna 0 Tree Niner, turn next taxiway.
Alright, let's get these people home. Try to get our money.
121.7.
Nice skid marks there.
121.7
Contact ground.
Cessna 0 Tree Niner.
It's nice that they added the ATC in the easy way for now. Just press enter and it does all the steps. You don't have to choose what you want.
Niner 10 Tree Niner request taxi to parking.
You can hear how much better that sounds.
Cessna November 910 Tree Niner taxi to General Aviation, parking using taxiway Alpha.
Acknowledge that.
Taxiing to General Aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Cessna 0 Tree Niner.
What location? I'm gonna confirm with that. It's called it's K-Sun. I know that for sure. Something like Fairbanks. Once I'm done flying, I'll check the name. I wanted it near the mountains and somewhere near Washington. Couldn't remember if it was in Washington or just outside the state. Really nice area though. It's a good airport to start, just one runway. Makes it easy. We'll listen to them and go in the right way here. Put on the right brake to help us turn. There we go. It's a good spot.
Easy to win over the locals, but seeing them smile says it all. Well done, pilot.
Can we just get out whenever we want? Looks like it. That's pretty cool. Probably should set the bracket brake. There we go. There we go. 100% for the first mission. That's great. I'm surprised with the loss of points we had at that over speeding the flaps, but like I said, you don't have to be perfect to get a perfect score, so that's interesting. But looks like we got a 2% bonus. That's nice too. I don't know what that comes from. Maybe it's just from getting the S. 3.
Nice work completing your first mission. Continue building your flight hours by completing more missions, and you'll be ready to move on to your CPL in no time.
Okay, for the location, I wonder if I can check that on here. I'll let you know right now. It's the Friedman Memorial Airport in Idaho. KSUN is the ICAO code. In case you want to do the same one. So let's just check our mission screen if we're going to just have first flight still, I think. Yeah.
Here's all the first flight missions available right now. Take your pick which one you want to tackle next.
I think we're going to have to have other specialties to do other types of missions. Just going to check that. So ferry flight. Yeah, we need commercial. Looks like we need commercial for anything more. Skydiving is pretty cool. Light cargo. Actually, a lot of missions you can do in the Cessna, so looks like once we get the commercial, we'll be open to quite a bit. Until we get into the really heavy stuff there. We've already got the level 3, so let's just see what it takes to get the commercial. Okay, so it looks like my aircraft have actually loaded in properly. So, okay, I just need to do one more first flight. That's pretty easy. And then obviously complete the test. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. Looks like we have ones way down here too. Oh, from other airports. That's cool. I thought we'd have to fly away from our airport. We'll just stay with ours for now. Oh, hold on. That one's 45 minutes. Let's see if there's any quick ones. 30 minutes. An hour. Oh, we'll try this 30-minute one here. Looks like we're just taking off from this little airport. Flying to Jerome. KJER. Seems pretty easy. The new menus are amazing, as you can see. Planned a surprise for her mom. She's treating her to a flight over their home. Just check the flight plan. If there is one, maybe not. Alright. I think this is pretty straightforward. Just take off, go straight, and then enter the pattern on the way back. Same thing as we just did. Alright, we'll go ahead and do our inspection again. Engine covers. Tube. Static port. And chocks. Well, let's inspect everything else first. I think until we own a plane, everything's going to be perfect condition. Alright, it's a little touchy of where you actually click to inspect. Maybe you just got to get really close. New tires. Can we inspect the engine? No. I don't think we can inspect these. There we go. Rudder. Yeah, I imagine this will be a lot more important when you actually own the plane. So we'll just remove the chocks and get in. And request boarding.
Ready for boarding to call. Roger that.
Just look at the... oh, alright. Let's see if these guys sound any better. Not sure if it's going to be the same voices or if it's different for every character. Alright, let's see which side is the runway that we're taking off from. The EFB could use some work with the scrolling. It doesn't scroll into where your mouse is, it just scrolls to where it's centered at. Which you can get used to, but it's not that easy. Don't even think we're at K-Sun right now. Yeah, here we go. So there's a flight plan. It's just left it at the last location you looked at. So it's runway 27. And that is runway 9. So we'll see what they want us to do. Start of the engines. And we should be able to request clearance. Just go inside.
For today's flight, you're taking Amanda, one of our friends, and her mother over Jerome.
Oh no, there we go, and they're both in the back this time.
Seatbelt fastened? Then you're all set. Let's do it.
Just request clearance. It's nice that you can see the EFB in here too.
Romeo traffic Cessna November 85595 is taxiing to runway 27.
They want 27. Which will be
Hi.
that way.
Thanks for taking us aboard. I'm Amanda. I'm thrilled to fly over to roll with you. This is where my mom and dad have lived like forever, so it's kind of special for us today.
They definitely
Nice to
sound
meet
interesting.
you. I'm
Not too bad.
Barbara. I'm hanging out with Amanda for this flight. Pretty exciting.
Wish they had the taxiway letters on the map or on the EFB. Not sure. There are supposed to be charts added, so maybe there will be, and maybe there's a way to do charts on here. I just haven't looked through it yet. Otherwise, you're gonna need to have a subscription to like Navigraph or just use like I think ChartFox is the free one. Something with the fox in the name. Alright, let's just taxi a little faster here. Feel free to let me know if the game is too loud or too quiet as well. I was streaming Farm Sim last, so okay, they don't want that. So I'm not sure about the audio settings, and obviously 24 is brand new, so. Also just getting over a cold, so if my voice is off or sounds weird, that's why. Oh, alright, we really gotta watch the speed on the taxiways. But, I mean, last time we had a ding on the performance and still got perfect, so hopefully that shouldn't matter too much. Request our clearance here.
Are we going?
Kilo Juliet Echo.
Oh, okay, we got
Romeo
attitude
Cessna
already.
November 85595, taking off runway 27 straight out departure.
Nice to see you too, Henry. I don't. This plane takes a lot of power to start taxiing. We'll put our flaps to 10 degrees. Go ahead. So if anyone's just joining, we just need to do one more first flight, and then we can get our commercial license once we do the test for that. We're in Idaho, I believe, northern Idaho.
Hey, this is something else.
Thanks for copying my description and pasting it, Henry. Love to see it. Just put our flaps up now. And we'll change the range here on navigation screen. Let's slow down because I think the 97 knots are around there is the limit. Sorry, I'm still
Awesome.
coughing.
I see the streets. Look over there.
It's amazing.
Don't sink, don't
I
sink,
recognize
don't
everything
sink,
down there.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Seems like we had that last time too. It's a train warning when it really shouldn't be. We don't have anything in front of us, but that might just be a bug. Might be something I don't know about.
Don't sink, 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 don't sink.
It's gonna give it a lot more power anyway to climb up. So I want to be at 4,800. 87 knots. There's 4,800, but we're still not at the right speed. I like how we have like dramatic music for flying in a circle over a small town in Idaho.
What a view! I recognize almost everything below.
I'd hope so. There's like 4 people who live here. No offense to anyone who lives here, but thank you for the humor, Henry. I'm gonna just tell that joke to my
I
passengers.
imagined the flight to be as slow-paced and dreamy. Guess I was wrong.
Oh, geez, okay. Yeah, I guess I should slow down. Who doesn't want a speed flight through their town? I don't think we're gonna get an S on this one. I should probably pay attention. I see. I was supposed to set my speed at 87 or stay below 87. I thought it said set it at 87. I'll just bring the power back even more.
I see you're on your way back, guys. So, Amanda, did you enjoy the ride? You ready to do it again?
Fantastic flight. 5 stars. Would totally recommend it.
Even though she just complained about my speed.
Quite an experience. I recommend it.
Those voices are something else. And we'll just climb to the final here. Or the pattern, not the final. And we'll announce our position, because I think there's no tower at this airport. Okay, I don't know if he actually is going to say it.
Kilo Juliet
There we go.
Echo Romeo traffic Cessna November 855, 905, 2 miles southwest 4,900 feet inbound to land runway 27.
I don't know why he said it like that. Wow, you out of the line? Come on, Joey. Get on 2024 and show me up then. I'm in the line now. Unless you talk about the line on the map, but clearly that's not where they want me. I think that's just the initial flight plan, not the actual pattern. Try to bring it down to 80 so we don't land too fast for the 10th time in a row. Set the flaps to 10 degrees. Bring the power down even more. $20 degrees. Oh, okay. We got turbulence. And of course they say nothing with that. Maybe when it's actual turbulence they don't complain, just bad flying. I think you should look up some of the differences, Joey. I guess it depends on what you want to do. When you just want to fly a jet around or something, for sure. But if you want to do actual have missions and have purpose to the game, then 2024 is drastically different. You have like no career mode, obviously, in 2020. I mean, there's lots of changes for flying just around as well. I still think I'd recommend it. Just depends how much you play. But if you want to do career mode, this is a no-brainer. All right, let's announce the final. Provides a lot more of a purpose having not just a career but actual missions. And I think there's like 3 million generated missions. It's pretty crazy.
Is on final runway 27 to land.
Alright, I gotta focus here so I can butcher it properly. Coming at a better speed this time, at least. Okay, too much power. Just float all the way down. There we go.
So smooth.
So smooth. Wow, thank you. You should join VATSIM. Like, that definitely helps with having a purpose, like feeling like you're actually doing a flight. But when you have actual passengers paying you money and they're telling you, you know, go from this place to this place, it definitely helps with that. Or any of the other missions if you checked, like firefighting and stuff like that. Cargo transport. There's tons of different missions. I'm gonna stop the hold short. Did I miss it? Yes. Still good. Okay, hopefully that doesn't screw us up. There we go. Good. Just gotta announce my taxi position.
Juliet Echo Romeo traffic Cessna November 85595 is taxiing.
Yeah, if you join VATSIM, if you want help with it, we can definitely do some shared cockpit stuff. That could be fun. I know Killer also wants to, so we can all do it together at some point. We'll just get a 747 and fly across the Atlantic together. Or we could trade out and do like a 24-hour around the world. I was not getting another ding for taxi speed this time, so I'm just gonna make it boring and take a while, take my time. I already can't fly that well, so I can't lose points on the easy stuff. Alright, that's too slow. Now I'm like coming to a stop. Music's nice. A little bit less annoying than 2020's music, which is just always way too loud and repetitive. Sorry, just get a drink of water. Come on. I don't think there's a way to actually... I don't know where you see ground speed. I would like to know so I know how fast I'm taxiing. I don't fly with the Garmin systems very often. Really just in the flight training videos of the last game and career mode now. If someone knows where you can see the ground speed, let me know. Joey, I'll read that in just a second. Just gotta be busy taxiing through these planes. That's fantastic. Let me just clip right through them, I hope. Or I'm gonna lose my whole flight here. Oh yeah. Realism. Complete realism. Think we can kill this guy too? Using the HOTAS or a proper flight controller? What do you mean? Like I have the proper yoke and throttle, but for pedals I'm using just the racing pedals and some virtual joystick that converts into one axis. If you just use your pedals as normal, it doesn't work as rudder pedals. You have to use a program called VJoy, and then you can make it then work as rudder pedals, which is pretty nice. Especially because I know you have them, so you'll be able to convert them into flight pedals pretty easy. And it's free, so. A B, that's fine. Yep, taxi speeding. Oh, nice, okay. That's nice. Just some points for taxi speeding. Alright, a 2% bonus still. Whatever that is coming from. Oh, you level up pretty easy in this game.
Build up enough flight hours to be eligible to take your CPL.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite realistic. Doing 2 flights, but we'll do that. Oh, so it looks like we're not getting paid at all, right? Because it's not commercial. So yeah, let's try to go for this. We actually do just trim management, departure. We're gonna do VFR. All right, let's go ahead and just do the Dead Reckoning, just to make sure I know what I'm doing with that. Okay, it's literally just gonna be a straight heading in time. That's doable. I don't need to do the training for that. Let's see what else. Landmark navigation, that's pretty easy. We'll just do the first solo since it's free and we can make sure I do decently, and then we'll go ahead and do the... Oh, this is the same course as 2020. Then we'll do the actual license. If you saw my 2020 flight training series, this is the same course they use for VFR navigation for that. So theoretically I should be good because I just did it a week ago. So I have the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke and the throttle that comes with it, or that you can get with it. So Thrustmaster has the Boeing, the Airbus, and then I think they have their own non-branded ones as well. This is the Boeing one.
Are you ready for this? You are going solo on a full VFR flight.
Can I pull up a navlog then?
It's all you. You'll be departing Flagstaff Pulliam Airport, handling every navigational step on your way to Sedona.
Okay, where's our clock?
Previous lessons. You'll be flying over the same landmarks. You remember them? The highway,
Wow.
Munns Park Golf Club. Choose whatever you're confident with. Dead Reckoning, landmark navigation, or both.
They've actually took the exact,
Just remember
the exact script from 2020.
Enjoy the ride.
Oh, hey Jesse. Nice to see you. Didn't know you were into Flight Sim too. Yeah, if anyone saw my series, that is the exact script. They've actually copy and pasted it from the last one, from 2020. I'm just trying to find here if we can... There we go. That's what I need. Just so we can get the initial waypoints, and then we'll try to just do landmark. We'll worry about taking off first, and then we'll fly back to the airport, and then we'll look at the waypoints. It's kind of how they did it in the training for the last game too. They don't want you to fly right out towards the waypoint. They want you to kind of circle and climb and then come back. Then you're at the right altitude and height. Alright, let's just not crash. Wow, the glass cockpit is having some troubles rendering the runway. Yikes, that looks bad. I'll just ignore it. We'll say it's not the game, it's just the GPS's problem. Yeah, so they want us to reach 8,500 feet first, so we'll just not worry about the navlog. We'll kind of go around, get 8,500 feet, come back. Let's just do a circle off to the left here. I'm gonna try to climb less steep. We're losing our airspeed. How have you been, Jesse? Heard from you in a couple days? Since obviously I haven't streamed in a couple days. I guess I streamed yesterday, but only for about an hour, so that doesn't count. Let's put our flaps up so we can try to gain some more speed here. We circled around, we're still not at, what is it, 8,500, so we'll just do another circle. This plane is so slow at climbing. I need to switch immediately. Even other small planes I'm good with. I did after the flight training series, I kind of despised the Cessna 172. But it is a good learner plane. It's touchy, so it makes you do it right. Oh, you got sick too? Yeah, like, I know when you were last in, I was, like, recovering, and I still am, but since then, Clara's... I know, near the end of the stream, when you were there, she wasn't talking as much because she wasn't feeling well, but it's gotten way worse. She took off work, yesterday and tomorrow. She's really not feeling well, like, bad fever and everything. Worse than I had it, even. So, hopefully, you're doing decently, at least. Is your girlfriend on the mend? Because it seems like you guys got it in reverse as us. Now, let me just pay attention here for a second. We're at the runway at 8,500, so we need to go to 11 for 8 seconds. It's not very helpful. Okay, I forgot I can't look around and use the yoke. Why would that? Okay. Well, we'll go to 11 for 8 seconds. It's at 2,300 RPM. We're below our altitude, 8,500. And we're turning to 164 for 4 minutes, 10 seconds. I already did start the stopwatch. Okay, we'll just go to 164 now. We have a GPS that goes towards there, and I mean, I'm not going to complain about this extra stuff, but I wonder why in the test for VFR, they're going to give us a GPS route, but that's fine with me. I got to figure out a better way to put the chat in front of me because my tablet just doesn't load it sometimes. See, I can see you saw something on my other monitor. It's just too far away to read. Oh, thank you. I will definitely tell her that. That's good that our voice is coming back now. We didn't have it where we lost our voices, which is good. Just lots of coughing and fevers. She got the chills and stuff pretty bad. Okay, we're about a minute in. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Wonder if I can still press spacebar to get a better, higher view. No. Not. Should zoom out the GPS here too. Yeah, we have the whole route here. That's really cheaty, but I didn't put it in. It did. So I can't complain too much. I'll use it. I don't know if it's going to give it to us in the actual license test, but I guess we'll see. No worries, man. I'll talk to you later. Enjoy that pizza. I know. Yeah, you have been waiting on it forever. Looks like we're about halfway there. Got 2 more minutes to go. You can just see it on the GPS anyway. Killer don't. It's not a yes-no pizza. This one's real. Or so I'm told. Oh no, I've lost the chat. I tried to move it. Now it's gone. I use the autopilot. I didn't even think about that. Why did I not think about that? I guess I'm used to flying off with the glass cockpit version. Okay, well. Let's turn the heading mode on. Okay, not yet. Well, that's good. We don't have passengers right now. Come on. Autopilot. Heading. On. Okay. On. Altitude on. Why is it turning us? Okay, there we go. Don't actually know where the altitude button is. Oh, there we go. 8,500. Just trying to zoom in on my chat. That's why I'm not talking right now. I want to actually be able to see it better, but I can't. Okay, I kind of got it better now. I should pay attention to this. Looks like we're almost there. See it on the GPS and on the timer's way over. Just gonna reset that. Just maintain altitude here. Turn altitude hold off since we're a bit above. Cool that we have these boxes on the GPS. I've never seen that before. I'm gonna turn off autopilot altogether now that I'm actually paying attention to flying again. We'll use the trim wheel to adjust that a bit. This is pretty cool. I can actually use the sun visors. Okay, there's the golf course. Very slowly getting there. Probably should have just gone right to the license because I knew this would take forever. But at least we know that I can do it. So if anyone's just joining, we're trying to get the commercial license, but we're not actually in the license test. We're just on the full solo flight training for it. We actually use those things. I'm just messing around with it. Pay attention here while we pass the golf course. And we have to go to heading 222. I believe now. Which is also actually just on our GPS. So I'm going to cheat here and put in the autopilot for it. But at least I'll use heading mode, not nav. 222, and we'll do heading hold. Then we'll climb ourselves to 8,500 and we'll do altitude hold. Okay, they want us to restart the stopwatch. Should be at 2300 RPM. That's probably why we were not on the right time. Adjust that a bit. Okay, there's 2500. There's 8500. Let's do an altitude hold. Heading hold is on, but we're turning away from where we should be. Definitely do not know how to use this autopilot, but it says 222. Okay, we're on it, so we'll just leave it. How long are we supposed to do this? 3 minutes. I would add a minute or two to that since I'm going a bit slow. I never seem to get there on time anyway. Let's look at some of the detail in this. Let's look at the ground and everything. It's so much better. That's definitely a noticeable change. Seats. The textures are just crazy. A little bit less on the roof there. I mean, what do you expect? Look at the terrain. It's just amazing. You look at this all day. Alright, we're at Sedona Airport. I fly over the runway. I think we can see it on our glass cockpit. There we go. Alright, let's set it to 80 knots and we have to descend, so I'm just going to go to idle so we can descend first. Turn off autopilot here. I'll just let it descend pretty calmly here for now, just idle power. Not going to pitch down much. Maybe when we get to 1 mile, I'll pitch down a bit more, but I don't want to gain too much speed either. So they wanted us at 75 or 80 knots or something. I think it was 80, so I'm going to pitch down a little bit. Just climb up to 80 knots. There we go, there's 80. We're still descending about 900 feet per minute. That's pretty good. Basically still at 80. We're descending a little. I'm trying to get down a little faster. Almost at 6,500. That's not too bad. Just turn pretty sharp here for our downwind. If I stay at idle for a while, I should be able to get to the right speed. 30 degrees. almost at 6,500. We're now 6,000 actually. Keep pitching down. Try to stay no more than 80 knots. Let's turn to the downwind. Just about at 6,000. We're going to need to add power a little bit. There's 6,000, so let's add some power. We should still be about 80 knots at this part. Not going to try to climb to 80 knots, even though it says so, because it's about to go down to 65, so I'm just going to add a little power, take it slow around here. It's better to be at this part slow than to actually land too fast, which I always do. Let's turn for a base leg, and we'll put 10 degrees of flaps. Now we actually are getting too slow with the flaps, so let's add some power. I think I'm still really high, but the airport's so off the ground that it's deceiving. Put 20 degrees of flaps down. So I'm thinking I'm going to gain all the speed from going down, but we're not. We really don't have much to go. Alright, let's turn in for the final. We have 20 degrees flaps, so we're ready to land. Obviously the gear's down, because it's always down. Stay around 65 knots, so I'll pitch down a bit to speed up. Then we're going to need some more power to actually make it. I was always afraid of adding power at the end because I never land at the right speed. Just focusing on maintaining 65, and if I don't think I'll make it, I'll add power. So I think we're good here. It was a pretty good approach. Little slow, but hardly. Flare. Got power. Keep flaring. Alright, that was pretty good. A little off to the left. And that was unstable, but it worked. Don't think we're actually taxiing here, so I'm just going to come to a complete stop. Is that all, or were we supposed to taxi?
You did well.
Okay, we're
but
good.
You can do better. Some people say the sky's the limit. I say it's just the beginning.
Is that it? There we go. Takes so long to end them sometimes, I think I have to do more. Alright, well, it's going to be mostly the same now to do the license, but that's fine. A little bit boring and slow, but once we get the commercial license, that's going to open a lot more missions to us. Okay, let's just go for it. Spending all of our credits. We can't earn them back without that license, so luckily there's restart in the game. And you might have to expect me. If I mess up, I'm going to restart because I don't have any money otherwise. So this looks like it's actually going to be shorter, which is nice. I thought it was going to include the navigation. Okay, really just taking off, turning downwind, doing an entry. Okay. This should actually be pretty easy. Just gotta remember to do the proper ATC. That's pretty easy when you just have to press enter. We'll do a walk around. I'm not gonna do the inspection since we don't own the plane. So it's always in good condition, from what I can tell. So we'll just quickly do all those. And enter the plane.
TOS system test. Okay.
Okay, let's start up. Just try and blast through this so we can get some missions.
Welcome to your CPL check ride, the last stop on your way to become a true professional pilot. For this check ride, you will complete a cross-country flight through Los Angeles County, taking off from Van Nuys Airport and then landing at Bob Hope Airport. You can start when you are ready.
Okay, let's request your clearance.
Van Nuys ground Cessna November 855905, ready to taxi east departure with Oscar.
Cessna November 855905 taxi to and hold short of runway 16 right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 120.2 when ready.
There we are.
Taxi to and hold short runway 16, right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie Cessna 5905.
Okay, we're going to 16. The problem with this EFB is that it was still zoomed into Idaho, and this mission's in California. It doesn't actually go to where your plane is. I'm sure there might be a reset button that I'm just not doing. Yeah, there we go. I could have just done that, so never mind. Alright, 16 right. It's pretty close. That's easy. Turn this on too. Change the range so we can use it to taxi. Cool, we got a helicopter there. Lots of ground crew always standing around, not doing anything. But it's better to see them not do anything than not have anything. Nope, any pedestrians in 2020. I don't know if they'd be considered pedestrians. Okay, we'll request our takeoff clearance.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna November 855.
I will set our flaps.
905, ready for east departure at runway 16 right.
Cessna November 855905 altimeter 29.902 departure to the east approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right.
Okay, let's just start going while we give our acknowledgement.
Runway 16 right Cessna 5905.
Flaps are already set. If there is more of a checklist to be doing with the Cessna, they haven't required me to do it and taught me, so haven't bothered learning because we're not doing realistic free flights. We're just trying to get through our license, so it doesn't affect the actual score. I'm not doing it. Alright, let's get up to 55. Try to be a bit more stable this time, but it's not going well. Oh man. Okay, there's 55. I probably have to put some positive pressure at the beginning. Just work on giving less rudder input. This flight should be pretty easy. Very short.
Cessna 5905 continue for east departure.
Let's acknowledge that.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna November 855905, continue for east departure.
I mean, I mostly fly on VATSIM, so it won't matter when I am on there, but the ATC is a huge improvement. Is that for flap? What is that for? Put my flaps back up. That's very loud. That's unfortunate. They haven't told me what that's for. I have no idea what that means. Sorry, that was so loud for me, so it's probably very loud for you guys too. Does anyone know what that is for? Because it's not the same overspeed warning I've had before. Climb to 1900. Flaps are at 0. There's 1900. I'll bring it back so we don't go too fast. 2300 RPM is supposed to be cruising. We'll go just below that since we're going to land soon. Okay, we'll push it up a little bit. Alright, let's enter the final. So bring the power back. Or 4 miles.
Cessna 5905, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Let's do the handoff.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna, November 85595, frequency change.
Let's contact the new airport. Put 10 degrees of flaps. We'll wait till we get a bit closer to do 20 degrees. We'll bring the power back too. We'll try to stay around 80 for right now. Let's announce the full stop landing. No tower.
November 85595 is 3 miles west 1,800.
Maybe it just always says announce, not request.
Cessna November 85595 Burbank Tower. Altimeter 29.9er2 fly straight in runway 8.
Alright, let's set the flaps to 20 degrees and we'll acknowledge that.
Fly straight in runway.
Alright, we're going too fast. I should have looked at the indicator there. Okay, we'll bring the power back so we're at 65. Where's the aircraft on final?
Don't sink.
I'll see whoever's on final.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
We're fine.
Cleared to land runway 8 Cessna 5905.
Just acknowledge the clearance.
500.
A bit below the indicators, but we're not going to try to climb too much to get to them. Ultimately, the runway is all that matters. Coming in a bit fast, but we were low, so I didn't want to drop too much. We're just going to stay a little fast until it's time to kill the power, which is about now. Make our final corrections and touchdown. Not the absolute smoothest, but not too bad. Until we just messed it up with the rudder there. Throw the brakes on.
Cessna 5905 exit runway when able.
Okay, we'll exit over here. We'll just use the left brake to kind of skid off the runway.
Cessna 5905 contact ground on 12 tree decimal 9er.
Stop at the hold short. Almost didn't. Let's connect to the ATC.
Decimal 9er for Cessna 5905. Burbank ground Cessna November 85595 request taxi to parking.
Cessna November 85595 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo.
Okay. We have to request clearance, accept clearance first.
General aviation parking via taxiway Bravo Cessna.
That's going to be some major points on the check ride. Hopefully enough to still pass. Kind of like that it still says press to acknowledge even though I did. Let's just try going ahead anyway. Looks like we're fine now. Yeah, hopefully I didn't just screw it up there. I think normally in real life you can do that when you've already got clearance as you're reading it back. I was only giving it a bit of power to get started, but that's okay. We're actually not getting our taxi ribbon, so I don't think the mission's happy with us. Yeah, we have no way of knowing. That's not good. Just gonna try to press stop and enter again. Maybe if I open the ATC menu, that will work. I'll try to do it this time. Probably this. So it looks like the objective's a bit bugged because I started moving too early. That is unfortunate. I'm going to try to go to parking just to see, but I don't know what parking they're going to want me at. Whoa. Okay, it does not want to do exterior view here. Wow. Yeah, let's not do that. Seems like it's best to just restart here. I don't want to finish it and have it failed and I have no money to redo it. Has anyone else had this problem before? I'm just going to pull right here and turn off my engine just to see if that finishes it, because if it doesn't, I'm going to restart. It doesn't actually matter where we park because they're not telling us where to go. Don't think it's going to do anything, but sometimes this ends a mission, so let's see. Oh, alright. Let's just restart this. It's not screwed up this time. Try to do it quickly. Anything to get me in a slightly larger plane. I think it's shifty now. I just did the upwards view. I don't know how I did it.
Welcome to your CPL check ride.
Okay,
The
that's
last
a better
stop
view.
on your way to become a true professional pilot. For this check ride, you will complete a cross-country flight through Los Angeles County, taking off from Van Nuys Airport and then landing at Bob Hope Airport. You can start when you are ready.
Let's make sure we get our full clearances and acknowledgement before we move this time.
Cessna November 855-905, ready to taxi east departure with Papa.
I like that when I look over, she looks over too.
Cessna November 855-905 taxi to and hold short of runway 16 right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 120.2 when ready.
Taxiing hold short
Let's acknowledge
runway
clearance.
16, right via taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie Cessna 5905.
Let's go ahead. Take our parking brake off, would probably be helpful. Let's not get taxi speeding points this time too. So I'm gonna go idle already. We'll just take it nice and slow because we don't have to redo it again. I don't think you should be that close. Set the brakes. We'll just set the parking brake. I don't want them to get mad for moving during clearances ever again.
Van Nuys Nuys Tower Cessna November 855.
Most of our fast while we're waiting
ready
here.
for east departure at runway 16 right.
Cessna November 855 Niner 5 altimeter 29.902 east departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right.
We'll acknowledge.
Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right Cessna 595.
Now we'll go. Take the parking brake off. A really large, really large display threshold here, but we can take off on it. Just can't land there. So we'll go ahead and get started. Hopefully more stable than last time. Loves to move around on us though. Trying to give very gentle rudder inputs. Doesn't seem to matter. Oh, we're up anyway, so that's all that matters.
Cessna 595 continue for east departure.
Sorry, I just realized my controls camera is not working. I'll reset that after this check ride. I think the phone I'm using for it just died, but it's okay.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna November 855.
Oh, it's a takeoff indication.
East departure.
That's what that is. At least we're doing it, now we know what that means. Beeping. We still have to climb, so I'm actually just going to keep the throttles full. When I fly one-handed trying to plug that phone in. If I mess up, you know why. I'm going to go no-handed for a second, so I'm just going to pitch way up. Don't ever do this. Okay, there we go. Should probably adjust my pitch wheel so it's not so aggressive. Now we're at 1900, I'll throttle back to like 2200-ish RPM. Let's take the camera view away for now while it's not working. I will get it back though. That's not the right one. There we go. I'm still new to this. A lot to manage while you're also playing.
Leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Alright, let's prove that.
Cessna November 855 frequency change.
Our trim is set very nicely, so I'm not even pulling back or pushing on the yoke right now. Let's contact the new airport. Throttle back. I'm going to start slowing down even more, or announce our full stop landing.
November 855 Niner 5 is 3 miles west 1,800 feet with Juliet to land.
Throttle way back because I want to start putting my flaps out now.
Altimeter 29.902 fly straight in runway 8.
Realistically here we should be at about 70 knots. Not.
Make straight in runway 8 Cessna 595.
Cessna 595, follow
Let's
the
do 10
Cessna
degrees.
Skyhawk on final. Wind 258 at 6. Cleared to land runway 8.
Knowledge that we're clear to land.
Cleared to land runway 8 Cessna 595.
Looks like the ATC menu looks nice, but it works the same as the old way. But pressing enter to do the quick commands is very nice. That's very new. Alright, 20 degrees of flaps.
500.
It's cool, we're landing right over... I don't know if that's a road or just airport traffic. It's a public road, that's cool. Coming a little slow, but we're still high so we can get some speed. Better approach than the last time for sure. Just gonna cut the power since we're so high. Gonna dive a little bit here and then we'll flatten out so we don't hit the ground too hard. And the taxiway is pretty far down, so we're just gonna float to get a smooth landing. Pretty good. A little bit of wobble, we're alright.
Cessna 595, turn next taxiway.
Are the brakes off? They definitely shake your plane a lot more than they used to. Pretty realistic. It definitely has been changed. When you're on the outside, you can actually see them walk up and create skid marks. Which I'm not sure if that skid mark actually might be from me last time, because I only used one brake. And if it is, it's pretty impressive. Since we started the mission. Alright, let's not do this again. Let's stop here. Parking brake. Enter.
12 tree decimal 9er for Cessna 595.
Let's fully get our clearance before we move.
Urban ground Cessna November 8559er 5 taxi to parking.
Cessna November 85595 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo.
I have done nothing. Okay. Still messed up without even moving. But at least that it's continuing the mission now. It's completely with my parking brake on. Maybe we stopped too late, but I think they would have told us that earlier, so. Could be a bug, but doesn't matter. It's past now. Hopefully that doesn't fail the check ride and it's just a performance issue. So I do not want to do that again. There's definitely a lot more traffic on the ground too. Alright, let's set the parking brake on. Engine shut down.
You performed great
I think we
today.
did.
Keep the same attitude, and I'm sure
Alright, they
you
seem
will
pretty
have
happy
great
even with that
pilot
issue at the end, so that's good. The bug doesn't seem to affect us. Well, that was something at the end. Perfect. Perfect score. Except for the taxi's performance. Which is also how my PPL went, so apparently I'm not very good at that. Okay, now we can finally do missions for money.
Able to earn money for completing missions.
Now it also breaks down all to the ratings. Probably going to do multi-engine first. That's multi-engine and instrument. It's definitely what I want to work on here. They're both required for the ATPL. And that's the way I'm going. Although, to do the Vision Jet, what do we need? Just high performance. I guess this is only one engine, so 5,000 credits, 30, 15. Maybe it's worth doing the high performance first, since 'cause it's so cheap, and then moving on to the jet engine rating so we can do the Vision Jet missions. Then go back, do the multi-engine ATPL, since we're going to need that anyway for the jet airline. Alright, for now I'll be right back, just a few minutes, and then we'll continue on doing some missions. Okay, let's go for the high performance.
You're ready to take the next step? I have a mission lined up for you. Prove you can handle this, and more opportunities will come your way.
I guess we're going across the world for this. These are all first flights. Okay, let's try to find one of those ferry flights. Here we go. Their first paid mission. Let's give it a shot. If it wants to load. To its owner near. 20 minutes, easy. Accept the mission. It's like 61,000 XP, so a lot more than the other ones. And 880 credits, which is not great, but it's only 20 minutes of work. Wonder if it's going to still be the glass cockpit version or the original. I'm not sure if they even have the original in the game without the glass cockpit, but we'll see. It's a nice little intro. Let's go ahead. We'll do the entire inspection. Since it's a new plane. All the covers, and we'll leave the chocks for last. Let's just do an inspection first. Make sure everything is new, which it should be. Check the baggage. Okay. Flaps and ailerons. Can we check this? Oh, we have to physically move it. That's pretty unique. Let's check the other side and then we'll get in. That's really cool. Let's move these two. Looks like everything's good. Start of the plane. Oh, okay. Hold on, it wants us to do something. I think it wants us just press shift. Oh, okay. We haven't done the chocks. That would be helpful. Did all the other inspection. I forgot about those. There we go. Let's get in now.
Hello, it's Julia Reichert. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's lucky bird heading to Nijmegen drawn is this charming little
Yeah, I can't say that.
172 Skyhawk. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Michael Klimek.
Okay.
Now give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves. Take care.
Just get the EFB up and bring it to our actual location. Is at the previous mission right now. So we're going to taxi to the end of the runway on the right and turn around. Let's go ahead. Brake back off. It's the first grass taxi.
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Whiskey Yankee Sierra is taxiing to runway tree 6.
We're gonna announce our entry. I guess we don't, just a taxi. I believe we're on the runway now. Yes, we are. So we'll taxi to the end, turn around. That is a giant windsock that also doesn't seem to be working very well. And that's huge. I want to go on the outside view to see if we have like suspension or anything. I don't think we do, but this looks great. It's so much better than the grass or off-roading before. Actual texture. And we're leaving marks through it. That's really cool. We'll set our flaps here. Just go back to the inside camera for the takeoff. I'll try to keep it steady. Definitely feels a bit different on the grass. Way more bumpy. $55. Looks so nice. Wow. Here we're just climbing to 1,400 feet. Okay, we'll level off here. Bring the throttle back to 2,300 RPM. We're cruising. We'll take out the flaps. Oh, we're climbing actually still. Let's throw the throttle back in. Those markers are definitely lower than 2,400 feet, but we'll just climb anyways. It tells us to. See if I can turn those markers off after this mission. Let's trim the plane out. Let's turn on autopilot. Let's turn on altitude hold. Select our altitude for 2,500. So we're off course now. Keep turn autopilot off. Oh man. I gotta learn how to use this autopilot system. On, nav. There we go, altitude. 2,500. Power back. We're on overspeed. Autopilot on. So what's it gonna do here? So it's on nav. Is it gonna actually try to turn us? No, I want it on heading mode. Just gonna put it on heading select. Bring the selector around. Go back full throttle. We're not at the right altitude at all. Could be doing this more smooth. I just want to learn how to use the autopilot system. Autopilot. Heading select. Should hold us on that heading now. Altitude hold. Let's bring the throttle back. What am I missing here? Critical nav on. Do flight level change. Slow it down. Looks like it's trying to get down now to 2,500. Is it gonna stop? Okay, it is. Alright, we have that figured out at least. Just give it a bit more power so we can go faster. Contact arrival.
Echo Delta Romeo, Delta Traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Whiskey Yankee, Sierra 5 miles northeast, 2,500 feet inbound to land runway 27.
Bring the power back now. Turn autopilot off. Where's the final at? Guess the runway's behind that hill. So we're going to see where it actually is. I see, yeah, so we could actually do the final pattern over there. So we're not too off course right now. Those markers are just pretty deceiving. See if I can turn this off. Take them away? No, I still see them there. So we need to turn off. No. Alright, we'll just leave it at that. Leave them on. I'll just bring the power back even more. I guess I'm probably too low right now. We'll use these gates while we have them enabled. Trying to not go above 90 knots pattern. Maybe try to aim for closer to 80. flaps out. Now we'll turn for the base leg. Set our second degree flaps. We'll try to stay around 65 knots. We'll announce our position.
Echo Delta Romeo, Delta Traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Whiskey Yankee Sierra is on final runway 27 to land.
For a nice smooth approach. It's one of the best yet. Cut the power. Flare. Perfect. I'll just throw full brakes. I'm not sure if we're going to taxi as well. Alright, well apparently this is part of the taxiway. Not great, but we've already seen that doesn't completely ruin it. So, let's go into the external view to see where we need to go. I guess that's just overshooting the runway, but that's not the end of the world when it's grass. I'll just reset our flaps. Alright. Got another warning. Keep on taxiing slowly so we don't get another warning. Wow, alright, quite a bouncy truck.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope my plane didn't take too much of a beating. Thanks for your hard work.
Alright, let's shut down the engines. That was pretty easy. One of my best landings too, which is nice. I guess it doesn't consider her best because I overshot the very short runway, but I meant for smoothness it was good. All I care about here is the XP and most importantly the credits. So let's see what we get. 1,000, nice, okay. Employer commission, yeah, it'd be really nice to have our own planes. We're not losing a huge amount, almost all of them. That was to be expected.
I see you've made good progress so far. I think you will need a space of your own. You can take this desk. It's been empty for a while.
Okay, not get our own office, but it'd be nice to actually get our own plane. Companies are not available. How much do we need again for this next rating? We need 5,000 credits, so we gotta do a couple more missions here. I think we have enough hours, just the credits now. Okay, flight seeing. Guess we'll go ahead and try one of those. Wow, lots of missions around this area. Guess this is just where we were last. Imagine we can go anywhere in the world still. Just our home airport or where we were last, I guess. So let's see if there's any flight seeing ones here. Doesn't look like it. We'll go ahead and find one over here. Looks like they're all just first flights or ferry flights. Oh, it's these ones, okay. Available. This one's pretty long, it's available. What should we get out of this? Or is this one where we're just seeing stuff, we're not actually getting paid? Yeah, I don't think we're getting paid for those. We need to not do those right now. Let's do it eventually, but I want to earn some money. Let's maybe just do a longer ferry flight. They're easy. They pay well. Here we go. That might be our best bet. 2,300 there. 26. Let's go for this one here. Where was it? 2,600 credits, almost 2,700 credits. That's after the commission, I think. Definitely go for this one. What are we seeing? The clouds? I guess so. Right, 72 miles. It's definitely gonna be a long one, but we need to make that money. 1,500 credits after this. We'll have to do one short mission and we'll have enough to take on the next rating. High performance rating. And we can do some Vision Jet stuff, I hope. Finally get us out of the Cessna. Or at least this Cessna. Looks like we're in the snow now, which is awesome. Be our first time. Still in a t-shirt though, so who needs a shirt in the snow? Or a coat. Take our covers off. And it's a brand new plane, or at least maintained. That's why we're doing a ferry. So I'm not going to do the inspection, it's not required. Once we own one, I'll do one. Let's do the startup.
Hi,
That's pretty
Thomas,
cool.
The hangar supervisor. Thanks for taking care of this ferry flight. This
That looks
freshly
awesome with the
tuned
snow.
172 Skyhawk needs to get to Pattonville. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. His name's Johannes Hassa, and he is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Now give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves. Take care.
Just their announcer position.
Echo Delta Romeo Papa Traffic Cessna Delta. Mike India Kilo Tango is taxiing to runway 05.
Parking brakes. Keep getting in trouble for moving before we get the official clearance. We actually have to respond to them and everything. That's why I wasn't trying to get going early. Snow looks really neat. Just look at some external view. I want to see it more. Definitely a big improvement over 2020. Let's just go idle. Start braking early. A little bit. Now, parking brake here. Request our takeoff. Takeoff.
Echo Delta
Put the flaps
Romeo
down.
Papa Traffic Cessna Delta. Mike India Kilo Tango taking off runway 05 departure to the east.
Quick coffee break. Hey, actually, I think we need to get the clearance fully. I guess it's an announcement. No tower here, so we're good to go. Just take it easy. Not sure if the snow affects the runway at all. Alright, let's go full power. Apply some positive pressure this time so we're not so squirrely. There we go, 55 knots. Let's rotate. And start our initial climb. This time to 1,700 feet. Oh, the snow looks beautiful. This is a whole new thing. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to turn off these overlays. Didn't realize I have them on. I'm so used to not seeing them. I don't even look at them. But they're not doing any harm. Let's put the flaps up. We'll turn, not quite, we'll turn to Pattonville soon. It's gonna be a long cruise, but it pays well. So I haven't got the nav that I know of working on here, where it actually is gonna turn to my GPS, but I'm gonna try it here. Autopilot on, nav on, vertical nav on. Let's do 2700 on here. Seems to be turning me away. I release the yoke and do flight level change. On. Give it full power, so it's doing the flight level, so I just don't know about nav mode. Just gonna go by heading. I know that works. If anyone watching knows how to use nav mode on the 172, it'd be helpful. We do have a GPS route set. I've tried to turn these off, but I thought I found the option that does it and turned it off and it didn't affect it. So I don't know if they're always going to be on for now, or maybe I found the wrong one, so I'll look and do it again later. I don't need them, but it doesn't hurt being on. But if you're wondering why I'm not right on them, it's just a suggestion. Don't really need to match them perfectly. Let's just bring the power back so we're not over speed, but I do want to go fast since it's so far. We're going to get paid lots for this mission. We can give a bit more power than that. And we're really being tossed around here. Looks a little better. No, well, at least we don't have to worry about trimming it out or anything. We're on autopilot now. It's nice to have that in a 172. Definitely makes these missions easier. Not used to flying with it. For this plane anyway. Obviously with an Airbus or something I am. Looks like our heading set pretty well. I'm not sure if that's the turbulence or if that's just the autopilot not being great. Game bug, or maybe it really is just that windy. Kinda doubt it, but who knows. It's not bothering us though, since it's just handling itself anyway. I'm gonna increase the power. Want to get there quickly. Now that we're steady, we can go on the outside view. I don't think we're supposed to be wiggling around so much, but look around in the EFB a bit more. I want to get comfortable with this. So first one is our flight plan page. That's nice. This is a good way to do it. Puts us right into the avionics. Okay, then we have the flight details. Alright. And the payload, okay. So yeah, we don't have it up here anymore, we just have it right here. Not sure if we can set our weight from here. Or we can set our weight, but I'm not sure if we can change the fuel like you would in the old menu up here. Not the realistic way, just like where you can set yourself to a certain amount of fuel in mid-flight. But I don't use it anyway, but I'm just curious of where they put that. It looks like it's in here. You can probably just change your fuel. This is for fuel planning. Then we have our navlog, which we used before, and clipped charts. Okay. So yeah, we do have charts built in. So where are they? Where's that? That's nice. We can change where the things are on the favorites bar. Change everything about this. That's great. Gonna change it to Celsius. We'll keep everything else the same. Got our flight log. That's pretty cool. That's super nice to see while we're flying. Okay, cool. And then we got our checklist in here. Wow. That's fun to have it on the EFP like this. It's pretty cool. What else do we have? Anything else? No, just everything on our favorites, but I imagine that's a good spot for more if we do get some added in with plugins. I really like how this is done. Cool, and we can pop it out too. Yeah, we can just look at it over here. Let's do our flight planner. Details. There we go. Settings. Let's do a terrain highlight. It's pretty cool. Oh, we can do weather map. That's awesome. Let's do radar. Can't do winds yet. or anything else. And let's do setting up too. That's annoying. Let's track up. Okay, this is probably gonna be more steady. A little bit. Well, we'll do this track up. That's great. So we have terrain highlights and we have weather, which we can't really tell the difference. So let's see what the weather looks like. Looks like it's not really adding anything. Radar. Satellite view. Keep it on the terrain. I like that. Guess we have our terrain there. We'll put it on satellite view. We'll keep the radar on. About 58 miles to go. Long flight, but pays well. We can move around in here. Now the arrow keys just look around. It's interesting. It's nicer than moving you. Shift arrow key, same thing. Alt, same. Control, same. So you can't just wander your camera around. Imagine that's because they try to make more realistic movements, like walking outside. There's probably a way to actually walk inside for airliners and stuff. It's not like there's anywhere to go, but I was wondering if I could just place my camera in the back seat or something. You definitely still could with Showcase. I just didn't know if you could do it in the internal view. Looks like our heading's good for now. Still shaking, which I don't think it's the wind at this point. I think it's just, I don't know, the autopilot in this game so far. But buggy or not, or whatever it is, we're getting there. Oh, we're slowly making progress. 48 miles still. This is going to be a long one and pretty boring, unfortunately. But I think this was like a 2,600 credit after all the expenses, like my employer expense. So I think we had like 1,100 credits. I don't remember. Plus this. Probably do another 1 or 2 missions, small ones, and we'll be able to afford our high performance rating. Get into the Vision Jet, and then we'll do some bigger paying jobs while we work on earning enough to get our multi-instrument rating and multi-engine rating and instrument rating. Just combine those two. Okay, looks like my autopilot might be off. What's going on here? Whatever it's doing, I don't like it. Let's just turn it off. Don't know what's going on with it. We'll just trim it out well and do it ourselves. Let's just step up the throttle a little bit. Turn autopilot on, but we're going to turn heading off. Make sure nav is off. Yeah, we'll just keep altitude on. What's going on with my yoke here? Yeah, autopilot's going to come off. I don't know what's going on. I'm not experienced enough to know if it's a plane problem or a game problem. Either way. Oh, okay. Let's open up the window. That's pretty cool. Trying to get back on the GPS route here. It's a little closer to it. It's a long flight to be doing in this plane. Man. I should have taken smaller ones, but this is an efficient way to get money where you don't have to do work, you just let it cruise. It's not the most entertaining thing to watch. Looks like we're gonna go around. Okay. We're getting there. Slowly. I'm gonna somehow try to run to the washer. Let's just, we'll hope it works. It should work. It's a long, long flight. You guys watch it. Let me know if it's gonna be cool. Alright, well, that worked. It just got a bit high. But that's not gonna hurt anybody. So we'll throttle down. Do some altitude here. Let's actually try to do the flight level change. Turn the altitude on. Autopilot really wants to go over there. Finally, almost there. Oh, we're finally almost there. 15 miles. Started at like 60. You can see it's been quite the trip, but it's going to pay well. Alright. Looks like we haven't actually have an ETA there, which I didn't notice. That's useful. How about 8 minutes to landing? Looks like we're going to do our pattern to the right. Fly over the town here. Just got to get there. We've hit low fuel recently. I'm hoping we have enough to get there. I looked at the calculations, but I don't know where on this plane I can check how many pounds I have left. So that's going to be interesting. Just hoping. Guess I should keep looking. We'll be fine, I'm sure. We're only 13 miles away. I'll probably start the descent 8 or 9 miles away from here. Did have the engine revved up too high for a while, which didn't help. Actually, I guess I can just check the overlay. 29%. That should be plenty. Alright, 11 miles. Slowly creeping down. We're going to get paid very well. At least we've enjoyed the winter view. Very cool. Totally gives it a new feeling. Can we even see the airport from here? Kinda, if we weren't shaking so badly. Suppose there are fuel options here. Just about ready to enter the pattern. Very, very slow plane. I'll just make it even better when we get a Vision Jet or any airliner, really. And make it that much nicer. Alright, 8 miles. Now it's getting real. Try to correct our course a little bit to be on the beyond the course a bit better. Let's turn autopilot off. Oops. I think we're going to get about 1,900 credits, or 2,600 credits, I mean. We have about 1,100 to add to that. So. Last time we also got a small bonus, so hopefully we get a bonus for this one. And with the distance, it should be quite a bit. Don't think it'll be enough to go right to our next exam, but hopefully one more small mission will do it. Do not want to fly this forever. There are other planes we can fly with just the BPL, and the CPL. I haven't seen missions using the other planes yet. Just the Skyhawk. Alright. Keep saying it, but now we're almost there for real. 2.5 minutes. Very long flight. If you look back on the stream, I don't know how long it's been. Probably about 40 minutes. 30, 40 minutes, I imagine. Maybe even longer. We definitely have visual on the runway now. But we can't just go straight there. We gotta do the pattern. We go this way and around and back down that way. So we'll just keep following the course. As usual, we'll fly over the runway completely first, and that's when we enter the pattern. Besides the shaking, at least it's been a nice, steady, relaxing flight. Just boring a little bit. Very slow. I don't mind long flights when I'm covering a lot of distance, but when it's long and slow and I barely get anywhere, it gets boring for me. Just about ready to turn here. Put the nose down so we can see the runway. Turning a bit early. We'll wait till we can see it out the window. There it is. Let's turn. We'll do about 25 degrees. We're still going over 100 knots, so we'll start the throttle down a little bit so we can do the pattern closer to 80 or 90. There we go, let's pass over the runway. Let's see if we have the pattern on this screen too. Don't think so, no. It's pretty self-explanatory. Just gotta know when to hit TRDP4. Start to make the turn. We'll bring the throttle back down. We're still almost at 100 knots. We're starting to lose some altitude, so I'll pull back on the yoke too. Well, it's probably good we drop down a bit for now. So I'll throttle down even further. Wow, look at that. That's cool. Alright, we're just about at our turn. Started now. I'll do 20 degrees, unless that's too shallow, we'll see. I think that should be okay. And we'll set our first stage of flaps, so 10 degrees. We need to lose some more altitude, so let's pitch down a little bit. Try to keep it around 75 to 80 knots. Alright. Pitching a bit too much. Banking a bit too much, so we'll do just 10 degrees. And bring it back to level. Bring it nice and slow because I usually do the patterns too quick. Which makes me land too quick, so try to be a bit over cautious here. Okay, we'll keep turning. You can see it on a mini map here, but I'll just look over at the flight plan again so you can see the pattern. Almost at the base leg. We're going to want to be 65 knots here and here. Oh. Forgot when I look around I can't control the yoke, so I can't really do that right now. Just do a sharp turn since we're a bit late now. I'm going to lose some more altitude here too and bring the power back a little bit more. Get back on track here. Bit rough, but when I look around you lose all other control. So that turn that I thought I was starting, I wasn't actually starting. Oh no, I've actually turned. I've overcorrected it. Alright, let's bring the flaps down again. 20 degrees. Turning for the base leg. Here we're aiming for 65 knots, which we're already at. Just gotta start bringing the altitude down. It's easier to do that when I can see the runway, so we'll wait. We'll wait around 1,400 feet until we turn for the final. And we're at 65, which is pretty good. Alright, we'll turn in for the final now. Just be ready to slow down or... Yeah, we're gonna... Sorry, definitely take power back. But we're looking pretty good. I'm gonna go back to idle, just lose some altitude here.
500.
We're at 20 degrees of flap, so we're looking good. Should be a little slower than this, but I couldn't really see how high the runway was since I didn't have charts or anything. So I was just kind of guessing it was closer to 0 than it was. Thought it was probably around 800 feet. 70 knots is not a terrible landing speed, only 5 over. Just hit that tree there. Very short runway. Yeah, let's just float all over the place. Jeez. Worst landing I've had so far, but I'm very focused on trying to get it down, but also coming too fast. But as long as we land, that's what matters. Especially compared to my last landing, last one was good, and this one was real bad. But I didn't go off the end of the runway, and we didn't crash, so it wasn't that bad. Turn around, they're going to be upset that we're on the taxiway, I guarantee you. Oh, thank God, they're always mad. Even when I don't go on the taxiway, they're mad. Yeah, that was a rough landing. I'm going to be out of this plane pretty soon, I think, with how much money we should make here. Okay, yep. Told you they're always mad. Because now the runway became the taxiway. That's fine. Just a couple points we lose. Doesn't ruin the mission. Whether I did it for that one or not, they definitely need to work on it. Since I've had missions where I absolutely stop in the whole short spot and then it just suddenly says that I didn't. But I did that on my commercial check ride too, and it still let me pass, so it's not too much of an issue. Slow down here so we don't get dinged for speeding. Because that one is my fault, and that also happens quite a lot. Yeah, just as I'm saying that. It's not idle. I'm just going to bring it way down. Still looks like I'm going really fast. Completely at idle power, but seems to still be accelerating. Alright, we'll just bring it in here. Park at the dudes. And female. There we go. Finally, that was a long flight. Probably close to an hour.
Are not always easy missions, but you did a solid job, and I appreciate it.
Easy but boring. Very long flight. So let's see how much money we get. Hopefully a good bonus. Should probably turn the engine off before she kills herself. Hoping for over 3,000. It's a 2,600 base, I think, so 3,000 would be good. Taxi speeding radio. I think I forgot to announce my final there. For such a long flight, I forgot what I was doing. Okay, well now the shakiness makes sense. Bad weather bonus, so definitely was actually bad weather, not just a bug in the autopilot. Oh, nice, yeah. Yeah, I was hoping for 3,000, so that's good. We're very close to being able to do our next exam with that. Level 10 too. That's huge. Oh yeah, 4,800. I think we need 5,000. So it looks like we can do skydiving too. I just haven't seen any on the map. Just gonna double check that our next one, high performance. So that allows us to use. Looks like just these two. We don't have tail wheel. We don't have multi-engine. How much does it help to get the jet? 30,000 credits to get the jet rating though. Maybe it would be more worth it to go to multi-engine. What do we get then? So we don't get to use the CJ4. We could use a diamond. And then if we got our high performance, we could use a Baron too. How much is that? That's 15,000 though. I think we'll still go for the high performance with 5,000. I'm just gonna have to save up some more credits. So let's see if we can do one more short mission. There we go. Maybe we can try one of these. Maybe with the higher difficulty missions, they're going to pay more. So right now, 15,000 credits seems like quite a lot. Since that was a pretty long mission, and that just paid us 3,200, which is pretty good, but like I said, that was like an hour. Okay, let's check out this parachuting. At least we're doing something new here. Does it have an estimated payout? I don't think so. But we're going to do it anyway, so. Let's just try it, and what we get paid is what we get paid. I don't think we're actually flying this Cessna. I think we're flying the 172 still. Yeah, we are. Wow, 188,000 XP. 2,400 credits, that's pretty good. So fast, keeping stable, land smoothly, and drop with precision. It's not too bad. Let's do an inspection. Move the covers and inspect the wheel. Perfect. Remove this cover. And this one. We'll inspect the struts and the wheel. And remove the chocks by accident, which is fine. And the aileron. And the flap. And the rudder. Then we'll go ahead and do the right side. Right flap. Looks good. And right aileron. Looks good. Looks like we can do something like the engine actually too. I haven't done that before. Oh, oil cover. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I haven't done that before. Put that away. No strut. If I can actually get in there. There we go. Perfect. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and get in. And request boarding.
All right, folks, let's get this party started.
At least we're not doing a ferry flight, so we actually have passengers.
5 ECOSK. Everybody make your way onto the aircraft. Same exit order we discussed back at the clubhouse, okay?
Here we go. Looks like we're bringing 3 people. Nice, they're going to be right here the whole time. Hopefully it's not a super long flight to get there.
Pilot, let's give a round of applause to our 2 candidates for this jump. Treat them extra special, please. Let's go.
Alrighty.
All right, let's make this a jump to remember.
Request our
I
clearance.
want to see smiles on those rock star faces when we're back here.
Yeah, it's a bit cringe. Now let's announce the taxi.
Lima Echo Alpha
And we'll
Papa
center the
Traffic
EFB
Cessna
so we can
Echo
see what we're
Charlie.
doing.
Oscar Sierra Kilo is taxiing to runway tree 5.
Runway 35 is this side. So we'll turn right out of here.
Is everyone ready to
Park and
go?
break off.
Love it. So, important reminder. We're here to have fun, but your security is our priority, so listen to what I say at all times. Last check, buckle up, helmet, eye shield, altimeter. You confirm? Great.
Alright, just taxi over here. I always taxi too fast, so I'm just gonna do idle. Keep it real slow, with a little power. Don't need to be ding points, I want all the bonuses I can get. Let's go idle. Start braking early a little bit. Hold it more here. The brakes go real quick. And do park brake while we request our taxi. Or air takeoff.
Lima Echo Alpha Papa Traffic Cessna Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo taking off runway tree 5 departure to the north.
Okay, right, it's just an announcement, so we're ready to go. I don't think I need to go down there and turn around. Maybe if they want me to, I will. That will need all that space, but might as well do it. I don't want to get dinged points or something. Oh shit. Set our flaps to 10 degrees. Start taxiing down the runway. Threshold. Yeah, it definitely wants us to do that, so glad we did. Let's get some external camera while we're doing this. Nice and sunny compared to our last one where we were in the snow. Just idle power. And do a little spin here. Use the left brake. Leave a nice giant skid mark on the runway. Now let's go back inside. Alright, let's go ahead. Get this over with. Do some positive pressure so I can control it. Very squirrely aircraft. Release that. And rotate. There we go.
I've uploaded relevant data onto your map. Quick update anyway. Your drop axis today is into the wind, heading 4 degrees true. Current on-site speed is 0 knots. Check your map regularly so you can adjust your flight. I'm keeping tabs and everything from my end. Time to sort out. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Much louder for sure with the door open. Oh, I forgot I lose control when I look around.
Quick update anyway. Your drop axis today is into the wind, heading 8 degrees true.
Okay, they just said that twice.
And everything from my end. Time to soar now. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Where am I actually flying to here? I'm gonna go for the waypoint. Can't tell, is it behind us? I think the flight plan is just for the initial takeoff.
Alright people, I'm your jump master. Everyone calls me TT. Few reminders. We're high enough, guys. Unfasten your seatbelt. As I explained on the ground, you need to be able to jump if anything goes wrong. Green light is at 10,000 feet. You take the leap from the aircraft and free fall for
I see,
60
they want me to
seconds before
fly up
deploying
that
the
way.
parachute.
We're gonna definitely keep full throttle if we gotta climb to 10,000. Anyone else here been able to get past the infinite loading screen? Or are you guys still trying?
I love that part, the anticipation, the adrenaline. Hope I remember to pull the cord.
Don't worry, our gear comes with a safety device. Even if you forget to pull the cord, your reserve parachute will open.
Oh, I definitely should raise my flaps. That's my bad. I'm not going up because the waypoints are clearly showing me at a lower altitude, but I have plenty of speed. I'm just going to start climbing now. I think that's just a suggestion how to do it. As long as I get to the axis at 10,000, I don't think it matters. And this plane hardly climbs, so I'm going to climb while I can. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. Yeah, I got in this morning, was able to do that initial episode, and then it completely just crashed, and I was in the queue for like 2 hours. I closed it, thinking I won't play today, and then I joined it again just to have it run in the background, and about 40 minutes later I was in.
Awesome.
So
Slaloming through the clouds like an amaze. I mean, that's freedom, dude.
yeah, after that I've just stayed in since. I've been just on the stream for a few hours now. So wait, once you get in, it's a great game. It works great. Everyone's going to get in the next few days for sure. Hopefully just tomorrow even. It's very hard to be patient for a game that you've been waiting for and spend so much money on, but it's worth it. Yeah, campaign mode or career mode really helps with making you feel like you have a purpose. Not just doing free flights that don't actually mean anything because you're not earning money or anything. Yeah, that's good. At least you got to play. I know a lot of people spend 6-7 hours right off the bat with nothing. So I personally, I downloaded it right when it came out. So I think that's what happened. It actually worked. But then I think someone said there was an update.
You'll have to wait until we get back down now. It's just to make sure you focus on enjoying the jump and nothing else.
Yeah, I think someone said there was an update already during the day, which may have caused the crash. I'm not sure. Yeah, the career mode's great. Is that what you started with right away, or did you jump into the free flight? I was really tempted. I really want to fly the 737. The only Boeing I had in the last game was the 747 because I didn't have premium. I was so tempted to buy the PMDG Boeings, but I just wanted to wait till this game came out because I knew I'd have the 737. Finally got it, and now I haven't even flown it.
Super cold now.
So I've been focused on the career mode.
It's not that chilly out there.
But I think after I earn some money in this, I'm gonna jump on to the 737. Yeah, nice. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's what I want to do. I'll definitely be doing that later today, I think. We're just trying to save up money now for our ratings because we have our PPL and our CPL. But all the ratings are pretty expensive. So we just did a long ferry flight, and that's why we're doing this one now.
Hope so.
I don't have a choice now.
And this thing climbs so slowly, it's painful. Only at 5,000 feet, we're halfway there. Very painful. Can I fly at those coordinates? Why? What's at those coordinates? Beautiful in the inside, although you can't use the door. Oh, that sucks. Right, I remember seeing a video before, in the when all the content creators had the 2 hours where if you use the door, it just goes outside.
Speak up now if you have anything to say.
That's cool. They actually have a cabin in modeled. If that's what you mean. Like they do have one. That's cool. And I think even with the free cam, it was hard to get there with like the Cessna jet in 2020. Yeah, I'm very excited to use it. I'm mostly an Airbus pilot. All my other like VATS and videos and stuff are using the A320, so. I'm trying to turn around now and see if I can get the other 4,000 feet by the time we get there. If not, I'll just do some holding circles. I'm hardly moving though. I should really get some more speed up. I don't want to stall out because then I'll lose all my progress here of my altitude.
Your first time in Castello de Emperies, guys?
Yeah, we're not going to make that. We're going to have to do another holding circle in here in a moment. We'll wait till we get to maybe 3 miles.
Real treat for the eyes. Would have been a shame missing this spot.
This is painful. It's fun, but man, it's slow. Wish we could have a custom engine here or buy an engine upgrade. I like the plane, it's just not the power. Oh, nice. I've done very little commercial flying in my life, like only a couple flights, 3, and they were all in an A320neo. So I love flying that thing. I had the fly-by-wire in 2020, and although I'm definitely new at YouTube, I don't have many videos out. There are some on my channel you can find of me doing VATSIM. I'm not talking in the videos besides talking to the radio. That's not super exciting to watch, but I was still even newer than I am now, so definitely in 2024 I'll upload some more where I'm talking to you guys, and it's a bit more exciting to watch. Well, feel free to check them out if you want to see. Hello, Frederick. Nice to see you. We're just taking some skydivers up. Climbing painfully slow, 55 knots at full power for the last 10 minutes. Making any progress here? Yeah, 600 feet per minute. So probably 2 or 3 more minutes, maybe 3 more minutes of climbing. Just very slow. One thing you got to be careful with, you might be able to change it, but if you hold the right click to move your cursor, you can't use your yoke. Like I'm moving it now. So if you're not paying attention, sometimes I get distracted holding it, looking off to the side, and then I start diving out of the air. We're stalling. Okay, apparently we didn't announce it.
Where's your 2-minute goal? Jumpers are in the
I didn't know we were that ready.
green light.
Well, I didn't know it was 2 minutes, so that's fine. That's the smallest thing that could go wrong. Not announcing it. I think we're high enough to follow this path now. Hoping I can gain, what is it? 1,400 feet, 1,300 feet within 3 miles. That should be fine. I haven't had any issues. Like, obviously the major issues of getting in that everyone's having, but once you're in, it's been working well. The very first time I launched, I only had about 10 planes available, which is better than I heard some people's plane flight sim went. But I went right to the career mode, which you only need the Cessna, and that was working, so in terms of actually playing, nothing's gone wrong for me. Looks great. Definitely looks better than 2020, and it sounds a lot better. There's a lot of airplane sounds, talking, a lot of things that have changed and really improves the experience. And then just the career mode as a whole is really fun. And I appreciate that. I just saw your message to Terius. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm trying to put out as many videos as I can. Project, you have flight sim, or is it? Are you waiting to get it or waiting for it to work? We're almost at 10,000 feet, but we're also almost stalling. Come on. I really hope I can get it before that, or I'm sure it's going to give me some issues. We don't have flaps down, do we? No? Maybe we should. Man, this plane is horrible. Adjust the pitch here. Probably shouldn't have been pulling back the yoke so long. My hand's starting to hurt. And we're gonna stall. Come on, we're so close. Sure, being a couple hundred feet off is gonna pass. Plane can barely get this high. Oh my god, there we go. I really hope it doesn't get too mad here. We might have to do another circle. Okay, good. We're close enough for it to be happy. I'm gonna set my flaps, actually, just gain some more lift. No, we're gonna lose so much speed that way. I'm gonna level off a bit, even though we're supposed to be climbing. Just, I need to gain some speed. This plane cannot go this high. I will read your messages in just a moment. I'm just desperately trying not to crash here. It's still telling us we're good at 10,000, even though we're below. We're at 9,700. Just gonna keep going, hope it works. It really is like there's a hard limit on this plane. It does not want to climb any higher than this. Yeah, I'm just gonna allow the jump now. Let's hope that's good enough.
Claim your prize, folks. Go.
Go for it. That's pretty cool. Just gotta stay nice and stable.
Bye, cowboat. See you back at the ranch.
There we go. Okay, definitely went off course there, but I was just trying to say, just trying to make it stable for him.
Solo 7 ECOSK, divers away.
Okay.
Legendary run, guys.
Finally, I can start going down.
Time for the debrief.
Just gonna go idle here. You're tired having to work in the morning, fair enough. Fees on earning credits, got my PPL, and now I have to have enough credits to have my license. Yeah, earning credits, you just have to go to missions in your headquarters and do different missions like this. This is there's to start off first flights to get your CPL. You can't earn credits. That's probably why you don't see them on your thing. Actually, you have to do first flights, 2 of those, and then you can go for your commercial pilot's license. Once you get your commercial pilot's license, which is just a really, really quick check ride, you can start doing paid flights. You're not allowed to earn money flying until you have that, which is why you don't see anything that says credits. Okay, yeah, I see your message now, but most likely you haven't heard what I said yet because of the delay, so... Yeah, once you get your CPL, then the missions will be paid. Like ferry flights. I don't know if first flights get paid. I haven't done any more of them. But you can do ferry flights, you can do skydiving. What else? I think that's it. Like, there's definitely more missions. I just haven't unlocked them yet. So yeah, that 2,500 is supposed to be spent on your CPL, and then you can start earning again. It's very quick. It's even quicker than the PPL to earn. It's one check ride. And it's like probably a 10-minute flight. Just trying to lose altitude here as fast as possible without overspeeding the aircraft. And now I see that it wants us to go out that far. So we'll start heading this direction. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you only have to do 2 of the first flights. And then if you check your CPL, which is just on the certifications page to the left, it says that like you need 2... Well, you need flight hours, but it doesn't actually count the hours. It just counts the missions. 2 missions. And then it's a hell of a grind to get the credits. I did 1 mission for about 900 credits. Took half an hour. And then I just did a giant flight on the stream, which gave me about 3,200 credits, which that was like an hour. And now this one, it seems skydiving seems to pay more for the time. So this one's still taking a while, but it's not quite as long, and I think it's going to pay about 2,500 credits. And then all the ratings cost different amounts. So I think the multi-engine is like 15,000. It's quite a bit. And the cheapest one that you can get after CPL is the high performance rating, which is only 5,000 credits. So I think we're going to go for that next. And get some more powerful planes. Kind of sick of flying the 172. As you just saw, we took like 20 minutes to reach 10,000 feet. Trying to lose speed, or lose altitude here. Once you have the PPL, you can't. You can do what's called first flight, where you just bring people around to see the area, and you just get flight hours from that. Just like in real life, you can't do any paid flights until you have a commercial pilot's license. But it's very, very quick between those two in this game. So you get your PPL, which is just the test, and you can do training before that. If you haven't got it yet, you just do as much training as you want, do the test. Then you have to do 2 first flights, which could take you just like literally 45 minutes for both of them, maybe half an hour if you're quick. Then you can do your commercial license. Once you do that, then you're at where I am. Just earning credits and logging hours. Which I don't think anything actually has hour requirements like in real life. It's just money. I'll turn around here and do the approach. Yeah, the CPL, you can do anything paid. The rest of the ratings are all just based on what aircraft you can fly. And then that determines like more missions you can do. Like once you can get a jet, you can do, you know, VIP missions. Yeah, it really screwed a lot of people's plans up, unfortunately. I didn't think I would plan on also doing this stream to get the, like exactly what I did in the stream today. But I thought I wasn't going to do it. I got everything ready, scheduled it for like an hour away. And then the servers messed up and I rescheduled it for tomorrow night. But I just got lucky with getting back in. So if I were you, yeah, if you want to play at some point, just keep it on in the background and then you're guaranteed a spot. Even if you're going for work tomorrow and you plan on playing after, just turn it on before you leave and, you know, let all the loading and stuff happen, and hopefully you're going to be in the main menu when you get home. I mean, worst case, it canceled you out and then you started, but that's the same thing as if you didn't do it at all. We're definitely going a bit slow here, but speed up. The music is a bit dramatic for a 5-mile approach, but that's fine. Better than silence. Pretty cool. You can like open the windows and everything. It's very, very detailed. The train looks great. Just check the approach pattern here. Doesn't look like it actually shows it on here. Oh yeah, we're just gonna pass right over the runway, turn around and come back. Not too difficult. Trying to stay around 80 for now. So we get on the final, then we'll slow down. Beautiful area. I forgot to check where we actually are. When I started it, I just clicked on the first skydiving mission I saw. I do like that all of the missions in the Cessna in this game are with the glass cockpit. I don't think they have the other version in the game. It's definitely cool to see the classic, but in the flight training in 2020, it's hard to learn how to fly, maintain all your altitude, heading and stuff exactly, while you're also learning to read the dials. And they're much harder to read. Even if you can read them fast, they're harder to read than a number, obviously. So it makes it easier for beginner pilots, I think. Some of the training in this game is directly copied from 2020, which is funny because they said they were basically redoing it, like a whole new way of learning how to fly. Which is why I made a series on Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, all the flight trainings, just so we can compare them. And I only did that a few days ago, so when I went ahead and did the VFR training here, they had actually copied and pasted the script, different voice reading it out, but the exact same quotes and jokes. I'm sure not all the trainings are the same, but definitely some of them are, which is funny. Well, I guess there's no point of rewriting training if it works well already. We're just going to bring the power back a bit to get closer to 80, so we're creeping up to 90. This makes me miss going to the beach. Getting too cold for that now. Yeah, for sure, Jacharius. For this one, I'm not sure if you were here or went back to the stream at all, but I skipped, or sorry, not the stream. I did the PPL in the video, actually. And I did a couple of the trainings just as a refresher, but I definitely didn't do them all. I just went to the exam, which I really appreciate that we could do. I didn't expect that. I thought they'd make us go through every training again. Okay, I didn't expect the final to be right here. I thought we were going to go around in a circle, so I'm not quite ready, but we'll make it work. Just throw the flaps down. Let's announce our final. We're going at good speed, so we'll be okay.
Lima Echo, Alpha Papa Traffic Cessna, Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo is on final runway tree 5 to land.
Yeah, I got the entire series on 2020 on my channel, going through every single lesson, which definitely didn't go awesome sometimes, but got through them all. Just trying to get it all done before 2024 came out so we could compare it. Alright, let's cut the throttle. Coming in a little bit quick for a short runway like this. Level off. Flare. I really just gotta get it down. Short runway. Yeah, a little rough, but it was intentional. I don't want to run out of runway here. Come on, brakes. Come on. This is not good. I'm full brakes. Alright, I think they're going to get mad at me for being on the taxiway, but we'll see. Not a terrible landing, but the short runway like that, I need to come in even slower. Yeah, I knew that would happen because I couldn't turn sharp enough. That's okay. Those little dings it's useful information, but they don't really hurt your performance too much. And I think there's a bug with that one anyways. That one was definitely my fault, but I've gotten that defect almost every mission. When I know for sure sometimes I don't go on the taxiway. Even when you stop and the hold short, even if you're just completely stopped, park and brake on, it'll still ding you for that. But it doesn't really affect you. I've still gotten the perfect score with it. Okay, I'm gonna idle. Always go too fast while I taxi. They really care about that in this. My patience is usually run thin when I'm at the end here. Well, that doesn't seem helpful. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna go on the grass for that, I guess. Thanks, buddy. Probably still hit him with the wing, but that's okay. Got some Cessnas parked here. Citations. Or I guess not citations, CJ4s. I'm flying, I forget all my planes. Apply some brake. Not that much. Let's go on the external view here. This plane requires lots of throttle to get it going on the ground. Then you can taxi pretty easy with low throttle. I've really been enjoying it. The career mode is pretty slow to get started, but once you get your CPL and you're doing the paid missions, it's pretty fun. And even then, some of the longer ferry flights are a grind, but I think if you do a lot of short ones, you'll have more fun than the long ones, even though they're more efficient to earn money. I just tried to be efficient with it and did the like 1 hour, maybe longer ferry flight, and it's pretty boring. But it's definitely, it works well. The system is good. So you'll see how the menus work here if you haven't yet. The credit system. So you'll get points, which will affect your XP and your credits. Yeah, so timing was 0, but I don't know, I climbed as fast as I could. I don't really care about that. It gives you some things to work on, which is useful. You get a giant bonus if you don't skip sections, because if you're bored, you can do that. It's just kind of nice too that they allow you to do that. You just take a hit. In case you just want to have fun doing the takeoff and landing. And then you get your credits. Which, as you can see, is a huge loss for working for somebody. So once you can get your own plane, I think it's going to be massive. Nice, right to level 12. So let's see what we can do here. We can definitely afford the high performance endorsement. We can afford the tail wheel. I'm not really interested in getting that. So this is my dilemma. Maybe some of you can help me here. Yeah, I'll try to show the replay tool in the next flight. I was watching a stream earlier and it wasn't working for somebody, and when I tried to open it earlier it wasn't working, but we'll try it again. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I should go for the high performance, which I can afford now, which gives us some other planes to fly, or if I should just save up right for the multi-engine rating. Actually, if I get the multi-engine, I can only fly this. It doesn't let me fly anything else because I need the high performance. So I'm just going to go right for this since we can afford it. Let's go ahead and try to take this exam. Don't know what it requires us to know. Wow, yeah, the textures sometimes take a while to load in, but once they do, they look pretty good. You can turn the clouds off if you want. Looks like just a regular fly around. We're just flying with a plane with more performance, so it should be pretty easy. Nothing really different here. And I'll try to remember to do the replay tool if it works. Definitely is so far. They have it laid out pretty well, I think. And the prices seem... like, prices for exams seems pretty good. Like, you definitely have to work for it and grind it out. But they're not ridiculously expensive. I mean, some of them are like 30,000, so that seems pretty bad. But I imagine once we get these ratings before those ones, the missions will start paying more and more. So I imagine it's going to work out pretty well. Right now, 30,000 seems like a crazy amount of money, but once we get this plane, for example, it's probably going to pay more to do missions. So let's do our inspection, remove our chocks. And do the ailerons. Flaps. And the issue with these, are very hard to find the flicking point sometimes. The struts are a whole different one. The wheel you can actually inspect too. I imagine that's only going to matter when you own the plane. I don't think any of these missions are going to give you a broken plane. So we will just skip it for now, but I do want to be able to easily click it. So when I buy one of these, I can know if they're broken. Even for this, you just saw I clicked all over, and I do have it now, but sometimes it's very hard to find the point to click on. It's very cool that you can do this though. Just the walking around in general is very well done. There are some games that are focused on walking around that don't do it this well. Yeah, like I can't even. There we go. See if I can get this tire. That's good enough. We'll get in here. And let's go inside for the startup. Usually I do the full checklist, but for these check rides, just to get through it, I'm just doing the easy way to get started.
Time to show what you can do with more powerful aircraft. You will be flying a Cessna 400 TT Corvallis today.
Very excited to be flying something other than the 172.
It has to be the most powerful single-engine piston power plane that you have ever flown.
It's by
Try to
far.
be gentle on the controls and remain alert during takeoff and landing. Do not hesitate to apply some right rudder to counter the aircraft's left turning tendencies.
I'm just gonna see where we're supposed to taxi. Let's request clearance.
Ground Echo Charlie.
Doesn't look like we have an EFB in the plane. But luckily with tab, you can pull it up whenever.
Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo taxi to and hold short of runway 34 via taxiway. Contact tower on 128.25.
3-4 is going to be on this side. Looks like, do we have enough room to go forward here? Let's acknowledge that clearance.
Taxi to and hold short runway tree for using taxiway Oscar Sierra Kilo.
Looks like it wants the studio pushback. I could probably just get around that guy. Hopefully it's not going to be mad about that. Definitely going to hit them with the wing, but I think that's okay. Wow, that's a lot more power already just on taxi. Very glad, it's well needed. So let's taxi over here. If you're curious, I'm using racing pedals as a rudder, which works if you do some virtual joystick mapping. Yeah, the immersion level definitely is there. Even like, especially with the people here, they're actually with you. You can see them talking and stuff. Passengers actually get in the plane. Whoa. Sorry. A bit overcorrected on the rudder there. You lose control, all controls when you hold right click and look around. Sometimes if I start to turn on the rudder and then I do that, it just cranks it to the side. So we're going to look forward from now on. Just till we get in the air. It's fun to be, this is the first time in the sim flying a different plane than the Cessna. Well, the 172, it's still a Cessna. I already figured what it was called. Corvallis or something. You hear all the sounds too. They're much more detailed. Lots of little moving around and seatbelts and stuff. And when you use the brakes, you hear a lot of creaking. You hear the brakes get on the ground. Just stop here. I don't know what's going on in the back. It sounds like someone's jumping around there. Okay, we'll request our takeoff clearance.
Tower Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo at runway tree. 4 ready for departure.
Wait to see how fast this thing actually climbs.
Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo altimeter 29.9.
Where's our lights?
South departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway tree 4.
Is that the lights? No.
Cleared for takeoff runway tree.
We don't need to use them, but I am curious to see where they are. Alright, that's enough. It's the middle of the day. Doesn't actually require us to be realistic. We're not on VATSIM, so let's not worry about the lights right now. Just zoom out a little bit here. Set the flaps to take off. Which looks like it's about 12 degrees. It's nice, it just says takeoff here and landing. Let's just line up a little bit better before we go full power, since it's more powerful. I hope rotation's around 55, because they haven't told me. It definitely pulls to the left like they said it would. Let's try to rotate here at 60. Nope. Okay, I wish they told me. Maybe 80. Here we go. I'm not sure if it has a retractable landing gear, but I'll put it up just in case. Doesn't sound like it does. I can tell already this is much more powerful. So let's climb to 850.
Continue for
Acknowledge that.
Tower Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo continue for south departure.
Let's just pull our throttle back a little bit. So our RPMs are flashing red there. It doesn't, I thought it would be, honestly, for all the base game aircraft, but it doesn't seem to be, because it's not in this aircraft. But you can just press, I'm sure there's a button on controller, but tab on computer, and you can pull it up here and go through all your menus. Just great. You can move it around. You can even pop it out to another monitor if you want, which is really awesome. Yeah, I definitely thought they'd have it in all of them, but not in here. Okay, what do they want? They want 1,600 feet. We'll keep climbing to 1,600. I don't really have a speed requirement, so I'm just going to stay around 95. I have the throttles all the way at max besides the red zone, so I imagine similar to the climb detent on an Airbus. It's a very short flight, which is great. It's just a check flight. Okay, they want us to maintain 1,600, so we actually need to go down. Bring the power back. It's nice to see we're going 130 knots. The 172 was maxing out at like 105 before it became almost unmaneuverable. Okay, we're about 1,600 there. I like this plane a lot more already. Let's announce our full stop landing.
Tower Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo, 1,600 feet to land.
Echo Charlie, Oscar Sierra Kilo Tower. Altimeter 29.902. Make left, traffic runway tree 4.
I'm gonna bring the throttle back even more. And acknowledge that.
Enter left
We're almost at
traffic
the
runway
base leg.
4 Oscar Sierra Kilo.
Not sure the exact speeds in this plane. I probably should have looked. I'm sure that little preview showed me. It's gonna fall a little bit faster than the 172 and hope that's good enough.
Cleared to land runway tree 4 Oscar.
Worst case, we won't have a nice approach, but I can still probably save it in the landing. Yeah, 100 knots seems a little fast, so let's bring the throttle back. Well, my bad. I never brought the flaps up. We were going so fast I didn't even realize. And I still didn't overspeed them. I love this plane then. Anyways, let's bring the flaps all the way down to landing now. Which is, looks like 34 degrees, 35. Maybe even more. It kind of sounds like they're struggling to come out. I might be going too fast. There we go. Looks like they're good at 39 degrees. Let's just bring the throttle down even more. The 172 approaches at 65 knots, so aiming for about 70 to 75 here. And we'll just kind of judge it. I guarantee it would have told me on that little... Before you start a mission, they show you that blue line that goes around we were looking at. Usually it has little speed indicators on there that tells you how fast you should be going in each part. Sure, it told me on there, I just didn't look. So I used to flying the Skyhawk that I thought I knew the speeds. It looks like 80 is the lowest we were really able to go here. Otherwise it wants to drop. So that's fine, we'll fly down at about 80. We'll slow down. Now that we're getting close. I keep it a bit high because I don't know this plane very well. I don't want to end early. Let's bring the throttle back even more. This is such a short runway. Probably not for this plane, but what I'm used to anyway. Let's roll it out a little bit. Cut the power. There. Alright, that was a nice and smooth landing, but not with the nose gear. Should have flew the nose gear down a little softer.
Oscar Sierra Kilo exit runway when able.
I'm still happy with that. We didn't use much of the runway. For the first time in this plane, that seems pretty good. Now let's try to hold short here, but I'm guessing it's going to have the same bug where it has a problem with where we stop. It says we went on the taxiway without clearance. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the butter comment.
Oscar Sierra Kilo contact ground on 128.25.
I'm going to stop way earlier than it says because it always yells at me. Acknowledge the ATC. I don't trust this. Don't trust the box if it's past the line. Unless it makes me. Alright, let's creep forward. Just watch you get mad. Alright, I'm gonna stop right at the beginning of the box. Not on the taxiway.
Ground Echo Charlie.
Waiting for clearance.
Oscar Sierra Kilo request taxi to parking.
Echo Charlie. Oscar Sierra Kilo taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway.
Let's acknowledge the clearance.
Taxiing to general aviation.
And don't
parking
move
via
until you're
taxiway,
fully done
Oscar
acknowledging the
Sierra
clearance to
Kilo.
get very mad. I think this will be the very first time we haven't got dinged for entering the taxiway without clearance. So it looks like you just want to stop in that box, but on earliest as possible. Don't go right to the middle of the box. Or maybe it's just this airport that we get lucky. In some airports, it's not going to work no matter what you do. I find when you have to taxi on the runway, like turn around at the end and come back, once you land, the runway becomes the taxiway, obviously, so it just immediately thinks you got on the taxiway without clearance. Not awesome. The people on the ground is really cool, but I don't like that it always puts them in the way. Always having to taxi through a plane or through a person. Put her flaps up. And let's go into the parking spot. Set the parking brake. Turn the engines off. There we go.
And that's
Hopefully that went pretty well.
certification in the bag. Congratulations.
Perfect. As long as I passed, I'm happy. Actually, that one went really well. Better than normal. Just a bit of problem with the traffic path and the altitude. Pretty surprised too, since I didn't put the flaps up. I thought I was going to get dinged for that pretty bad. But I don't think I went fast enough for it to matter. Alright, now we can fly a bunch more planes. Alright, what does this one do? Alright, so this is going to be our bigger turboprops. Which, some of them need tail wheel, but should look around. Sorry, I'm probably not making any sense when I'm talking. I'm also trying to read these. So I think what we'll do is we'll try to save up for the either jet engine rating at 30,000 credits, because I really want to fly the Vision Jet, and I imagine some VIP missions are going to pay well. Or we can go to the multi-engine rating. Ultimately, the goal is to get the ATPL. But as you can see, it requires multiple licenses before it. Or sorry, not the ATPL. The jet airline transport. But it requires all of the ratings before it anyways, so it doesn't really matter which way you go. Maybe you guys have a suggestion, either multi-engine or jet engine. But either way, we need either 30,000 credits or 15,000, and we currently have 2. So that means we need to get back in the mission screen. I completely forgot to try the replay mode. I apologize to whoever asked. Just remembered that. Alright, let's see what we got. Firefighting missions, that's cool. We don't have the license for it, but I think the multi-engine rating is the best way to go to. And then the other one. Get the instrument, oh that'd be a good idea too. Do some IFR approaches. IFR flights. I don't know if that actually, the high performance one, increased what we can actually do here. That's true, yeah, there are going to be some longer routes. And hopefully that will rack up some money. Even if I can just set it on an IFR course for like, 2 hours and leave it. I'm going to quickly look in, how do I get missions with the high performance planes? Because if I click on this, what is this going to be? Is this just going to be a Skyhawk? It just says air. Yeah, it's a Skyhawk. So I'm going to look at the other menu, unless one of you knows. So now that I have the high performance, obviously it says that you can fly these other planes. Where do I fly those planes? Is it only if I buy them? Let's see, if I press G here, there we go. So it doesn't tell me the plane right here. I got to click on each one. Or is this just because this is the aircraft that my company has? I haven't even found the menu where you would theoretically buy the planes. I'm hoping one of you just knows. Let's go back to the HQ and see if it's there. Yeah, no, company's not available, so I don't know if that's because of my reputation level or if it's just not in the game yet. I imagine this is where we're going to go buy new planes. What's the instrument take? That only takes 10,000 credits, so yeah, let's go for instrument. So we'll just focus on doing what we can to earn more money for now. I just really like to use some of the new planes we unlocked. It says the plane model below the difficulty rating when you hover over the mission. Plane transfer difficulty. Oh yeah, it does right there. Thank you. That's very obvious now that I see it. So let's try this one. This is not in the Skyhawk. Only about 30 minutes too. Right, nice over the mountains in Idaho. I went back to this area because this is where my home airport is. Not in real life, but in the game. Hopefully this plane is a bit faster. Well, that's a pretty good experience, but not amazing on the credits. But I think the last time I did a 30-minute mission, it was like 900. So 1,800 credits for only a 30-minute flight. That's actually pretty good. It's considering that skydiving mission was almost, it said 1 hour estimated, so doesn't feel like a lot of money, but it's getting a bit more. Let's hope it goes well since I haven't flown this plane yet, but we have the rating for it, so it should be fine. There we go. Wow, there's a lot of spots to check off here. Should we actually be doing the pre-flight? Let's see. I'll do them if it easily lets me click on it. If I have to click around to find it, I'm not going to go for it. Until I actually own the plane, then I'll care more. Let's do the flaps and the ailerons. No guy. Not much going on in there. Damn it. I was trying to drag the flap around. Actually, that looks like it's it. We can check the oil on this one. On the Skyhawk, you can actually check the oil level. Yeah, it's all ready to go, so let's just get in. Nothing to it but to do it. True that. Don't know why my yokes always start off to the side there.
It's Mary here.
Oh man, I thought we were gonna crash there.
Heading to Sluder Airstrip is this charming little Beechcraft Bonanza G36. This aircraft's just been repaired, and the owner needs it flown back to a field near his place. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Michael Carmichael.
Looks like no EFB in this one either.
Like it's your own.
This guy's really rich. We already did a mission for this guy. Pretty sure we did it in Europe, so that's interesting.
Beechcraft November 402 Tree 4 is taxiing to runway 6.
Alright, we're going to runway 6, so... wait, that's 3-4. That's 1-6. I'm assuming they misspoke. Oh wait, we're not even at the airport we're at. I hate that it does that. You gotta make sure you recenter every time. Okay, runway 6, down there. Good. I thought we were gonna have a weird situation there. So let's go ahead and throttle up. Park and brake off. Unless it already was off, okay. Why are we not getting any plane sounds? I've heard that was an issue with some people, for some planes. I was hoping I wouldn't have it, but it looks like we are. Yeah, I'm tempted to turn the engines off, but I don't think it's going to make a difference because I'm not getting like the road noises and stuff. Hopefully there's some music. It's going to be really awkward if the flight's quiet like this the whole way. Yeah, that's definitely not the taxiway, but that's okay. Well, there's one problem for 2024 that I'm having. Less problems than a lot of people, at least. Wonder if I go in the external view, if I'll get sound. My bad. Going a bit fast. Nope. We got the electric plane today. Interesting. All the other sounds are working. Now to think of it, I have not. I saw multiplayer traffic. I spawned in the Boeing plane, just on the runway in Toronto, Canada, and saw other players, but I didn't actually take off, and during any of the missions I haven't, so I think in career mode the multiplayer is definitely disabled, which I expected. I haven't seen any AI traffic now that you say that. And in one of the missions, actually, the ATC said I had to follow someone on follow traffic on final, and I couldn't see them. So, yeah, now that you mention it, I don't think that's working. And it feels like we're even going even slower when there's no sound. It's a beautiful area. This is why I started in Idaho. I was going to do Washington, but there's actually very few airports that it lets you start at. It's very particular about the size. So I had a ChatGPT make a list of airports. I gave it some requirements. I wanted some mountains nearby and some forest maybe. And generally in the Washington area, and it gave me a list of 10. And I searched up all 10, and they were grayed out, which means you can't start there. Which is fair. They want you to start at a good-sized airport. Nothing too big, nothing too small. And that's somewhere you can have a hangar and stuff. So I asked for another 10, and I went through 5 of them, and finally I got an airport that they let me start at. So if you want to see that, it's all in my first episode, which was a recorded episode, not a live stream. That's on my channel. Alright, this is a very long taxiway. If I wasn't in career mode, I'd be speeding. almost want the penalties of speeding. We'll wait it out. I'm also so tempted to like restart and stuff for sound problems because I know restarting the game fixed a lot of issues with having no planes. When I started initially this morning, I only had maybe 12, 13 planes. But once I got in the second time, many hours later, I don't think I have all my planes. I didn't really have a way to know. I have the Premium Deluxe, which has, like, I don't know, a lot of planes. So I had way more, but I don't think I had all of them available. And then I'm sure restarting now would probably fix the sound on this. But with everything going on today, I'm not going to restart now. Hopefully we'll have some sound for it tomorrow. Worst, I'll just accept missions with other planes from after this one. It's a pretty short flight anyway. Any of you had any of issues like this where you're in the game but you're not having your sounds or your planes? Alright, let's park and brake. And request the ATC when it lets me. There we go.
Kilo Alpha Oscar Charlie traffic Beechcraft.
I have to say that the voices are so much better. Passengers are kind of awkward with how they talk, but it's just the passengers. The ATC and pilots like yourself are really good. Really good when you compare it to 2020 anyways. Okay, let's put the flaps on. You have to be joking. Yeah, little things like that need to be tweaked. Like, I just hit the max speed with the flaps down. The ones meant for takeoff while I was going 3 knots taxiing. Right. Okay, let's just put the parking brake on here so I can get in the inside view. And let's go ahead. They're a silent electric takeoff. And I also didn't check any speeds for this plane, so we're just gonna hope we know when to take off. Oh, it's much more powerful. Okay, I think that little R on the speed tape is for rotate. Landing lights turned off. Oh my gosh. Well, if I knew I needed them, I would have them on, but this is the very first mission, I guess, that they want actual lights being used and stuff. Which is cool, but it'd be nice if they told you that stuff. Okay, let me pay attention to where I'm flying first. Surprisingly disorienting with no sound. You can't really tell how much throttle you have in. Haven't had any sound issues, but right after my first license, I restarted and been in the queue ever since. Jeez. So you're still in the queue. Yeah, when I got in, I thought maybe the problems were starting to be fixed, but I guess not. Guess I just got lucky. Well, I was waiting for quite a while too. Okay, let's bring the throttles back a little bit. Sorry, I imagine this is pretty boring with no sound. Maybe you should open another tab and throw some music on. Okay, that's the taxi lights. Let's see. Landing lights are there for when we land. Again, nav lights. Oh, jeez. Great, you can't turn the nav lights on. Strobe lights on. Let's hope I'm not crashing. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to fly when you look around because you just can't control the plane at the same time. It doesn't let you. Let's make a nice steep turn. We're only ferrying the plane. We don't have to care about passengers. Which is actually something that you have to take into consideration here. When you have passengers, you need to fly more relaxed, because they'll complain. All right, so there's no altitude that they were telling us to stay at, so we just got to fly there. Let's see if we can get some autopilot settings worked out here. We have it on this plane. Yes, we do. So let's do autopilot. Let's do heading. So we can hear the clicking of the buttons. Let's bring the heading where we actually want it before we screw up here. There we go. And let's do altitude hold. and select our altitude at, let's say, 6,500. All right, let's hope that works. I'm not super good with the Garmin autopilot systems. I just learned it today while flying the Cessna. And they didn't teach me, I just messed around with it. I couldn't get nav mode to work on the 172. Maybe I'll try it on here. I mean, I say I couldn't get it to work, I just pushed the button. And it didn't follow the path, so I don't know what that means. Maybe there's something else you have to do. Looks like it's fine, but I mean, I was already on the heading select, so I won't really know if it's working until we turn. I think I need to do flight level change to get up to where we need to be. Or vertical navigation mode, I mean. Let's see. Is that going to climb? Yeah, there we go. That will climb to 6,500 now. We're just going to give it full throttle so it can climb fast. It's much nicer to be cruising at this speed. Not 90 to 100 knots. We're going to be able to make money much faster this way. You're really not loving the no sound. Trust me, if it's awkward to hear me talk with no aircraft sound, it's even more awkward to speak. Just bring the altitude down to where we are because it's not changing, so whatever. Let's do 6,300. We have altitude mode on. There it is. Yeah, we have it on. So, yeah, whatever. 6,300. Giving it as much power as we can. I don't really care about the life of the engine. We're just ferrying the plane. That's not my problem. Something tells me we should probably climb. So let's go to 10,000. Or at least we'll just start climbing and see what we need to get to. This should be a pretty quick flight, and then we'll have something with sound again. Just turning the altitude holder off. It's kind of fighting me here. There we go. Let's climb a little faster. Let's try the external view out. It's interesting, we're having the same issue with this plane. Oh, I didn't put my flaps up again. I don't know if it was just a bad weather or anything, but the plane really is violently shaking back and forth while we're just cruising. I had that in the 172, and I thought it was the plane, and then I got a bad weather bonus when I finished the mission. So I figured, okay, it's just the wind. But they didn't say anything about bad weather here, and we're having the same thing. Like, I would definitely just expect that with turbulence, but when I say I have the shaking, I had it for like an hour straight. Like, just constant left and right like this. And it wouldn't die down or speed up, it was just a constant back and forth. So maybe it's meant to happen, but I kind of doubt it. I gotta pitch the aircraft, change the trim. I'm having to pull back quite a lot. Oh man. Let's fix that. Yeah, not like that. All right, we're about to crash. Let's fix this. This is oddly disorienting without sound. Okay, pitch slightly up. Too much. Using the scroll wheel on here is usually too big of increments. You actually have to grab it and spin it. World quietest crash if I hit the mountains here. Just trying to enjoy the view. Yeah, it's not just you. The game unfortunately seems to be bugged for this plane specifically, so once we finish this mission, we won't pick this plane again. As you can hear, or maybe hear when I go over these buttons, they have sound. There's no plane sound. But unfortunately, that's the Microsoft Flight Sim thing. Okay, I'm going to turn off autopilot. I don't know what it's trying to do here. Probably something I told it to do, but I can't have it make mistakes right now. We're very close to this mountain. I'll just fly manually. Yeah, it's very awkward to be flying with no sound, I promise you. But it's at 30-minute estimate, and we're probably more than halfway through the flight. I don't want to restart considering all the servers, and we have sound in every other plane we've flown, so we'll just not pick this one. Let's see where we are. We're about halfway, a little less than I thought. Yeah, I wish I could do something, but maybe for this flight, just open another tab and throw in your favorite song or something. Or you can look up Beechcraft engine sounds and just play it. Make it feel more realistic. But I mean, I'd rather have no engine sounds in one plane than my game not work, so gotta be grateful for that. Thank you to everyone who's joined, by the way. If you just joined since I said it, the aircraft has no sound. It's not just on your end. And the views in this game are... Microsoft Flight Sim always have been amazing, but just with the detail in the mountains, it's getting even better in this game. The forest just looks so much nicer with the tree quality as well. These smooth mountains you won't be able to tell as much, but when you really see some rough terrain and cliff faces, that's where you really see the difference. And I know some people have said it's not much different, and obviously it's not much different. 2020 did a great job already, and it's as long as 4 years is, it's only been 4 years. But I promise you, it's very different in some places. And on certain types of terrain, they've really worked on it. I didn't have many hours in 2020 up until maybe a month ago, but I got really into it recently. And so I've flown a lot in that sim, like maybe 200-300 hours. Well, I'd say 200-300 hours I played, but I probably have actually about 100 flight hours. Enough to see that this is different considerably. And it's well worth your money if you play Flight Sim. I know I've had friends who asked if it's worth it, and they have a total of like 4 hours in Flight Sim 2020, which in your case is probably not. That's still a great game to play if you're more of a casual user. But if you struggle with having fun in Flight Sim because you don't have something telling you to do something, and you don't just want to pick a random start point and a random end point and pretend you're an airline pilot or something, then this is definitely worth it because the career mode is going to guide you. In 2020, the flight training just taught you how to fly. There was no missions that came along with it, nothing like that. So this is completely different. It looks like we're almost there. I might actually skip the descent for the very first time. I'm going to use the skip feature. Just lose out on some XP. I'd say it is difficult, yeah. I don't want to lie. Watched a bunch of tutorials, and then when I started flying, I paused and watched them all again, and then watched them all again. And then finally I figured out, okay, I know what I'm doing. And the very first time you need to press the button to turn the radio on, it's surprisingly very scary. And I've seen it on, here, I'll tell you more about it after here.
November 402 tree, 41 miles, east 6,100 feet inbound to land runway tree 5.
Yeah, I always saw the memes of like, talking about some scary and stuff like that. And I had it on a sticky note, everything I needed to say for my departure clearance, and I was ready to do it, and I just couldn't push the button. It is really actually scary, but I promise you it's worth learning, and once you do it, if even 2-3 times, you're going to feel so much more comfortable. Everyone on there is so nice. I mean, they tell you don't go learn when they're in the middle of an event. So yeah, don't do that. They don't really have time to teach you when they're doing 100 different planes. I'm going to crash the plane here. Apparently I can't talk and fly. I can talk to ATC and fly. That's all that matters. So it's difficult if you don't know how to fly a plane as well. It's definitely not... It's a good area to learn how to do ATC. They'll teach you. But rightfully so, they won't teach you how to fly your plane. And they expect you to be good enough at it before you join, where if they tell you to do something irregular, you can still do it. If they tell you you have a flight plan set in your computer and they tell you ignore that, go this way, then you need to be able to go that way. So that's the big thing. If you can do that, then you'll be good at VATSIM. And usually that doesn't happen, but it can. Where am I going? Before I skipped that, I really should have looked ahead at the flight plan. Just kind of trying to follow the yellow line without knowing what I'm doing here. Okay. I really don't know if that base flag is the real one, considering the mountain is right there, but... Yeah, no worries. It definitely is scary. I'm not going to say it's not, but it's worth it. There's a lot of great tutorials online. The series I watched, probably 5 times, is by... I don't know. I will look it up right when I land, because it's well worth it. And he's, SimGeek, UK SimGeek, something like that. AV SimGeek. I know when you click on them, his plane says Fly Aero UK. It's a virtual airline in VATSIM. I think he did an entire tutorial series about 3 years ago, but he also has one that's pretty recent and updated, and I would watch all those. This is the worst approach I've ever done. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that was the runway right there. Well, at least if you were here earlier, you saw that I can actually fly, because this one is not good. Is that the runway? Let's see if we can do an emergency. Extreme approach. Feel free to watch earlier on the stream if you want to see someone fly properly. Let's just get it over with. Am I at the right airport? Well, that was a mess. I now know that I cannot think about anything but flying when I'm flying. Yeah. So although this time it was definitely my fault. If you haven't been here earlier, that's probably a bug in the game that almost every airport you land at, even if you stop right before the hold short point, it gets mad at you for entering the taxiway without clearance. You have to be very, very careful with it. But all those little reminders are just that. They're reminders that affect your points, but they're not going to fail your mission.
This trip was a walk in the park. Anyway, I appreciate your professionalism. My
No, it's okay.
G36 finally here, and I thank you for
I really like VATSIM. I'm still learning, so I got into thinking about it. We got the mission done. That's all that matters. And according to them, it was pretty good. So I guess the approach doesn't matter as long as you hit the ground properly. Yeah, we're going to get some... Okay, I was going to say we're going to lose out for skipping some, which is fine, but we got a bonus for not skipping, even though we did. So that's some of the details that you're going to notice for a new game. Alright. Nearly no money for that, honestly. Cool, alright, we got a new mission to try out. Cargo transport. I'm still very new to reading chat and everything, so it's also my bad for getting distracted. So let's try out that cargo mission, wherever that is. What is this? So I think you probably just panned to it, but I didn't see where it was. That's okay, we'll find it. Okay, yeah, it's definitely a fun game on Xbox too. If you switch over to PC and you already know how to fly, that's great. Just get used to it in free flights. Don't just go right to VATSIM. It is scary to learn, but if you know how to fly and you focus on just learning VATSIM, and that's it, because you already know what you're doing, it takes half the stress away from it. Sure, let me actually see just if there's any missions nearby there. Looks like it's one of the handcrafted airports. Wow, that's expensive. It looks like we have to do a mission from where we already were. Or we can't take off there unless there's a mission there or if we're already there. But I definitely am going to do some free flights tomorrow, not some more campaign mode. And I'll write that down. I'll do free flight to there or from there. So if you want to see that, feel free to subscribe and I'll do that tomorrow. But for now, I would do missions if they were there, but it doesn't look like there is. Does anyone know how I can get to the light cargo mission that I unlocked? Maybe if I go in the list here. It's going to be a lot easier to find. Oh, nice. It tells me the credits right away, too. Maybe we should just go for a high-paying one. Skydive, 2,500. But this is, oh, this one's more and it's less time. Another Skyhawk, unfortunately, but that's okay. 70 miles, man. That's not going to take 45 minutes. It's going to take longer. Let's just see what else we have until we pick one. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I have no plans, specific plans for a free flight right now, so why not pick that airport for tomorrow? Helps me not have to pick one on my own too. Alright, so we can either do... We can't do the Bonanza because that's the one with no sound. Can we do this? No. We can do this for 1,200 credits. Sorry, I'm all over the place trying to read these. Let's just go ahead and do this. It says an hour, but it pays a lot. We'll try to get it done as fast as we can. Just making sure that we're not in a Beechcraft. I don't know. Let's just go for it. Let me actually write that airport down. Yeah, I hope it'll be gone for tomorrow. I think it will be, but Honestly, I don't know. With how the reviews went from it, I imagine they're working on it as fast as possible. Okay, I wrote it down. I mean, this is the one game I do think they're really trying to make it good. I don't know if you saw the interview with Jorg Newman, the head of it. He definitely seems like a genuine guy, and they seem like they really care about the game and people having access to it. So if this was a Call of Duty or something, and they had a queue, I wouldn't think they were trying to fix it that fast. But for this game, I really do think they want people to enjoy it. Out of most large companies these days, from what I've seen, they seem like the most genuine. Every company has issues, but this one seems like they try to care a bit more.
Hey team, Anika's group, you're up shortly. Got last minute questions? Now's the time. Take a nice deep breath. Keep those smiles wide and remember, you're about to make some amazing memories.
Have you seen if they've said anything else? Because when I was in the queue, I checked, and all they said, they had a tweet out that said, we're aware that some people are stuck at the 97% mark. If you're at 90%, we recommend a reboot. That was from like this morning when everyone started having their issues. But have you seen if they've said anything else? Once I got in, I stopped checking.
This party started.
I'm curious to know if they're addressing it.
Board the plane in the order we lined up at the clubhouse.
I don't actually have a Twitter account that I know to log into, so I wasn't able to look at the tweet. I just saw it on Google. When you search it up before you click on it and have to sign in.
Pilot, please welcome aboard our 2 skydivers of the day.
Yeah, the voices for
Give
the
them the royal treatment.
passengers
They're
really
prepped
could
and
use
set
some
for
work,
the
but
big leap. Let's do this,
it's
guys.
fine.
Okay,
Still better
Captain,
than any
we're good
voices in
the back.
2020.
Take us up and bring us back down with a big smile.
Okay, let's announce the taxi.
Echo
I don't think I'm going to
Delta
take you guys
10
down. You're
traffic
jumping out.
Cessna Delta. Tree Romeo November uniform is taxiing to runway tree.
No worries. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah, it's already 12:20. This is probably my last flight,
How's
but it is quite a long one.
We're
So that
here
doesn't
to
mean you
have
guys
a
need to
good
leave
and
yet
safe
if you don't
time.
want to.
And fun too.
I did not hear
Don't
where I'm
forget
taxiing.
to fasten your seatbelt. Final gear check. Helmet on. Altimeter.
I'm gonna
Ice shield.
guess.
Cool.
I guess we're lucky. It tells us where the hold short is, so let's look outside. I guess we have nowhere else to go but forward. So, while we still have these taxi ribbons on, we'll just use them. I'm used to having them off in 2020, but they were on already. I'm just going to keep them on for now. I don't really see an easy way to tell which taxiways are which without them, since we don't have the charts integration. And I'm not going to pull up my Navigraph account just for the career mode for now. When I go ahead and do free flights tomorrow, I probably will. And we'll turn off the assists. But just for enjoying the career mode today and getting a look at the game, I'm just going to leave everything kind of at the default settings. When you join, it asks you, do you want to fly with assists or not? I said no. But I think that doesn't include these visual ones, like the things in the sky and the taxi ribbon. And I actually went into the settings and I found what I thought was the sky gates, I think they're called, like the blue things in the sky, and I turned them off. And it didn't do anything. I still see them. But that's the very small problems to complain about when some people can't play the game, so I'm happy with having the gates on. That's fine. This is such a rough taxiway. Need to increase the budget here. There's no way this is needs to be this bad. There are driveways that are better than this. Well, every driveway is better than this. Unless you live in the country. For a plane, this is bit much. At least we have sound. Happy about that. What time will I be live? Tomorrow? I don't know, unfortunately. I'm gonna have a bit of a day at work. Bit longer of a day at work. But I'll probably be live about 6 to 7 p.m. I try to schedule them like 30 minutes to an hour minimum out from when I know. Once I'm home from work and I know when that is, I know how long it takes me to set up and if I need to eat dinner or anything like that, so I'll schedule it right away. So yeah, just maybe when it's scheduled, it should notify you, and then you can click notify for when it starts. I'm kind of notorious for setting it maybe 15 minutes early and then having to change it. So I'm trying not to do that, but yeah, I would say right now maybe between 5:30 and 7, probably closer to 6 or 7. And that's Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know what time zone that is, it's 12:30 p.m. for me right now. So you can judge your time based on that. Glad we haven't got a overspeed taxi yet. Now that I say that, I'm sure I'm gonna get it in a minute. I don't know why I'm holding onto the throttle so tightly. Not sure how big the camera is. It's not very big. You might not be able to see the logo. This is the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke, and the same Thrustmaster Boeing throttle quadrant that comes with it, in case you're curious. And I'm using Logitech G920, the wheel, the pedals that come with that. I'm using those as rudder pedals, which you have to do some work with some programs to make them work as rudder pedals, but once you get it working, they work really
Tango,
nicely.
Foxtrot, traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Romeo November uniform, taking off runway tree for departure to the north.
All right, let's go ahead. You guys just use military time there? From my account, you can probably see I'm Canadian. I live in Ontario. It's a province where a large majority of Canadians live. It's very densely populated compared to the rest of Canada. Amsterdam would definitely be a cool place to live. I imagine that's the airport you told me about. I already forget. Oh my gosh, I need a lot of power to get up this hill. You gotta be kidding me. Definitely not going to win any speed bonuses here. 0030 in military time right now. In real life. Just past midnight. Alright, let's go for it. Let's set our flaps as we're going, as a true professional would. Oh no, I didn't do my landing lights. They're going to be pissed. Okay, let's just crash instead. They'll be even more happy about that. This is now the second time that happened, so I'm kind of leaning on the side as it's not me, but it could be. This plane is very slidey at the beginning, and the throttle, the rudder just overcorrects for it. I've been able to control it a few times, but it's off and on. Once you make one overcorrection, it just goes crazy. 6 hours difference, 6:30. 6:30 in the morning? How long have you been up trying to join the game? I thought you were waiting for a couple hours already. Or if you stayed up all the way until 6:30, or if you just get up early. That's insane if you stay up this late. Trying to join. I mean, fair enough, because I would want to as well. That's insane.
All right, people, I'm your jump master. Everyone calls me Nova. Few reminders. Safety height okay. You can release your seatbelt. It's a
Yeah, you need
precaution in
to
case
go to
your plane
bed.
gets
What
in
time do you work?
trouble. You don't want
I work
to
at
be
like
stuck inside.
9, so I would be dead if I was up at 6:30.
10,800 feet. That's the big moment. Free fall lasts 60 seconds max. Then hit the sill, okay?
Missions are easy. They just take forever in this Skyhawk to get up to altitude. I wish we could do a skydiving mission, but in one of the high performance
Gonna be
planes.
super cold now. No, don't worry, it's not that chilly out there.
I don't think I have any high performance ones unlocked though that actually have the space for skydivers, or like the setup that they would require. But maybe I'm wrong. Oh, okay. You work an afternoon shift. That's good. Yeah, I used to work all types of different shifts when I worked in. I was a security guard for a while, and then I was an armed guard. So I'm definitely used to not typical schedule, but now I work a normal like 9 to 5, which was very different to get used to, but I like it now.
I love that part, the anticipation, the adrenaline. Hope I remember to pull the cord.
We'll just fly along further away from the axis approach while we gain altitude, and then we'll come back when we get closer to 10,000 feet. Just takes a very long time. That's why you get paid quite a bit for these missions. They're very easy to do. Yeah, don't expect to make easy money and fly through to airliners in career mode. But I like that, because you're only going to do it once. Once you get to an airliner, then you have the license. Unless you reset your career, so I don't mind it taking a little while. I mean, I'm still only on the first day playing, so... Just trying to trim the aircraft a bit.
Can we grab a quick drink before we jump?
Not a good idea now. Trust me. I'm sure you'd rather enjoy your jump than be worried about holding back.
Holding back what? I don't even know why they would ask that. Why? Who wrote that? Why are you asking to grab a drink? If you're that thirsty, you just do it. Oh, okay. Most of the writing makes sense, but that one I don't know. I'm excited to see when you're boarding like the main business jets, what the passengers do. Like if they're actually getting in their seats. Like, can you talk to them, or do they say anything? Yeah, it's whack.
So happy to jump with you all. So cool.
I mean, a couple of the comments maybe are what you hear in real life. It just sounds robotic. But, I mean, asking your instructor if you're allowed to have a drink. Okay. I mean, it's cooler than flying with no passengers and no audio at all, which is what we've got to compare it to 2020. And no mission at all. But yeah, it could use some work. And I'm sure, I mean, it's the first day. People are going to complain that the dialogue's whack, and that's... You know, how easy is that to change? Maybe they won't, but it's pretty easy if they want to change it. I mean, there's something like, I think they said there's 3 million generated missions. So, there's a lot of diversity.
Good idea to book this jump with us. From here, Freiburg and Breisgau is a real treat for the eye.
Basically, you're playing now? That's awesome. That's what you mean if your game's working? That's awesome. Yeah, for sure. before I knew much about the new additions to the game, if I didn't play as much as I did, I wouldn't buy the 2024 version. Like, there's a lot of great improvements to how aircraft work and how the world looks and everything, and a lot of reasons to buy it, but I think the biggest one is by far career mode. And that's the main reason I bought it. There's just so much to do. Even when I had fun doing free flights, but I kind of really more thought about it. My girlfriend actually told me, like, what's the point?
Want to say something before the big leap, sis?
Like, not that there's no point in flying, but
Okay,
like it's
now I'm freaking out.
definitely like you're not making money flying an airliner, just setting departure and arrival. You're not getting any experience. You're logging in your flight hours and having fun, but that's about it. So it's nice to actually earn money from it and make it like basically your job. Actually see the people that you're transporting and not just having the number of, you know, he says you have 180 passengers on your screen and you go in the cabin and there's nobody there. It just adds a whole level of realism and purpose to the game.
Now is the time.
Of course, I'm stalling out here. It is not the time to jump right now.
Never been more ready.
We have like a quarter of the way to go. How am I playing? Yeah, I just got lucky, I think. This morning, I definitely, it was more not luck, I just timing. I downloaded it right at 11 a.m. my time, which is when it came out. Opened it right away. The loading screen took about 30-40 minutes, the same as everyone else at that time. Played the entire first episode of the career on my channel, which you can see. Then after that, my game crashed, and then I'm in the same boat as you guys for hours. I was in the queue for about 2 hours. I scheduled a stream, and then I canceled it. I scheduled it for tomorrow, thinking I'm not going to get in. And I thought, okay, I'll go do something else. So I quit the game, and I opened it again just to see if that would work. And I went and did something else, and lo and behold, about 40 minutes later in the queue, the game just started. So I rescheduled the stream to like 30 minutes away from when it was, instead of tomorrow. And ever since then, I've just been playing it. So, like, there's no issues once you get in. I haven't crashed again, which is great. But yeah, the queue, there's just no trick. I looked up everything, there's a way around it, different servers, anything like that. There's just no way around it. Just seems completely by chance. So I think it was probably a bad idea that I reset. I wouldn't recommend that. But I mean, after I restarted, it was a shorter wait, but I think I just got lucky. I don't think that's the ultimate way to do it. You probably should just wait if you're in the queue. I mean, tomorrow if you got to go to work or something, and just leave it on the queue when you're gone. Worst case, you know, midday it's going to join the start menu and then just sit there. Well, if it crashes out, then you got to join again when you get home, but hopefully there's just no queue at all tomorrow. Hopefully it just works. Yeah, I always forget to announce it, but I don't really know when it's 2 minutes. And I'm not good at judging it. It takes so long to climb. That's okay. Yeah, it's just luck. Yeah, I'd say if you're going to work, especially you, Dennis, 'cause I know you're going to work, just leave the game on the queue. If it crashes when you're gone, worst case, you get home and start the queue again, which is what you'd be doing if you didn't leave it on the queue in the first place. And best case, you're going to get home and your game is ready to play. I think overnight I'll turn my game off to see if it fixes some issues, and then I'll just start it up again before I leave for work tomorrow. So if I get home again and there's still issues going on, then at least it's started up and I can play. I've also heard that if you're in the queue and you get that server problem message, don't close your game. I don't know if that's still the most recent information, but I was watching a stream and it happened to them and they said that, and then they waited, I think, 5-10 minutes. and the error went away, and then they were only in the queue for a few more minutes and their game started. So yeah, if you see that like error message, don't quit the game. I feel like we got to 10,000 faster this time than the last time. We're almost there. And we'll try to descend extremely rapidly. This last time we didn't get the speed bonus for completing the mission in time. Oh, right, you're on Xbox. Yeah, I don't know. I remember I had that issue too, because I think it's for like overheating when it's idle. Isn't there like a way? I haven't been on Xbox for like, I don't know, close to 10 years. Isn't there a way for you to remotely turn it on now? But I guess, I don't know if that would be able to launch the game. I remember when I was last played early Xbox One days, I thought there was a way to like start the game on your account or something and your Xbox would turn on and start. Okay, yeah, you can change your settings. Yeah, just make sure it's not in a, terribly confined or warm area. Because that's probably the reason it turns off, is for overheating. I could have sworn they were working on that. Maybe they never went through, but that was like the thing of the future when I was still back on Xbox, that like we were going to be able to start the games whenever we were away. So you could like download stuff while you were at school. Well, who knows? Maybe that never happened. Maybe I'm misremembering. I think I've had this PC for like a year, and then my last one for probably like 5 or 6 years, so I haven't been on Xbox in a while. Yeah, okay, I was thinking they had something like that. Yeah, maybe looking to see if there's like a remote launch thing that you can do. Could have sworn there was. Alright, looks like we're almost at the drop point. One mile. Yeah, we've definitely been more than 2 minutes since they yelled at me for not announcing at 2 minutes, so they definitely need to train better with that, because I mean there's been no explanation of how you know when you're 2 minutes away or how you can estimate it. Okay, yeah, I guess it might not work if that's the case, but hopefully you can find some way. Or just, I mean, the ideal situation is that the queue just isn't, there's just no queue. And I hope it just works off the bat. But I mean, I kind of doubt tomorrow it will. A lot of people that would have gave up today, and they're going to all try to join tomorrow. I think by the third day, you're going to have no problem, and I hope by tomorrow you won't, but I kind of doubt it. But I'll cross my fingers for you. And for me, because who knows if mine's going to work tomorrow. Just because I got in today doesn't mean I have some special pass to get in tomorrow. Luckily, I can leave my computer on, though. That's the main benefit. So I will be doing that before I leave for work. I'm going to start it up. Or my girlfriend's actually home tomorrow, I think, so she can start it up too. to jump? I think I gotta tell him to jump now.
Now. Jump, people, jump.
There we go. Let's keep it stable. Their screams here are pretty cool. Like it sounds pretty realistic. They're little woohoos. See, I can't stay in the path they want to though. If I do that, I'm gonna be completely unstable for them. Try to level off. Maybe I'm just misjudging it though. I'm probably like turning left and I just don't realize. Alright, let's go back to that path. So now it's the jumpers are away.
9D, 3 RNU divers clear.
Alright.
Well done, Cap.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah, we can all just hope. I'm just gonna dive like crazy here because there is a bonus or like some kind of points for getting there as fast as possible. I think it's for doing the whole mission as fast as possible, but I can't really control the ascent rate on this thing. I didn't do it as efficiently as I did last time, but I can control the descent, so let's just go crazy with it. As long as I don't pass. Did I seriously have my flaps down? Oh my gosh. I've never forgot that while flying an airliner. Maybe once. I would say never though, just by. But I always forget it in this thing. But to be fair, when I'm flying airliners, I'm doing full checklists, and I'm not doing that here. Alright, let's keep diving. I'm just trying to dive until I reach this blue line, and then I'll turn into it. Or we're gonna break the aircraft here. Drop him quick. Actually, I'm going to turn even earlier than the blue lines because it's usually a pretty conservative, proper approach. I honestly don't think I'm going to do a proper approach here. Where's the runway at? I've been flying proper quite a lot, so I just want to get this done because you get more money that way, supposedly. But I'm not sure if the speed bonus is like the faster you go, the more you get, or if it's just you hit a certain time, you get it, and if you don't, you don't. I think it is, where it's a certain time, there's just a cutoff. But we'll race in there and see what we can do. This thing's going crazy at 125 knots. It's shaking all over. Can't imagine that's easy, especially with no door. Looks like we're making pretty good time. We haven't slowed down. Might even need to add some more power soon. I have the throttles up a little bit, probably about 10-20%. Oh, that's great. YLM. I mean, I don't want to tell anyone in a queue to restart because that's on you if you don't get in again. But I mean, worst case, you could try, I guess. Even then, if you're not going to play today, maybe just go try to launch it just to see what happens. YLN says theirs worked. Just if you're curious. That's great to hear. Maybe you got really lucky, or maybe they did fix it. I imagine they're working like crazy. They're not a company to just wait a couple days because they, just released the game. They're going to go crazy until it works. They kind of have to with the reviews especially, but I think they would anyway, honestly. It is unfortunate to see the reviews tank so much from a bad launch, but I mean, it was a bad launch. There's plenty of people that don't want to wait, and they did pay a lot of money. I'm a little bit more... I find it odd, the people that are really complaining about waiting and how bad the launch is when they got it on Game Pass. Like, definitely you can still complain. It's terrible and the wait is long, and you shouldn't be that long. Like, when you're playing for free, I just feel like you should have lower expectations for a free game. Or for a game you're getting for free anyway. But I mean, you're still paying for your Game Pass, so I guess it's not fully true. But it's like, what, $10 a month?
Echo Delta Tango 5
Yeah, you should check.
traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Romeo November uniform is on final runway tree for to land.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that they prioritize anyone who paid for the game though, or any like, you know, levels of purchases, which I have seen online a little bit, which I'm glad to see. Like, I've seen streamers who have the Aviation Edition stream for 6-7 hours today, and 1 hour of it is playing the game. So there's no favorites or specialties, it's just all luck. I know some people were saying that. I saw Aaron Reen streaming, and he launched the game with almost no waiting, and everyone thought that was the case, but he had plenty of issues in his game. He only had a couple planes available, so it's all just luck. Okay. Not the best landing, but I'm trying to get in as fast as possible. He's still telling me I wasn't the best for speed. Oh, that's fine. Let me see if this quarter actually opens. It's too late to use it, but I know people are wondering if it's working. I don't even have it available. I'm probably gonna have to go in the just like in 2020 to turn it on, you have to go in the experimental options to enable it, so that's probably why I don't have it there. Never actually got the replay mode to work on 2020 though, but I tried it twice.
Echo Delta Tango Foxtrot traffic Cessna Delta. Tree Romeo November uniform is taxiing to parking.
Looks like we're not going to get in trouble for that. We always get in trouble for taxiing too early. That's great. Can't see over the dash, but it's nice that we have the glass cockpit, the screens. So you can see where the center line is. Let's go for the external view. This game looks great. Kind of surprised we didn't get a deduction for taxiing too fast, but that's good. Wasn't that quick, but I just seem to always get things for it. I'm impatient. Unless I'm on VATSIM. Let's do a bit of a burnout here. I guess not a burnout. Skid mark. How's the game looking, Dana? You got it started up? Oh, nice. That's awesome.
You've
So you're gonna
finally
play,
saved a
or are you
lot of
gonna
gas today,
still go to
and
sleep?
that makes the boss happy.
Imagine it's pretty
Congratulations.
tempting to just stay up. Maybe you're feeling too sick to work. Yeah, for sure. I mean, me too, because I'm probably gonna keep streaming for a bit longer. If people want to see it, I'll keep going. I've stayed up much later for not streaming reasons, just for gaming on my own, so may as well. All right, I will be right back though. I'm just gonna head to the washroom real quick. All right, I'm back. I forget everything that is available to me and what we're saving up for, so let's just check that again. So yeah, multi-engine 15, but someone told me instrument. We're gonna do instrument first. I think that's a good idea, because that is gonna do some easier routes for sure. But then you're gonna play for 1 hour. That's a good idea. I mean, maybe it's not a good idea because of work, but I can't blame you for sure. Yeah, I think instrument's gonna give us some easy long flights, which might be a bit more boring for stream, but I'll definitely, put one on out of stream to get some credits. And maybe it won't, maybe I'm wrong. But I imagine that's gonna give us some good paying stuff. And of course, instruments are for low visibility, so I imagine anything in low visibility is gonna pay more. Oh, that's so good to hear. I'm glad they fixed it, as everyone's thinking they were gonna fix it tomorrow. So they're gonna be very happy to wake up and see that. I mean, not to crush hopes at all, but I gotta at least point out that it is much later for everybody. So obviously there's a lot less people trying to play. and that won't be the case necessarily tomorrow, but any people have all different time zones, so tomorrow they're going to be playing at all different times, unlike when the launch happened. They're all trying to play at once, so I think if it works now, it's going to work. I mean, like you said, for you, it's, you know, what, 7 a.m. now? That's, I mean, a lot of people are just waking up to play because it didn't work for them yesterday. So I think we're looking good. Happy to hear that. When mine launched, I was very happy, so I could only imagine. Let's just go on the mission list and see what we got. Something good paying. Hopefully that plane that we used for the check ride, the Cessna, that has a high power. If I could ferry one of those, that'd be ideal. I don't know what it's called though. I'll know it if I see it. Okay, why do we have 3 missions now? Oh, there we go. Good. Just seems to be wherever you're looking. What's this? Oh, that's the Bonanza again. That's the one with no sound. Oh, 3,000. Please tell me this is something. Oh, this is a new plane too. Awesome. It's an hour and a half, but I mean it's 3,000 credits and it's a new plane, so I gotta do it. Looks like we're in the snow. Cool. 92 miles. Yeah, let's go for it. Don't know what plane this is. Oh, it's this thing. Cool. I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen the movie Oblivion, and I mean, now that I said it looked like that and I looked it up, it's a bit off, but just because I thought about it right when I saw it released, this plane reminds me of that, the thing they fly around in Oblivion. I think it's just obviously the cockpit being like a ball like that. But I like that movie quite a bit, so I like this plane quite a bit. But to be fair, I haven't seen that in like forever. Now look at this thing. This is so cool. Looks like it's got like a CRT TV. Hardly looks like an instrument panel. Oh, this is awesome. I'm excited. I thought this was going to be another slow plane. Still have trouble getting some of these markers. Like the chalks here. Come on. Guess if you just look at it from a different angle. I don't know where the potato tube is on here. This thing's super cool. Oh, it looks like it's over there. Come on, right flap. This side. Let's do the cover. I think we're good to get in. Is it gonna work? It's just loading, or maybe it's you actually have to manually get in this one. All the other ones, when you open the door, you get in automatically. Alright, let's go to the cockpit view. I can hear my cat in the background.
Hey Cap, Maximilian here. Thanks for stepping up for this ferry flight.
Definitely has a less futuristic cockpit than I thought it would.
Ferry back to Molly's Mill is this freshly revised Optica. The owner had to get his aircraft repaired over there.
Can I close the
Now
door?
that it's fixed, he needs someone to fly it back to him. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Andreas Bremer. Treat this aircraft like a newborn baby. That's it for me. See you.
Alrighty. Let's see. Request our clearance so we know where we're taking off from. Well, I can assume it's obviously the 2-1.
5 Romeo Zulu Whiskey request taxi for takeoff departure to the south.
Another aircraft that doesn't have an EFB tablet in it, but we can just open it up. Just test the controls.
Contact tower on 125.18 when ready.
Acknowledge the clearance.
Taxiing hold short runway 21 using taxiway Bravo cross runway 0. Treat Charlie Lima Golf Hotel.
Looks like we had a cross and taxi on the other side there. So let's close this. Parking brake and throttle. Well, it pulls to the left. Okay, I think the throttle rudder was just stuck to the left. What does this say? Okay. There we go. Instrument self-test. Okay. I think we're good. I think that's just the comms menu. Not sure if it's a GPS too. I would think it is. GPS. Oh, okay. That's not what that's for. Menu. Not sure if it is a map or if it's just for comms. Yeah, map range. Okay, there's definitely a map here. Let me just stop here for a second, see if I can figure this out. Voices in Dutch is really ugly, yeah, I can imagine. They've not been great in any language so far, but they're okay in English. Does anyone know what I pushed to get to the map? Procedures, flight plan. Okay, that's that. Or is that just the range for this? I don't need it. Oh, and it worked. Just changing the map range goes to the map. Sounds good. Such a weird aircraft. Alright, let's get to the runway. It says hold short at the where we're supposed to be taking off, but so I think we're just supposed to cross right away. He gave us clearance to cross, so we're not going to stop and talk to them. We'll just go ahead. It would look like we have to go down the runway, but we actually have to cross here and go to this taxiway. Ah, okay. If you don't follow the line exactly, it gets upset. So it thinks you're trying to take off. They know the ATC said cross runway. Usually they say hold short of runway. If they required you to announce it or ask them to cross. So I don't think they're mad that I went across at all. I think they're just mad that I went off the taxiway, technically. Because I cut that corner. And I've been idle for a long time. This thing really rolls. I mean, obviously it's giving some power when it's idle too, but not much. It's nice to see the center line. It's very easy with this. Such a long taxi. Don't know if you, I know you're probably playing, but what are you doing first? Are you trying to join career mode too, or are you going to do a free flight? keep making overcorrections and just go on either side of this line. It's a small plane, it doesn't really matter. Still have over a mile. Nice, okay. Just remember, you can't earn any credit until you get your CPL, not your PPL. So you have to do the PPL, the 2 free flights, or first flights, I mean. And then you can get your CPL. And then you can go make money. I wonder if I can check my logbook, actually. I'm curious how many flight hours I've actually got from all this time. I went through all of this earlier. Maybe in the sky again. Once we get flying, I'll go through it. It's got some useful and cool things on here. You can check your all your checklists and stuff. You can check your logbook right in here, which is neat. Your total distance and when you did it and everything. I have 3 flight hours, 348 miles in the sky. It's not bad. 8 airports. That's not bad for first day. I mean, we're about to get a lot more with this flight too. Another 100 nautical miles almost. That's just track miles, so knowing me, I'll do even more than that. Yeah, this thing must just put out a lot of power when it's in idle. I've been idle the whole time since they started the taxi. We're cruising at a good speed. Makes it easy to taxi, that's for sure. Yeah, no worries. I know someone earlier asked, you know, how come you couldn't earn credits because they had their PPL, but they didn't know they had to get the commercial. This is probably the longest taxi I've done so far. This is huge. Let's go back on the map here. We're almost there. I'm sure we could have turned in here in real life and taken off. We don't need the whole runway of this thing, I'm sure, but we'll use it. I mean, it makes us use it, so we have to. Free flight, if you had this plane, you could probably just take off right from there. Looks like there's still no charts in the game, because there is a chart menu here, by the way, and they're saved in this flight. And there's nothing here, no options. I don't know if that's just where it goes when you clip them, it says. No clip charts. I don't know what that means. Put them on your clipboard, and if you have to like get them from somewhere in the game and it's available. But I imagine that's where they go and save. Once you save them, and here they should be. All the ones for this flight should be available, I'm guessing, and they aren't. So I'm thinking that's just not in the game yet. I mean, luckily I have a Navigraph for charts, so I'll have them for tomorrow, but it would be nice to see them in the game. That's pretty big for a lot of people, especially for people who don't want to pay for Navigraph, because there's definitely free charts online. It's just, I mean, Navigraph is paid for a reason. It's very easy to use. It's integrated with the game and everything. I mean, when you're on PC, so. And like there's apps for it and stuff. It's very hard to do realistic flight without the charts, because you need them for flight plans, departure, arrival, and you even just something as simple as taxiing. Without a chart, I couldn't do it without this giant blue line. I mean, obviously you can use the taxi signs, but you still got to know where you're going in advance. Otherwise, you're going to be stopping for a few minutes at each intersection. And if it's anything like 2020, there are plenty of them that are wrong. Like the signs are just not even the right signs. Is this the hold short point? It is a hold short point. I think we got a taxi on the runway as well, but just trying to avoid them getting mad at me. I think because of our runway mishap earlier, it's already considered us on the runway, so that's why. I think if we didn't do that, it would make us stop there and announce it. Okay, we're at the start. Finally, ready for takeoff. I am actually going to just stop and check the lights on this thing first. Because for the Skyhawk, it doesn't make you do anything with lights. But for the Bonanza, it did. So let's see. Let's just do lights on here. Do our landing lights. Do a strobe light and a nav light. And we'll just leave it at that for now. I think it's mostly worried about the landing lights. Alright, let's go for it. I have no idea what the rotation speed is for this, so I'll just wait till it starts to get light. And I'll pull. I'll try 60. I'm guessing around a 60 is right. Yeah, there we go. The gear up if there is any. Feels weird, very weird to fly seeing right below you like that. Quite a different perspective. I think it does seem to climb pretty nicely. Right. I did get it with the high performance endorsement, so that makes sense. It is pretty high performance. Wow, yeah, thanks for going to be way down there. And of course, this is just a suggestion, but we're way above. Let's just do our climb to 2,000 feet. We're at 1250. If you don't know how to read these dials, this big hand here is the 1000s. This is the 100s. This little one here is the 10,000s. So we're at above 1, so it's 1. Obviously, it's between the two, so you already know it's 1500. But you could just use it like a normal clock. It's above the 1, so it's 1000, and this is at 6, so it's 600. Airspeeds, self-explanatory. What plane is that? Good question for the name. Is the orbits? I think it's like called like the orbits. As soon as I level off here, I'm gonna look it up. And I got a lot to think about. I forget about stuff like that. It's definitely new with the 2024. Looks quite interesting. I have tried to put the gear up, so I'm imagining these are fixed gear. Yeah, doesn't look like they have anywhere to go. Okay, well, we're above 2,000. I don't think that matters, though. I think as long as we're at 2,000, we're good. Do we have any pitch wheels? Let's do that. Change frequency.
Delta 5 Romeo Zulu Whiskey frequency change.
Just looking at the plane list right here. Oh man, I really should look where I'm going. Thought I was all lined up. Don't text and fly. Should be pretty easy to find on this list. Maybe I should look forward to. Found it. Arrow, something that's too hard to see. Too low res of a picture. Called the Aero Elvira by the company Optica. So the Optica Aero Elvira. So I couldn't remember it off the tip of my tongue. It's quite the name. I'm just gonna put it at almost full throttle so we can get to where we need to go. I don't want to stress the engines too much, but look at this, even the key dangles, that's pretty neat. Yeah, it's a super cool plane. Got a great view. Seeing the winter, it's just such a different experience in flight sim. Looks great. Early in the stream, I took off from a snowy runway too, and it wasn't covered in snow, just the airport was, and seeing the snow come off the plane was pretty cool. Seems like a lot of the buttons work in the sim, a lot more than in 2020 for the base planes. Sure, there still is some inoperatives, especially in the airliners, but so far I haven't found any in these little planes. Let's turn off the landing lights. Got a long one. Not sure if I'll do the whole flight or if we'll skip so we can enjoy some more takeoff and landings. Obviously you lose on experience and money by skipping, but you can also do more missions so you can get more money that way. I think I'll do the flight. I like this little plane. It's pretty unique. Never seen anything like it. Oh no. I mean, my game crashed once early on, so hopefully you get your one crash and that's it, like me. But yeah, I really hope you're not in the queue. But if that guy had it work right away and you did too, maybe the queues are gone. But you can only hope. So let me know for sure. I know there's some other people here just watching, which is perfectly fine, but just curious if anyone else is having queue issues still, or if you guys are just you don't own the game, or if you're waiting to play, or what. I'll fly from outside for a while. Enjoy the mountains. I'll go a little further away so it's not too loud. Crossing my fingers for you. I think this thing can do a spin. Looks like it wants to. No, okay. It's not going fast enough. It's not an aerobatic plane. I'm asking too much of it. Sure, at the right altitude it'd be fine, but camera? Yeah, I have no control of my camera. Let's go back inside. Oh, no queue. Great. It's good to hear. The worst washing the dishes. Nice. I really need to do that too, but it's hard to do that while you're flying. It's release day. Things can wait till tomorrow. I usually watch something or at least have music on when I watch them too. Helps it go by so much faster. I appreciate all the people staying here to watch. It's my first time with more than like 2 or 3 viewers on my stream. I've only been streaming for maybe a week. All Farm Sim stuff when that just released Farm Sim 25. So I'll definitely do more streams of that as well. And I play that multiplayer with my girlfriend mostly, and we're gonna have a Let's Play series on the Asian map come out soon, so that'll be fun. And if you enjoy Farm Sim, stick around for that stuff. Probably gonna play some ATS once in a while. I have some videos on my channel of that. But definitely Flight Sim is my primary game for a while. It's really good. It's way less of a difference from the last Farm Sim to this Farm Sim as Flight Sim is. That's for sure. But I mean, it's kind of like that every year. I'm not someone to complain about it being like a reskin or something. They can only do so much. It's a farm simulator. You can't just change farming. And they've already had it kind of down pat. So what they added some crops and they redid a lot of things. Ground deformation is a thing now, which is, it works nicely. It's subtle, but that's kind of nice. It's a good game, I think. If you don't play a lot, it might not be worth the upgrade from 22 right now. Because going from 22 with like 300 mods to 25 with no mods, and 25 released with less stuff than they usually do, because they wanted to focus on the new features and they're going to add more content for free. So it's really limiting to have, like, you want to buy a tractor for $100,000 and you're choosing between 3 and 2 of them are the same, instead of choosing between like 40. So I'd give it some time if you're not a crazy player, but you know you're going to get it anyway, may as well get it and check it out. I think it's worth it. Especially, obviously, more about the mods for maps. There's no maps out yet. They haven't given the engine to modders yet, so there's definitely mods, and I guess a bunch of new ones since I played last, just 2 days ago. But not maps yet, and there won't be maps for a little while. The original maps are really nice, but obviously they're original giant maps, so they're 1x, like they're just 2 by 2 kilometers. And modded maps are typically like 4 giants maps, or bigger, which can be a bit more fun to play. Yeah, we did a bunch of live streams, like 5 live streams on Riverbend Springs, the American map. And then we're going to try our first recorded series on the Asian map. Well, if you've never played, then it's definitely a good game to get. Yeah, it's only really a debate when you had 22. If you just want to play a farm sim and you want to get one, then I would say get 25. It will become just as good. It'll become better than 22 when the mods come out. It's just in that bit of a gray period when it's new and the modders haven't had access to it for a while. For long, I mean. But yeah, we actually recorded our first episode for that Asian map, and then like planting rice and stuff, and completely had the audio messed up and wasn't recording her voice at all, so we're gonna have to redo it, which is fine. We recorded it yesterday so I could have it released today, because I knew I'd be flying in this. That didn't work out, but that's how it is. We'll probably do that tomorrow, but I'm also gonna play Flight Sim tomorrow too. So yeah, if you want to check it out, there's a bunch of live streams on my account, but they're obviously live streams. They're not as quick-paced, exciting. They're very long. So feel free to subscribe, and you'll see quicker, more edited episodes coming pretty soon. I think by the end of the week for sure, there'll be episode 1 out, maybe even more than that. when you get into play, you usually do it for quite a while, so we'll probably record a few episodes at a time. Just a matter of how fast I can edit them. Sounds good, man. Thank you. $72 more miles. This is a long one. I always think the jobs are very well paying, and then I see why. I mean, it is well paying, but for this distance. I cut it as much as I can. How fast am I going here? Oh, I'm going 80 knots. See if I can just push the throttle into the red. It wasn't broken for me. Infinite loading. I mean, there are, like, obviously ferry flights in tons of different locations, so maybe it's the area you're in or the plane you chose. Although it's probably the Skyhawk, so maybe just try quitting and not quitting the game, but quitting that mission. Trying a different ferry flight. Yeah, I did a couple ferry flights, and this is one. This is the ferry flight. 80 knots is very slow. Well, at least we're going 90. It's not my plane, so I can push it into the red the whole way. It's up to you guys, though. I can press Shift N or Alt N and skip to the descent. I'm only going to take a small penalty, and I can do more missions that way, so really we're going to make the same either way. So yeah, let me know in the chat if you want me to skip to the descent and do more missions, or do this long cruise here. I think this one pays somewhere in the mid 2000s of credits. 23 or 2500. Last time I did a small skip, and I still got a bonus for no skip for XP, so tempted to just skip anyway just to see if I even get the bonus. Interesting. Yeah, my first one was in the US just because I started my home airport there, but yeah, if you started your home airport there, it's the only place. Maybe just try another one, like same area, but just, you know, a different mission. I mean, worst case, maybe try restarting your game. Now that I've heard there's no queues. Yeah, cool bug. Yeah, is anyone against me skipping it? You want to see the whole thing? Otherwise, I'll try that out, because if I'm still going to get the bonus, then I may as well. This is probably going to be like 40 more minutes otherwise. Oh, that is weird. Now that I think about it, the ferry flight is not the first one. I was thinking of first flight. So yeah, I chose my home airport in the US too. And yeah, the first ferry flight was in the UK, you're right. That was the same for me. But I didn't have any problems opening it up. So that's why some missions I'm doing are in the UK. It lets me in, then some are in the US. In Idaho, where I started mine. I'm gonna skip it. Oh, hold. Have a good night, Thor. Thanks for subscribing, so I'm sure I'll see you around at some point. Blue skies, no queues, I love that. That's the new quote for the game. Yeah, 1:33 where I am too, so I definitely should head to bed soon-ish. I do work in the morning, but hey, when you got flights ain't working, you got to do it. Have a great night, man. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Like I said, this is my first time with more than 2 or 3 viewers, so very happy to have you here. See ya. I salute you too, but I don't have a face cam working right now. Mostly because it kind of clog up my screen, but I might do it at some point. Not really against it, but I already got the controls camera, so. Ciao. I mean, I know plenty of people do a face cam at the same time too. It's not like it, I mean, I guess it provides more personality, but it doesn't help too much during the flight. I think seeing the yoke and the throttle kind of gives you more an idea what I'm actually doing, especially if you're an external view. But I know I'm lucky to have a yoke, which is fun to play with, and not everyone does, so they kind of want to see how it works. Even the controller is easier to use than a keyboard, though, for flying. I know a lot of people play this game on Xbox, so. And it can be completely guessing for all the approach speeds with this plane, but that's fine. We'll either make it a nice approach or not, but either way we'll get it on the ground and get the money. It's not our plane. Going about 70 now. Two miles out. Just bring it back a bit more. We're gaining lots of speed as we descend. Oh wow, what a final this is. This is super cool. Right in between the mountains, this is beautiful. Is that an overspeed warning? What is that? That's an underspeed warning. Stalling. Oops. I've pressed enter, by the way, if you see the top right where it says press enter to contact ATC. I did do that, which is why it's green. Just he's not going to announce the position if it's not in the right spot to announce. Just wants you to make sure you do it on time. Alright, we're getting too much speed again. I'm just going to throttle down. This looks like a really steep descent. It's super cool to see. I'm going to have to put my flaps down at some point too, but I don't want to overspeed them. I'm just going to do a bit of a maneuver here to lose a bunch of speed. Try to do a slip maneuver. I remember how to do that right with the rudder. I think that I definitely wasn't perfect. It didn't work completely, but I did lose a bunch of airspeed. Alright, putting the flaps down now. Wow, look at this approach. I'm not doing that. I'm going to mess that up. I'm just going to go in. If that's how you're supposed to do it, then that's how you're supposed to do it, but... Oh yeah, well... What am I supposed to do? The runway's right there. I'll try to do a slip again. Yeah, we're just gonna get those. That's how it's gonna happen. Let's put the flaps all the way down. Let's get a lot of penalties. So let's get to the runway. Man. Alright, I'm gonna do a bit of a circle here. Absolute worst approach you've seen so far. But to be fair, this is the most aggressive approach I've ever seen. Both in flight sim and in real videos. I will not be returning to this airport until I'm a professional. I probably should have lost more speed during that turn. I thought I was lower than I was. We're just gonna go in and see how this goes. Wish me luck. It's a long runway, we'll make it work. Try to lose all my speed right here. I can bleed it off. Land. Promise when you see me fly airliners, it's not going to be this. Small planes though, I have no promises. Just float this thing down. I'm still pushing the nose down. It does not want to go down. We're still not on the ground. Flare in it. Yeah, well. For that approach, that was a good landing. For any other approach, it was not. Yep. Well, they told me to stay at the whole shore, and I thought that was much further ahead. That's okay. Let's get to the parking stand. It's a beautiful airport, though. This is the kind of terrain I was talking about that 2024 does differently. Look at that. That's just way different. That's so much nicer. It's a plane. I'll show you from the outside. It's super weird. Look at this thing. Sorry, my game stutters a bit when I go on the outside view, but it's fine after a second. Well, engine's right in the middle, and it's a propeller craft. Such a weird aircraft. The Optica something. Arrow something. Optica Arrow. Picture it in my head, I just don't know how to say it. Pretty cool though. I'm glad they had it in the career mode for us to try out. It's not something I would probably pick in free flight, that's for sure. Alright. Let's see how much this gives us with that skip. It's either going to take a lot off, which is fine because we saved like 40 minutes. And that's fine if we lose a lot of money. We'll have other time. But let's see if it glitches out basically and gives us all our money. And even a bonus for not skipping like last time. Yep, it's perfectly fine with me. A B is way better than I thought I would get with that approach. Yeah, there is the no skip bonus. Wow, that's interesting. I'm gonna do a test then. No skip bonus. No loss for skipping. We need to use that for today. I'm gonna jump right into missions without looking at anything. We're gonna test something. We're gonna pick the longest, most expensive mission we can find, and we're gonna skip the taxi, the takeoff, everything it lets us skip, we're gonna skip. See what happens. Oh, 2,600. 3,400. 2-hour flight. Let's see what happens. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be doing this whole 2-hour flight. May have just found an easy way to make money in this game so far. I don't want to use it too much, it's cheap, but we'll use it once. I'm just curious if it works. $237,000 XP for it as well. Oh, look at this thing. Horizon Cargo. So this is the first cargo mission we've done. Although to be fair, we're cheating on this one. We're not actually doing it. If it lets us, that is. And just look at this game. Oh wow, she okay, that's better. Yeah, that's concerning. Don't go far away from people. Let's just quickly do the necessary stuff. We're not going to do the inspection. Just because it's a test. Start up the engines.
Captain, thanks for being available.
By the way, you just push this
I'm Julia,
bottom right
hangar
button here.
manager.
And that turns that navigation on.
Today's orders are to get this 172 Skyhawk over to Stuttgart ASAP.
172, that's a
owner had to get her
good way to say
aircraft
that.
repaired over there. Now it's ready, so she needs someone to fly it back to her.
Oh, this is just a ferry flight. I thought it was a
She's
cargo
already
flight.
waiting
It's just
for it. Her name's Mrs.
clearly the
Celine
plane is
Mercer.
meant
Safe
for cargo.
flying, Captain.
But we're not actually doing a cargo mission. So now it's our taxi.
Lima Sierra Papa November Traffic Cessna, Hotel Bravo. Hotel Victor uniform is taxiing to runway Tree.
I haven't done the tail dragger certification. But even without anything, just with the commercial, it was not. I haven't actually done any of the sightseeing missions because I think they're just for experience. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. I have ferry flights available. That was the first thing. And then once I did one, I think I did a couple. You actually have to do a couple. And then it gave me skydiving. Then I did a couple of those. And now I have cargo missions, it says. But I haven't actually seen one pop up. So I'm kind of confused about that, but I guess we'll look around for them on the map a bit more after this kind of cheat test here. So Alt-N, we're going to skip the takeoff. You're about to be amazed if this works, I imagine. We're all going to be. Okay, that didn't skip the takeoff, but it skipped the taxi.
Lima Sierra Papa November Traffic Cessna, Hotel Bravo. Hotel Victor uniform, taking off runway Tree.
Sure, lots of people are going to love to do this for every single flight. I'm just going to do it for one if it works. I mean, I'm kind of hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping it just gives us 100 credits for skipping everything. Not 3,000. I'm not going to complain for an extra 3,000. We got to do the initial climb, so let's put our flaps down. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a bug for you. Everyone has their own list of their own problems. Like, I had the aircraft with no sound. Seems that everyone has their own bug. I know a lot of people aren't even getting all the planes in the game, so hopefully that one's fixed. That's obviously more major, especially if you were hoping to play with a specific plane and it didn't load in. Luckily the Skyhawk did for me, so career mode wasn't affected. We're just going to do the climb and wait till the next skip, which I think as soon as we're in the cruise phase, it's going to ask if we want to skip the cruise phase. I think we're going to have to do this climb first. I had no fix. My fix was not to use it anymore. Oh, is it the Skyhawk for you? Because then I would just say restart the game. Just because all the missions are starting with that. Mine was after I got the high performance certification. It's the Beechcraft Bonanza. And it looks like, you know, only a few missions use that plane. So I just haven't bothered restarting, especially with all the problems. And hopefully it'll be fixed tomorrow. But yeah, I unfortunately had no fix for it. Every other fix has literally just been to restart, though. I don't think anyone's having persistent, the same persistent bug after restarting, like things not loading in, planes not loading in. So if you really, really need it, this is a plane you want to fly, or it's like the Skyhawk, the plane you're going to fly every mission for a while, then I would say restart. Okay, let's skip to the descent. Remember, we're just trying to see if we get all our bonuses. Well, really, just if we make the full money even. We don't need the bonus. So remember, this mission's supposed to take an hour and a half. Restart fixed it for me. Perfect, okay. Yeah, if I have an important plane, like this, if the Skyhawk suddenly stopped working, I would restart, but for now, we're okay.
Hotel Bravo. Hotel Victor Uniform.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's... For me, I would just restart, because that's obviously the main plane you're going to use for a while. It's very weird to fly without sound, so... Yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough, but... I don't know what I would do if I were you, but... To be fair, I think 3 people in this chat at least have restarted or started their game for the first time just recently in the past hour, and it's had no issues. But obviously, it's different everywhere in the world, so you can only hope. Maybe even if you just really want to play tonight, just hop on free flight and test some other planes, see if it works, and fly with those. Career mode's fun and all, but if it's might be better to do a free flight than not play at all if there's a chance of it not working. That's probably what I would end up doing, because I'm also scared to restart it. We're coming in for a bit of a quick approach. Let's try to bring it back down to 80 here. Can't skip the approach, so I gotta actually do something. Wow, what is going on with the yoke? Not doing that at all. Oh, autopilot's off. That would make sense. Or it was on. Good luck. Let's hope it works. Let us know for sure. There's probably other people watching that aren't really active in the chat that still want to know if it works. Okay, let's bring the throttles back and put in 10 degrees of flaps. And we'll keep it just in this configuration until we get much closer. Do 20 degrees of flaps and go down to 65. At least I know the proper protocol for this Skyhawk, not like any of the other planes right now. If we're an A320, I could do it. Sure, I'm not the first one to find this loophole, if it is a loophole. So far, it definitely seems like it's going to be. But yeah, if you guys want to play career mode just on the airliners or something, you really don't want to do the early missions, and this might be the way to do it. Definitely just in the next day or two. I'm sure they're going to patch it. Well, I'm sure actually they probably won't worry about patches for stuff like that for a while. Yeah, they have enough problems to worry about. let's acknowledge our clearance.
Cleared to land runway 7 Cessna, hotel, uniform.
Okay, we're gonna put in 20 degrees of flaps. The reason I always say when I do it, because I'm doing it with my yoke, so you won't actually see me press it. I just have a button on the side here for that. Turning for the base leg. We're going too slow, but it's fine. We're still in the air. Don't want to give it too much power either. Yeah, I'm going to keep it at idle. I'm going to gain some speed as I go down. Time to bring it in. We're at the perfect speed right now, 65. We're coming in, estimating a bit low, so let's just add some power though, because we're going to need to pitch up. The game is beautiful. It is noticeable from 2020. I already seen people saying it's not, but trust me, when you play, it is. Especially when you're in a small aircraft like this and you can appreciate the details. When you're in an airliner and you're at 30,000 feet, I was going to say then it will look the same, but really the clouds are one of the bigger improvements, so probably won't. I don't know how people aren't noticing it. It is. If you play on the lowest graphics setting, it's going to be bad no matter what, so maybe that's why. Ouch. Okay, well. Really good in the center, but a bit hard there.
Cessna Hotel Victor uniform, turn next taxiway.
Try to go on this one here.
Cessna Hotel Victor uniform.
Ah, great. Okay.
On
Well, we'll get in trouble for it no matter what, so that's fine. And let's even skip the shutdown, because I didn't even know that was an option. Just to see if the test works.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope
Well,
my
shift
plane
T.
didn't take too much of a beating.
So let's find
Thanks
out.
for your hard work.
Will we make the money or not? Probably not, which is a good thing. It took almost no time at all. I think it was going to be a couple 100,000 XP. Oh, we still got the no skip bonus. So we'll be able to tell with the money here. Okay, so we got a no skip bonus. It says that, but clearly it didn't pay out the full amount. It paid out for how much we actually flew, which is good. 610 credits for how long we were flying is actually pretty good still. But I'm glad to see that's not an easy loophole. Just skip the whole flood and have it pay you the full price. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Actually, we have 6,000 credits. We might be able to go ahead and do a rating. Unless the instrument rating is more. Is it 5,000? No, it's 10. 15. And this is 5, but I'm not really interested. Not right now, anyway. Alright, so we gotta save a little bit more. We need 10,000 for the instrument rating. Let's go see what our next mission will be. Let's go ahead and do one in the US. We haven't done that in a while. My home airport is here in northern Idaho. Where is the home airport? Somewhere in the mountains. I don't even see it, but that's okay. Let's see what we got over here. 2,000 credit ferry flight. Got a very short skydiving one. I'd like to do one in that new plane. The one we did our check ride in. go through and look at all the planes here. The Bonanza has no sound for me. Seems that's what we're getting. There's a new plane. Are we qualify for that? I guess we are. What is this plane? Yeah, sometimes the clouds in this loading screen are not very good, as you can see, so you can just turn them off, luckily. I don't know what this mission is. Or what this plane is, I mean to say. $180,000. Oh, it's just a little plane. Kind of like the Cessna. Looks even smaller, honestly. But, I thought this flight would be longer since how small it is, but it says 45 minutes, so it's not too bad. We'll go ahead and we'll do the full mission so we can get the money. Since our skipping a loophole didn't work. Need just under 4,000 credits to get that next rating. It's been good. I mean, I'm still playing from, my original launch day. So I just kind of got lucky with the queue. I had it work initially, right away. Played for the first episode, then I had all the problems you guys are having with the queue. Was in the queue for probably 2 hours. And then I've just been playing and it's been working fine. Not really buggy, except for one aircraft doesn't have sound. It's really the only thing I've noticed. Wow, look at the terrain here. It's just so different now. Terrible for an airport, but it's cool. It's not just flat green texture. Makes a sound as we walk. That's super neat. Wow, that's legit. He's really dedicated. Don't think we're gonna need to push back for this plane though. Yeah, not too buggy per se. For career mode, the things it tells you, like the tips or what you did wrong. I definitely don't do everything right, but there's some things that have been and it's still nitpicking. Mostly just the taxi rules, like when you land, especially if you're going to be one of those airports where you land and turn around at the end of the runway. Once you land, the runway turns into a taxiway in its mind, so you'll immediately get dinged for being on a taxiway without clearance. So like little stuff like that just needs to be tweaked. But overall the game works. And it worked well. Alright, yeah, and some of the inspection points, I've said this a few times, but they're hard to click on. That one I just wasn't holding it, but so it didn't prove my point. But this strut, for example. How can I examine the strut? There we go. Oh, this one actually is with the wheel, but definitely when you go down here, it doesn't show it. You just have to have the right spot. Oh, we'll just get in. Look at that, that's nice. How do you boot up the Xbox? Because the graphics are like shit. Oh, I see you're just responding to him. I've heard they're like pretty good. Obviously, they're not going to be as good as a PC. But they also are way cheaper than a PC, so they're way more accessible. I don't think they're shit. Especially if you have it on Game Pass and you have the game for free. Can't complain about that. Alright, I will be right back, guys. I'm just going to go to the washroom real quick. I'll literally just be 2 minutes. I'm back. Black Ops 6 went smoothly. Game launches nowadays are usually really bad. Yeah, they are. And just reading your previous message. Charter free flight. 737-8. Skull emoji. That's not good. I'd hope that's good. I really wanted to fly that plane, so let me know what that means. Game launches nowadays are usually bad. Yeah, they are. And that's PS5. Oh, that on Black Ops 6. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I heard it did not go well though. And I've also just heard not great things about the game, honestly, compared to other Call of Duties. But I mean, it's not easy to launch a game at this scale. Like,
Appreciate your help today, Cap. It's Amy here.
do you know how many people are trying to do it? And it's crazy, but there's so many simple things they could have done to make it better.
And now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back.
I mean, it's super standard to do a staggered launch, although that understandably makes people upset because some people get it sooner in different time zones. So, like, okay, you want to not do that? That's fine. Then do preloading.
Kilo Bravo Uniform Lima traffic flight, designed November 86420, is taxiing to runway 8.
Like, I'm no expert at computers. I do know quite a bit, but I'm no expert. I'm not sure what the main... I'm sure I could look this up. I'm not sure what the main, downside to allowing people to preload. My guess is maybe like because the game is on their computer, some people can look through game files like easier, like it's more easy to be compromised than not, but I don't know. Even just give it 24 hours. Then people will all do it at different times and all these issues can happen during those 24 hours. People complain before the game was actually supposed to be out. But it's the fact that people know they should be able to play. A lot of people took off time for work and stuff, and then they can't. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I mean, even then, it's not like CD launches were always the best either. You have to remember how many games did you go to the store and wait in a line? They're out of stock. Or then, I mean, I didn't have that happen much, but for GTA 5, which I didn't have it because I was late to getting it. Yeah, I'm just gonna actually skip this one section. I was really late to getting it, but then I had the problem of having 3 discs that you have to swap out, so you have to be there to switch out the discs, and it takes a couple hours for each disc to install. So it probably took me 10 hours to install GTA 5 on my Xbox 360, which for a game that's the entire world, it's having 4 or 5 hours of problems is technically better. But that was a long time ago, so it should be better than that. Where am I going? Oh, this is the runway here. Yeah, everything's relative. There's issues with everything. But preloading, I'm sure the security concerns or whatever the concerns are with it could have been less important than how badly this has affected the reputation of the game. People are going to forget about it in a month a little bit, but yeah, not much. The reviews are they're overwhelmingly negative on Steam. That's going to change in the next month when everyone plays it, but still, they shouldn't strive to have a bad launch just to show it's good after. This is a rough takeoff. Gosh. Alright, let's just try to get up. Thing's small, but it's got a lot of power for how big it is. Or for how small it is. Alright, time for the somewhat of a long haul. It's only 45 minutes, so it's not too bad. I think it's fun. Let's see if I can roll. No, I would say no. I mean, it did, but I would not do that again. That's okay. A little penalty's okay. Yeah, the weather in this game I'm really looking forward to seeing more of. Just like, look at this, and especially the rain coming up. This is super cool. This looks way better than it did in the last game. And I've seen some screenshots of like tornadoes and stuff. I'm not sure how real that is, but if you could see those, that'd be cool. And I know it's not working today, or I don't think it's working, but there's going to be live weather back 24 hours backwards now. So if you wanted to fly through a storm or a hurricane or something, and you obviously can't get on the sim right as it's happening, then at least you can go back 24 hours. I mean, for a hurricane, they go for so many days that you can just get on it at some point, but for smaller, more extreme storms like tornadoes and stuff, it'd be pretty cool. Have a good night, Dana. Hopefully you enjoyed playing for a bit. If you're still here, let me know if you enjoyed it. But I'll see you tomorrow if I stream a free flight. I'm definitely going to do one. I'm not sure if I'll record or stream. I'll probably stream it. So have a good night. Glad you got to play for a little bit. Sure, I sound more tired than I did a couple hours ago. It's 2:12 a.m. for me, just so you know. And I also have work in the morning. That's okay. Oh, that's great to hear. And thank you for enjoying the stream. I'm glad I was able to provide some entertainment. Yeah, I know, it's really cool. Somewhere back earlier in the stream, you like skimmed through it. I took off from a grass runway, like luscious green grass kind of thing, not like the dead one we just took off from. And yeah, you could see all the tracks in the grass behind it. It was super cool. And I did a snow takeoff as well, not a real one where I was actually in the snow. Just there was snow around the airport, and you could see the snow being blown up by the propeller. I mean, it's going to look more realistic when you're on the snow, but it still looked pretty cool. Just details that you don't see in the other one. Have a good night. I gotta pitch this thing. This thing is trying to pitch up a lot. There we go. That's not the pitch trim for sure. Let's push it down. Bring throttles back a little bit from full. Very sensitive. I'm never good at pitching these little planes. I'm getting the hang of it. There we go. I'm not touching the yoke now. What is this? Oh, it's my flaps. What kind of GPS do we have on here? I can barely read that. As much as I can zoom in, there, I see map. And zoom that out. Nice. So I'll put it like that so we can see the progress. I feel like I'm out of the things, but we don't actually have to follow those. We just have to be generally on track. You can already see how dark it is just from the storm above. 2020, even when there was dark clouds, like it obviously would make it darker, but it wouldn't be quite right. You'd still have your aircraft be pretty lit up by the sunlight, but you can see everything just seems darker now, inside even. That's quite realistic. I highly doubt we have autopilot in this thing, but I'm gonna look. Hey, AP. That must be for something else though. These are just the fuses, I think. Can't push them. It's down here. Here's all our lights. Nav lights are on. Any lights should be off. That's a pretty simple plane. I like it. CT Superlight. Looks like it's made out of plastic. The detail on all the base game planes have just been amazing. I've only flown the small ones, so I can't speak for the airliners, but so far what I've flown, it's been awesome. Textures are really well done, which I'm used to in modded aircraft, but in base game stuff, this is not normal. It's great. I'm gonna look up on my phone here for a second. So I might not talk as much as I'm normally talking. So I want to know how you are supposed to buy planes. I know I saw a spot on the headquarters for it. I'm not sure if it's just not in the game yet, but I just want to look into it to make sure I'm not just missing it, because a lot of these incomes you can see we're losing out on a huge amount because we're an employee. Yeah, I've noticed that too. In the ready to fly kind of menu right before you start, it's more stuttery than 2020 for sure. It's like loading and connecting to everything, but when you're in the game, it's way smoother. And I didn't have many issues in 2020 on a normal flight, cruising, takeoff, but the occasional big airport for landing, I'd have some big stutters. Like it'd be ridiculous. It could be like a couple seconds long even. Yeah, they really do. That's why I keep zooming in just so far. I'm just looking at the, even just here. I don't know how well you can see it. I'm only streaming in 1080 because not sure my internet wants to do a bit more than that. But the detail on this is amazing. It really looks like it's a plasticky material. Yeah, fair enough. It has some issues in the menus and starting flights for sure. More than 2024. Or 2020, I mean. When you're playing it, it's smoother once you're in. Because it's just streaming everything, all the data. That's also why I was worried about my like YouTube stream going well. And like, please let me know if it's not. I sometimes get a little bit of a warning that says the bitrate's lower than it should be. So if it looks like crap, let me know. But there's no way for me to tell. I have pretty good internet, so. I think I know what you mean, yeah. Just even the whole, like, not even, like, the UI for sure too, but just the whole game has more of a goal with the career mode. Like, even once, like, it's cool to advance through the career, but even once you get to the airline, when you have every certification, you own your own 737, if that's even possible, still, like, the purpose won't be gone. Like, you'll be doing tons of flights that are just like free flights, but you'll be bringing passengers and making money from it, and not just, you know, pressing start departure, start arrival, and then when you're done it, the only thing that went up is the, you know, the hours in your logbook. I'm glad to hear it, Ethan. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the support from all of you watching and subscribing today. I think I went from 40 subscribers, maybe 41 this morning, to whatever I'm at now. I don't even know. It's been a crazy day for sure. Just trying to do my best. I think for a while, my definitely gonna be primarily flight sim. So if it's the only game you like, then you're in luck. But there's also Farm Sim 25 just came out, so there's plenty of that on my channel if you check the live section. And there's gonna be some recorded series coming. And once in a while, when I'm bored of those games, I can hop on ATS and do some driving too. But I think with the new Farm Sim and the new Flight Sim out here, I'll be busy for a while. Lots of new planes I want to fly, lots of routes I want to do, lots I want to do. $49 miles, so we're getting there. Oh, look at the rainbow here. Not that we had them in 2020 for sure, but it's cool to see them. The rain itself looks pretty similar to 2020, which isn't a bad thing. Looks like real rain. So did it before. But in general, the whole cloud system and the weather, the height, just how it looks, it looks nicer. Don't know how to explain it. Yeah, for sure. I can imagine this for console is going to be even just that much better of an addition. But even for mods, like I used, I can't speak for the like paid mods, which I do plan on getting the 777 from PMDG, but I had never had a paid mod before. So I usually use the fly-by-wire A320, which is a really detailed and great plane, or their new A380. But even then, the passengers, when you load them on, you get the audio of them coming in and them talking, and it's really immersive, but you still don't get the people in there. So even then, for PCs, I don't think any of the paid planes had people in the passengers. I have no idea. But yeah, just having them in there, I think is going to be really, really cool. And obviously, whether you actually saw them or not, they're giving you like money here. Maybe not directly, but you're earning money from the contracts, which is, it really feels like you're supposed to be flying somewhere. And yeah, DYM, it looks really good. It's so high detail. The way the light hits here too, it's much more realistic. You could definitely see the pixels of where the light was a little bit in 2020, even with the ultra graphics. Oh, GSX Pro, that makes sense, yeah. I really only got super into Flight Sim, like hardcore, maybe a couple months ago, maybe a month ago. So like I definitely found out about that, and I would have bought that in a heartbeat if this was last year. With 2024 coming out, I thought I'll give it time, see what 2024 has. Obviously some version of GSX that adds more stuff is going to come out for this, and I'll buy it for sure for this. Just wanted to make sure, you know, what if it wasn't the same one or compatible, so wasn't going to spend the $45 when this was like a month away. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They look so much better. No pixels. Which they should not have had pixels on Ultra before. Oh, they're a little pixely on the windshield there. Sorry I'm zooming in and out so much, I just keep looking at everything. Well, they shouldn't have put that there. Now I'm going to pull it. So yeah, whatever like GSX comes out for this, if maybe it's just going to be the same one, I'll buy it. But having the passengers base game is huge. I haven't done any of the ground service. They definitely look better because all the models are done well, obviously. And the fact that you can get out and stand next to them is really cool. But I haven't actually like done a pushback or anything because haven't flown the airliners. Wish they had damages, yeah. I don't know, did you see the interview about that? Where he was asked about that anyway? Jorg Newman, the founder, or not founder, the head of it. Currently, they have all the data in the game, all of it, related to crashing and overstressing. So, like, you'll still find out everything that you would have done to break your aircraft. You'll find out every detail about it, and you're gonna have to pay for broken parts. They just don't show it. And that's mostly because the manufacturers don't allow it. They were going to do it. And it's only certain manufacturers, but they say that if not all of them are on board, they're not going to do it for any planes because they want to be consistent. Which is fair. And they said it's not a... They didn't rule it out forever. It might be in a future game. It might be in this game in the future. They just need to have everyone on board. What do you mean by legit missions? Like ones like ferrying passengers, like airliner kind of missions? So I imagine these are all career mode missions, doing ferry flights for aircraft. I imagine due to all the ratings, it's going to take quite a while. It's very expensive. But by looking at it, it also will go a lot faster once you own your own plane. So for example, the mission we just did, we skipped it, so what we got was 600 credits, but if we hadn't, it was an hour and a half long. It was going to pay us 2,300 credits. But if you saw at the end, it had something like a 28,000 credit payout. Like that's enough for almost the airline license on its own. But it had a like $27,000 take for our employer. So I think once you own your own plane, getting that, you know, full money, it's going to be huge. If that's ever a thing, maybe you always have to be part of a company still and they take some. I don't know. Oh, the fire missions and stuff? Yeah, that'll be cool. I think it's just... They're all available. I saw one on the map, actually. I just couldn't do it. Because it's all just related to the planes that you need for them. Like if the tanker has 2 engines and you need to fly instruments, then you need to have multi-engine instrument rating. It's not like a thing where you need to... Well, I don't think it's a thing where you need to be trained on firefighting. Like they'll do it in the missions, I imagine. I don't think there's any certifications related to certain missions. It's just all related to the aircraft. So if you have an aircraft that can do firefighting, then, or have the ratings for an aircraft that could do it, then you'll have those unlocked. Yeah, I can imagine. I haven't done any because I couldn't see if they gave credits or not. But the ferry flights definitely get boring, just flying this plane straight. But, I mean, this game is a lot of flying, so can't complain. And for my first plane, I have no idea, unfortunately, because I also was going to look that up. Because I don't know how to do it. I saw the company's button was grayed out on the HQ. I figured it's in there. It says it's not available. So I don't know if that means it's not in the game or it means I'm not ready for it. It has been tedious, but I don't mind it because, I mean, it feels tedious. It feels like I've been doing it forever, but it's still the first day playing. Once you get your ratings, unless you're manually resetting your save, then that you have them. So if it takes a lot of work, that's just going to feel more satisfying when you have it. And truly, you are going to be a better pilot. Like, flying in the game is really going to make you better. Sure, it's fun to hop in a giant plane right away, but you can do that in free flight if you want. It's not like they're restricting you in the game to only small stuff. I would hate that. But if they're going to do that just for career mode for a long time, then that's fine with me. Because you can always just hop on free flight if you have something you want to do in a giant 747 right now. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly look up the buying planes thing because I'm curious. And then I can tell you too. See if there's any information for it. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just unlocked at a certain level. I imagine when you have the airline transport license, VR, I don't know if it's available right now because I haven't tried hooking it up, but it definitely will be at some point. It's going to be in the game whether it works today or not. It was in 2020 and they would never pass up on that, I don't think. But yeah, I can't say if it already is working now. It's pretty hard to find information on buying the planes because it's all about purchasing actual planes on the marketplace. I don't think anyone's got there yet. Obviously, everyone's saying you're able to buy planes, but we already know that. Has anyone seen anybody else on stream or videos actually purchase their own plane? Oh, I haven't done that yet. I saw something like that for the Skydive mod. It's the mod that most people use for doing replays in 2020. And I know you could do like a ghost plane formation with that too. And when I was watching the tutorial, it's like I saw that, but I had no idea it was in base game. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, it really does seem like a long process, but if you're going to be able to get the full pay of the contracts once you do it, then that makes sense why it takes so long. But you're also going to have to pay for your own maintenance and fuel and all that stuff. We'll look into the menus more. Once we're done this flight, I'll try to look into it a bit more. But I don't think there's much to look into since it says not available. Try to get my chat open here. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm doing lots of other things while I'm flying. A long way to go. There we go. Oh, that can't be real. 77 subscribers. Thank you guys all for your support. That is just crazy to me. Like I said earlier on stream, I started this day with like a 40, so like the numbers don't matter to me that much, but it's very, very cool to see, and I really appreciate it. I kind of hope so. Looking through the ratings, like I don't know it. I'm not an expert in real life aviation, but I've looked into the career for sure, and I've looked into a lot of the ratings needed, and it kind of looks like they're all there, which is kind of the problem with simulation games. Is like it's hard to add to a game when it's a simulation of real life, and you've got it all. So I'm not saying they do, and if they don't have everything, I hope they add everything. But from what I saw, most of the ratings that you can get as a real pilot are on there. It is, but I don't think this plane has it. I see AP here, but it's the breakers. So I have no idea. I think if I press the keybind for it, it might work. But it works on planes that don't have autopilot, and it's kind of not legit, so. Yeah. Basically, if there's something that is not in the career mode that exists in real life, I hope they add it. But from what I saw, they have everything already. And there's like 3 million generated missions, I've heard. So that's quite a lot. Obviously not 3 million. They're not going to be completely different. They're just in different places. But you know they'll work. Like it's not completely AI generated or something where you might have a mission that like takes place and it tells you to fly at a certain altitude and there's a mountain in the way. And when they were talking about missions, they said they're going to be pretty realistic in the way where you're not going to be rescuing a skier in like the middle of the summer, and you're not going to be fighting a fire in the middle of the winter, like in a place where it is snowy and wintry. So that's pretty cool. It's not just random, completely random missions. There's some thought put into what's available and where. Yeah, if you have any like examples of what you mean by what they might add, I'd like to hear, because I can't really think of much. There's our overall flight progress, if you're wondering. This just looks so good. Look at the mountains here. Textures are still from a really far distance off, as they always have been. But overall, it's much better. I like this plane. The pitch trim works really well. You can really get it lined up. The Skyhawk is just so finicky with it. I'm sure the experts can do it, but for me it's pretty difficult. But here I got my hand off the yoke here, and look at this. I'm quite level. Yeah, I think that's true for sure. But I mean, it's always flight sim, like free mode. You can get bored of that too. Just got to give yourself a purpose, kind of. Do flights that you want to do. I think it'd be hard to get bored of it for me. Maybe like doing the ferry flights and doing certain missions will be like doing firefighting. I'm only going to want to do a certain amount. I'll get bored of certain missions for sure. But if there is, like with the airliners, I'm sure there is just a mission like go here to here and bring passengers. And like that's just the same as free flight, obviously. It's just it's telling you, like if you're a real pilot, you would get your route. You're not deciding what airport you're going to fly to and from, and you're taking passengers, and instead of your flight hours going up, your flight hours and your money is going up, so it's slightly more satisfying. So I think the regular airline missions, if there is just simply take passengers from here to here in a 737 and fly for 2 hours across the US, I think that won't get boring. In the way that, like, if it gets boring, that's just normal flight sim getting boring, not really career mode's fault. Maybe check your keybinds. I'm not sure if you're using any external commands, but there's a lot of, or external like devices. There's a lot of weird keybinds if you just search brake in keybinds that have issues. All my issues related to keybinds were in 2020. But when I plugged this yoke in, for example, and this throttle, there was like 3 axes on this throttle that were applying the brake that don't exist. Like it wasn't these. So yeah, I would just go on your keybinds, click on any devices you have plugged in, even if it's just your keyboard, search brake and see if there's anything that's being pressed down, or if it's inverted. Maybe your brake button is inverted, so it's always applying it. Yeah, it would be for sure. I think there was just something added in 2020. I'm sure it was a mod, but that does the space shuttle mission. And I know that because I saw the thumbnail from an Aaron Reens video, and he's the one that did the interview I saw, and he asked York Newman about that specifically, and they definitely said that it's not out of the possibility. They didn't confirm it, but yeah, no, for sure the turbulence is so much more powerful in this sim, or at least I think. I never really flew with the small planes. I wanted to have a comparison to all of this PPL training and stuff, so I did the whole flight training series, all of the lessons on 2020 all in a row in the last couple weeks, which you can see on my channel. So I flew the planes quite a bit in that. And I didn't really notice much turbulence, but that was all like in tutorials and stuff. So I'm sure they had the weather pretty calm. and I didn't really fly anything like a Skyhawk, like in free mode. So I can't really speak to how much worse it is, but it's definitely bad in this. Every flight I've done in these small planes, my thing's shaking back and forth the whole way. I honestly thought it was a bug for my first flight, because my Skyhawk was just, it was pointing like a couple degrees left and right the entire way. Nothing. Oh yeah, I guess restarting is a safe bet as long as the queues are not a problem now, but I'm sorry to hear that. I had a really frustrating problem with that in 2020. But yeah, I had, like I said, a couple things wrong that I was able to fix, and it worked. Make sure your active pause is turned off too. Like, that's an obvious one, but I've made the mistake once, and it was just a brain fart, so just may as well double check that. Yeah, it does. I've never flown a plane in real life, but this is a lot of turbulence, more than I'd expect. Well, maybe in this weather I'd expect it, but I had a pretty clear flight when I was earlier on the stream, and it was just going back and forth. We're finally getting close, 12 miles. Let's check the EFB to see the flight route for our pattern. Oh, look at that. I turned the radar on here. If you go to map settings, you can choose your map. Default, satellite, and you can turn on things like radar, winds, AirMet, and MEDAR, but they're all unavailable, unfortunately. Sure, that's just for now. Anyways, without getting distracted, here's the radar. It's quite cool. I'm gonna just turn that off for now, so I can see our pattern. What is this? Going here, just past over the runway like normal, back around, and then what? Oh, I see. Then we're just flying back to TRDP 1, then our base and final. Some of these patterns have been really odd. I'm sure it's just the airports I'm going to, but it's been really odd. Or be an X and then normal break to X. Okay. Yeah, it might be something to do with that. Hopefully the restart fixes. There was just a lot of weird things. A lot of my brakes were inverted by default too. That's why I mentioned that. Where you would think, okay, X is my brake button, but actually if you look at it, it's if you don't hold X, it's your brake button. So you have to either click invert or take it off if it's already on. I have no idea if that's your problem, but just something I had, so might as well mention it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just, did you fly more of these planes in 2020? Like, do you have a better comparison than I do? So I've had the same experience as you in this one, but I don't have much of a comparison. Air turbulence. It's good to know there's a term for it. Never heard of that before. Still new to learning everything about aviation. Okay, good. I'm always happy to find out what's wrong when I have something. It's so satisfying, because then I hate having a problem when I don't know what's wrong, because it's just frustrating. There's no solution, but hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, hopefully it works. I haven't messed with the 2024 options much. I bound my two controls initially, but luckily they were already better off than they were in 2020. I didn't have to do much, and everything has been working, which is surprising, because like I said, I had a lot of issues when I plugged these in to 2020. Considering their Thrustmaster flight controls. They should have already been working better, I think, by default. Yeah, that makes sense. I had noticed that initially once I had turned autopilot on for the first time, so I had thought it was a bug with overcorrection. But then when I turned it off, it didn't go away, so I realized it's not. Just be careful, by the way. When you look around, you have no control. I'll show you my yoke is going crazy. Nothing. And same with rudder. So when you're looking around on the ground and taxiing, it also stays at the last control you gave it. So not like it doesn't just release it. So if you have full left rudder and you look around, it doesn't just send it back to the middle. It'll keep it. And I've gone off the taxiway and I've almost crashed the plane while flying because of that. So just make sure you're not pressing any buttons you don't want to keep pressing when you look around. Like holding right click and looking around. Let's announce our arrival.
Uniform 89er traffic flight.
Oh my gosh, I was literally zooming in to turn the lights on.
Southeast,
That's awesome.
1,900 feet inbound to land runway 26.
They're there. It's saying the final is just to go in. I just go in instead. And I can definitely slow down in time. It's not like we get any points for following the approach pattern. I promise I do in VATSIM. And in most airliners, anything. Obviously you have GPS navigation. I did actually, but if you just press the camera button before it even brings up the menu, like just this, while it's loading, if you're on the external view, it already puts you in the internal view, and that fixed it for me. Then I went back outside and it was fine. Yeah, I'm just going to completely go in for the final here. There's no other air traffic. We announced our position, so. It seems it's actually telling me to do that side. It's not really doing anything wrong, but this pattern is much longer. Don't really need to do that in this little plane. As long as ATC says you can skip the pattern, you always can anyway. Sorry, I'll read more of the chat in just a second once I land. I have a problem with doing it as I land, and then that causes some big issues. Seems we have a crosswind here. Now it's our final. Yeah, don't expect anything good out of me here. The smaller and lighter the plane, the worse I am. This is a super light, so I'll be super bad. Possibly. I do like the dramatic music when you land. That makes it fun. We're gonna do a floating landing here. I think this thing will stop pretty quick. Alright, so the brakes on. Let's get yelled at for being on the taxiway as soon as this runway turns into a taxiway. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop here and read the chat for a sec. I have not flown a big plane yet. Very excited to, but I've just been grinding out the career mode. It's really annoying is getting docked for flying over an airport without making an announcement when that's not even an option. Yeah, that's really annoying. I've had that happen as well. Alright, let's go. My most popular buggy, like, ding for points. What's going on here? Oh, it just needs a lot of power to get going. Okay. Is when you get yelled at for being on a taxiway without getting permission. It happens all the time. Probably twice in the stream. It was my fault. I went on a taxiway without permission. But the rest of the times, in situations like this where you land and then turn around and taxi on the runway, As soon as you land, just stop right away. Because as soon as it's considered to be your taxiway, it will just yell at you for not holding short. Even though you can see my hold short point is up here, it would sometimes still yell at me. You just gotta land and stop and then see what they want. If it doesn't yell at you, then just keep going. Also, these holding short points are giant boxes, and part of the box will be past the hold short line. Even though you're in the box, if you pass the line, you'll get digged for points. And I've had it once where the entire box was past the line, and there was no way. I stopped before the line, it didn't let me ask for clearance, so I crept through and it dinged me for points. Oh, that's how it is. Let's just I try to peek in just a little bit of it. Try not to go too far. Come on. Uh-oh. Oh, parking brake's not on. What's going on? There we go. Alright, ask for clearance.
Uniform 89er traffic flight designed November 86420 is taxiing to parking.
Let's go ahead. This thing needs so much power to get going. Full throttle. Wow, I need to keep it at full. What's going on? It's like my brakes are stuck on. There we go. They were stuck on. You ever have that? Just tap your brakes a few times and it usually fixes it. And that's just from my experience in flight sim in general. I haven't had that happen yet in this sim. Wow, it's going on again. That is not good news, do I? I haven't slept and I'm going to work in 7 hours-ish. Much better than you, but yeah, it's creeping up. This is getting annoying. Come on. Come on, brakes. Sometimes I found putting the parking brake on, then releasing. Yeah, see, does that little launch. That can help. I only know this because I had these issues in 2020 once in a while too. That's fine. I'll get dinged for speeding. As long as I get there without crashing.
I know your flight was challenging.
Oh, good, Ethan. I'm glad. As I'm having my brake issues.
Thanks for taking care of my CTSL for me.
Oh, that's weird. Just need to make it weird. Nice, we got an A. That was a long mission, so I'm hoping for a bunch of money. 99 on night landing. Aircraft stress. Yeah, that's my fault. I rolled it. Check the value on the settings. If it happens again, I will. That's the first time it happened, so I'll let it slide. I work at a courthouse, actually. What do you do, DYM? Yeah, if I have that issue again, I'm for sure going to ask you how to fix it if I can't figure it out. How much we have? Oh my gosh. Almost enough. 9,300. Let's do the smallest mission we can find. We need 10,000 and we can do our instrument rating. Yeah, no, that was good. That was, I think a 1 hour mission, a 45-minute mission. I don't know how long it actually took, but I'm trying to remember what the time estimate was. I think it said 45. And that usually doesn't include any taxiing or anything. So let's just do a mission list. I'm going to try to find something that can pay that final 700, which everything at this point is above that, which is nice. The money is going higher and higher as we progress. Like I could never find a mission with 2,800 before. Yeah, it's pretty good, DYM. DoorDash is great too. I used to do Skip the Dishes, which is the Canadian version of Grubhub. It's the same company. Yeah, I've always found flying on controllers hard just because of how small the joystick is, but I know you can get those like extenders that help with it. Yeah, I'm also wondering what you're studying. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And Ethan, I wish I did. I got right into the game and left everything at default. When it asked me for graphics, it defaulted Ultra. I have a pretty decent PC. And any control problems I fixed on my first flight. That's it. No, if you have any specific questions, like if you're trying to compare between one or two things, but if I was if I had less of a good PC, maybe I'd try to research and what graphics you should turn off, which would to improve your performance but not affect the look of the game too much. But I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm bragging, but I have a decent PC, so I didn't have to worry about that. But I'm sure there's always videos posted about new games that come out that tell you like best graphic settings and stuff, so someone will do the deep dive on that soon. It takes a lot of time to make those videos because it takes a lot of time to figure those things out. And you can't do that while you're also playing, so that's the reason I haven't really worked on it. Alright, let's remember what I'm doing here. Missions list. We want to find the cheapest mission that is not boring. 30 minutes. 30 minute skydiving or 30-minute ferry flight. Wow, for 30-minute skydiving for 2,000 credits, that will be the one. Yeah, for sure. Good luck, though. I've just tried to Google some what I thought were basic questions for this game, and it's so muddied right now. You can't find much, but give it a day. Like, I thought, buying a plane would be an easy thing to look up, and I searched 10 different things, and it's all about buying planes on the marketplace. Oh, that's awesome, man. Business is always a great degree to get. You can use that in anything. Even a business school, yeah, maybe you're not getting a business degree, but either way, good job. It's a lot of work to get in and be motivated, so good for you. You always got time to change your mind, too. Not just that year. Obviously, next year might be a major decision, but even after that, you're not locked in what you want to do for your whole life. Yeah, just going to like a business school, university, college, it's a lot of work and a lot of work to get in and a lot of work to stay in. So good for you just for even getting to that point. Oh, Ethan, that's super cool. My girlfriend's in her last literally 2 months of university for an honor science degree. Sports science is awesome. And Netherlands is beautiful. I don't know if you're just going to school there or if you always live there, but I'm jealous either way. It's cute that they have little, this going on. Really makes it immersive. Wow, that's a beautiful forklift. You can, it's tinted out. That's awesome. Obviously just not loading, but I want a tinted forklift like that. Love this. Cannot remove the chocks. Almost had it. There we go. Close the baggage door and get in. Yeah, you definitely have to be motivated to get in. So, makes sense. You've always wanted to do it.
Eagle 5 in 94744. Ready to go, send them in. Acknowledged N94744. All right, everyone, let's head inside. Remember to line up in the same order.
Okay, that's really cool.
Training.
Yeah, it's nice when schools have connections to other places so you can kind of get the easy travel experience. Oh, how so? Let's start the engines up.
Hey guys, let me introduce you to our captain today. A damn good pilot, believe me. The license didn't come in a cereal box.
I mean, mine kind of did.
Okay,
I just got it.
We're good in the back.
Like today.
Take us to the skies, and we'll make the rest unforgettable.
All right.
Kilo Golf, November Golf Traffic Cessna, November 94744.
Yeah, I really didn't work that hard for the license. I release now? There we go. Actually, let me just check
How's everyone?
where we're going here.
We're here to have a good and safe time. And fun too.
We're
Make
going
sure
right
your
25,
seatbelt is
so we're turning
fastened.
right.
Your helmet, altimeter, eye shield, all is fine. Good.
Oh, that's awesome. Although my dad has lived here his whole life, since he was 2 or 3, I believe. He's technically American. He was born in America, and don't ask me why, but he got his what's called permanent residency here, which is what you can get when you've been in Canada for 2 years. But he never got his citizenship. Once you have your PR for 5 years, or maybe you've been here for 5 years, either one, you can become a citizen, and he just never did. Which, I don't know. So, technically he's an American citizen. Well, fully he is. So I'm half American, actually. But I've lived in Canada my whole life, so I wouldn't consider myself... Is that a moose? Well, that's cool. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Speaking of Canadians... Oh, no. F9 is screenshot and shut down aircraft button. Hopefully it's just the engines. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I didn't try to take a screenshot in the sky. That was probably the best time to figure that out. I don't know how that makes any sense, but okay. I thought I ran out of fuel there or something. Hey, that's not boring. Being Turkish is cool. Morning, man. Not too much longer, unfortunately. I'm having lots of fun playing and lots of fun talking to you guys. But I do gotta work, so I think what we're gonna do this mission, get the money, and we'll pay for the instrument training, the license. If there's any training that goes along with that I think I need, I'll do the training and then do the license. Or if I think I'm fine, I'll just go ahead right and do the rating. But whatever the point is, we'll get that rating tonight. And once I get that, I think I'm gonna hop off. Ooh, that was close. And then we'll continue another day. Most likely tomorrow, but I might do some free flights tomorrow instead. Or I might do both. We'll see. So I think that's going to be probably less than an hour from now. Kind of hoping because I need to go to bed, but we'll see. This mission says it's estimated at 30 minutes, which in a Skyhawk is going to take 45 minutes. Just to get to 10,000. Put the flaps up or down. And full throttle. All I saw before I looked back at my screen was food and vacation, and I like both those things. But I'll read the message in one moment. Let's just crash. I mean, let's just take off.
Hey buddy, are you okay with the flight path and all? You should have spotted it on your map. Your drop axis today is into the wind,
Okay, yeah, the food vacation spots are lit, everything else is mid. Hey, well, I mean, I don't live there, so when I go there, I'll be vacationing and eating food, so that sounds good to me. Sucks that I guess everything else is mid, but I mean, everyone thinks where they live is mid, so I guess think about it that way. It might be more cool than you think. I always can't believe that people live just even simple stuff, like in Denver, even where I am now, but specifically I just visited Denver for the first time, and I could not believe it. Like Colorado in general, but specifically Denver and Colorado Springs, where you can see the mountains from every house in the city, and people just live their lives like that. And I'm sure they're online telling people from cool places across, you know, the ocean that they're where they live is mid. And not to say your place is like super cool. I don't know. I don't know much about Turkey. I'm not trying to diss it, but that just really puts into perspective to me that people there want to leave and want to move, and they were complaining that they don't live near water when they found out I live near water. And no, I was just taking pictures of the street when I was there. Everything was beautiful. Seeing mountains that close. I have no mountains in Ontario. It's all flat. But some people see Ontario and think it's beautiful. So, I don't know. It's all perspective, I think. For the first time, we're going to follow these gates on the way up. I usually try to climb myself, and they get mad at me.
Hey guys, I'm Casey. You can call me Maestro. Quick reminders for you. We've reached the safety zone. In case you have forgotten, because of the adrenaline, you should unfasten your harness in case we need to exit the plane quickly. As soon as we hit 13,700 feet we jump, then free fall for up to 60 seconds, and then it's parachute time. Simple, effective, pure exhilaration.
It looks like we're going a bit higher this time. I think the other times it was 10,000, so now it's 13.7.
I love that part, the anticipation, the adrenaline. Hope I remember to pull the cord.
Okay, we don't need to make that joke every time.
The AAD will do the work for you. Your reserve parachute will deploy automatically even if you don't pull the cord.
Yeah, the script is, it's okay. It's cooler than nothing. This is a very slow climb with these, like, predefined gates here. But every time I kind of climb on my own, they get mad, and I don't know, we'll try it this time. We'll just fly all the way through all these. Nice and slow.
Speak up now if you have anything to say.
Let's adjust the pitch wheel so I'm not pulling back so much. Well, I think that's the first time I heard that one, when they're freaking out. That's pretty good. Yeah, for those who don't know or haven't done much flight training in all planes, but especially the Cessna, because I can tell you right where it is. Right here you have the pitch trim wheel, and you just rotate that back and forth, and that's like, it's like pulling and pushing on your yoke, just always. So you want to get it to where you don't do much work, even if you still have to pull and push a little bit. You can definitely just, you know, spin it a little bit. Now I'm not holding back the whole time, just pushing and pulling when I need to make smaller adjustments.
Your first time
Gonna save a lot of, it's gonna be a lot less work to fly.
Jump with us. From here, bidding is a real treat for the eye. Would have been a shame.
Sounds good. I'll definitely visit at some point in my life. Let's look over here and over this guy's back. see what our pattern looks like.
Gonna be super cold? No. No, don't worry, it's not that chilly.
So we're gonna go up here and back here to drop them. Trying to figure out what we're looking at. Okay, here's the final air. I think we're gonna go to this waypoint and around like that. I am way off. That's what happens when you look away. This climb is painfully slow with these markers, but we are climbing, so I'm just gonna let it happen. No worries, man. Have a great sleep. Thank you so much for joining. I'm gonna say it again to everybody here. Thanks so much for your support. I mean, I've only streamed for like a week. Trying to do YouTube as much as possible. Really for the first time for the past month. And you guys have given me more support now than I've ever gotten, and it's just been... It's been crazy to me. I don't even know how to say it, put it into words. 20 viewers looks like nothing. I'm sure next to these streams I have 600-700 viewers, a couple thousand viewers. This has been crazy to me all night. I can't even believe what I'm looking at. I never got into YouTube to do it, I guess, a job ever, or care about the numbers or views. I'm just already playing sim games. I really like it, so may as well record it. I usually am on Discord with my friends, and I'll stream my screen because people just want to see. They just enjoy watching. So I thought, hey, I may as well record it. I have a decent computer, so like, let's put it on YouTube. You know, if I get a couple of views, it's a couple real people. Like, I can't even imagine. When I got 10 views, that's 10 real people wanted to see my video. And just today, I've gained like 40 subscribers. And that's crazy to me, so I thank you guys. 80 now, wow, that's insane. Mine still says 77. I haven't even refreshed it. That's crazy. Yeah, if you've never got into doing YouTube yourself, the numbers are obviously skewed. What you see online is what's being shown to you, so you see some big numbers, and trust me, when you're doing it, it's crazy that every number is a real person. And trust me, I think about that.
Ready to roll? Hope so.
Well, not yet. We're not even close. Well, we're getting up there. 7,500 now. Going for 100 tonight. I don't know about that. I mean, that'd be amazing. I'm in no rush. I want 100 people to subscribe to me when 100 people want to subscribe, and when there's enough content for 100 people to enjoy. That's why I've just been putting out as many videos as I can for different games that I'm enjoying doing. And I don't know, I'm creating series, whatever I want to do, whatever I think people want to see. But I'm in no rush at all. I was happy. I was getting 3-4 viewers on my farm sim streams, and someone who was in here earlier named Jesse Carr, he was my first like big supporter, the only one talking in my chat, and that was just crazy to me. So I was happy with that. Expected to be like that for months. So yeah, I appreciate the support a lot to all of you. Can't say it enough, but I won't say it much more so I don't annoy you. $85 now, just in the last few minutes. Wow. 87. Thank you. And I can only say it so much. It's just crazy. I'm sure I don't sound super motivated. 3:15 a.m. now, but we're putting in the hours, getting the credits in game. Adjust your fuel mix. Good to know. I honestly have no idea how fuel mix works in planes yet. I haven't like done the research. I try to look into each thing and know what I'm flying and how to fly, because I like actually knowing how to do it right, and I have not looked into that before. Before I leave the climb, adjust your fuel mix for rich to get a bit better climb. Okay, let's see how to do that. I don't know how much. I'm gonna try a little bit. You tell me. Let's try 77%. Surprised with how slow I'm climbing. I'm still going so slow. I know why I'm going so slow. How did that happen? I must have, when I pressed the button to make my flaps go from 10 degrees to 0, I must have pressed it the wrong way. Because they were at 20, so... my bad. I mean, no one's pointed it out, so maybe no one noticed. Okay, when our RPM is highest, that's its peak, okay. Picking up a little bit of airspeed now with my flaps gone. I'm not sure when to give him the 2-minute warning. Sorry about that. Maybe just once I turn the corner here. Okay, I'm gonna give it... not your fault, but I don't completely understand your message of when I actually know I need to increase it. Okay. I see. You mean like RPM peak? When it's at its peak, I know it's correct. Do I just kind of mess with it then once I'm climbing to know when? Or is there like, in a climb you should make it more rich and... yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to watch some tutorials to fully understand it. I appreciate you letting me know all this information though. I really do like to learn. I think we're at less RPM though with the same throttle as before. Lower it a bit. Okay, it went up a little bit. Okay, a 5,000 every 2,000 after. Good to know. We're working our way up. Hardly climbing. I despise this plane. Only because I've had to fly it so much. And not in free flight, so it's hardly by choice. And it's so underpowered. Just give me a 172 with 300 horsepower and I'll be happy. But it really does teach you how to fly better. Everything's automatic in airliners. And everything's touchy here, so you get better with control. I do see the benefit in learning in small planes, of course. Even in a game. Okay, I imagine we're going to give the 2-minute warning pretty soon. I keep saying that only because I've gotten in trouble both times for not doing it in time. Drinking blue Gatorade. I haven't not had Gatorade in a long time. My girlfriend's quite sick though. I was also sick and I got her sick, I think. So we were using the powder to make some Gatorade tonight. She's feeling pretty weak, so it helps a little bit. Anyone have any exciting plans today? You know, most of us playing flight sim and working at some point, but anything else? And if it is flight sim, what's your first flight you're going to do? Are you going to hop in career mode as well, or are you going to do a free flight, and do you have something specific in mind? I know a lot of people are waiting for a very specific plane to come out in 2024, whatever that is for them. For me, it's the 737 MAX 8 and the 787 Dreamliner. I'm only an A320 pilot in the game, because mostly that's the only thing I've had. I haven't really flown Boeings, so I'm just excited to get into a detailed Boeing. That isn't the 747 from many years ago. Just don't get me wrong, it's fun to fly, but I want to fly a smaller one too. And the quite the modern plane, the Dreamliner. I'll definitely be making videos about all the aircraft that I want to fly in the game. Probably quite a few of them, especially all of the ones in the deluxe and the premium deluxe package. And I know obviously not everyone's able to access them, so I'll try to show them off as best as I can. This is a slow climb. Have I gotten 2,000? I think I have. Let me try to mess with this. Alright, 2340 RPM for full throttle. Going more rich, make it better? No. Going back. Okay, we got a little higher, but I think that's the sweet spot for right here. So am I wrong, or is it just you mess with it in the highest? Obviously, real pilots would not just mess with it, but when I mess with it, when I get the highest RPM, that's ideal. I'm pretty sure that's obvious, but I want to make sure. Wow, I've just checked my phone again. I'm at 89 subscribers. That's just crazy. I appreciate it so much, you guys. All within this climb, we've gained so many. The stress is on. I always don't think I can provide entertaining enough content, especially from when I watch. Everyone's so high energy, and I always feel like they know what to say, so it's scary and hard being on this side of it, but I'll be honest with you guys all about that and trying my best. Anything you guys want to see, I'll do. I usually just talk about whatever's on my mind and ramble a bit. So, glad you guys are enjoying that. This flight has gone on, it feels like forever. I've said it way earlier on the stream, but I can do an 8-hour flight when I'm crossing the world, but if I'm doing an 8-hour flight and I get across one state, it just feels so much more exhausting and so much more annoying. I'm okay with a long flight when I'm covering some distance. This is killer. Let me tell you, I'll never buy one of these in real life. Obviously, life changes lots. Plans change lots. Of course, I just said planes. But currently, I'm planning on doing flight school in real life. Hopefully, my ground school will be either in June of 2025 or maybe near the end. And very, very, very long-term goal.
4744 Eagle 5, 2 minutes green light.
Just with obviously finances of it. Life's already hard to afford everything, and I'm in no crazy high-paying job or anything, so flight school is very expensive. Hours are very expensive. But that's my goal. I want to get my PPL and then move up from there and do exactly what you're seeing. And I mean, the dream for now is to be an airline pilot, but don't hold me to it. Life changes. You know, what you want changes for anyone, and that's okay for anyone. And my life's definitely changed before what I wanted to do. So for now, that's the goal. It's been the goal for a little while, and partially why I got really into flight sim again, and why I'm doing career mode now. I really want to enjoy it from the beginning and actually learn some useful flight skills. All right, 7 miles. If that ever happens, by the way, if I ever do go to flight school and fly real planes, anything like that, I can promise you it'll be all over my channel. So if that's something you're interested in, don't subscribe now, just for that, obviously, but keep an eye out. Anything I can record, I will record. I really find it cool when I see people's progress online, people flying privately, and sometimes I see people flying privately and I see people flying commercially online, but I'm sure if I search for it I'd find it, but I just don't readily apparently see someone going all the way from private to an airline pilot online, and I want to fill that gap if I can. I want people to see that you can progress, and I'm not old, starting late in life or anything, but I'm also not like right out of high school. It's not my first career choice, so I want to show people that like you can just get into it if that's what you're passionate about. I wish I could J Olive, but I don't have it right here, so I think it's something you have to enable in the experimental settings. Let me check. I also say I wish I could because I know I watched the stream earlier today and it wasn't working for other people. So let's go to accessibility. Sometimes it's in here, sometimes it's in experimental. Because I know they changed the settings menu in the last game. General. Experimental. Third person view. Package reorder, so it's not there. I'm not sure if anyone knows where it is, but I'm not going to look too hard for it only because I did see someone who had it on their toolbar today, and they pressed it and it came up once and wouldn't record. They tried later in the stream when someone asked, and it wouldn't even come up. So maybe it's fixed in the last few hours, but with everything going on and everything they're trying to fix, I kind of doubt it. Which is unfortunate, but as soon as I have it working, you're definitely going to see it lots in my videos because I want to record my landings. But I just don't think it's working right now. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, sorry, I probably look like I didn't look for it that hard, and I really didn't, but just because I know, I'm pretty sure anyway, it's just not going to work, unfortunately. But if I did see it there, I was going to try it. Not this one, by the way, it's just a camera. I cannot be comfortable to be like that for as long as he has been. But it won't be much longer, we're almost there. Welcome to whoever joined, by the way, because I think we just went up a few viewers, so welcome. We've been flying this for a while. We're just going to do some skydiving. Unfortunately, they don't allow me to get out as well. But finally, after this very, very long climb, we are at the top. 13,000. I think they want 13,700. It sounded like they said, or 300. Probably things I should remember. But if this was VATSIM, I'd write it down. And it's not. We're just going with the flow. Oh, that's always the symbol you want to see. Low fuel. Caution. At 29% is plenty though. Especially since we have all this altitude. And we're right over the airport right now. They adjust the pitch trim right before they get out. So we can be more stable. Perfect. I think that's looking almost perfect. Alright guys. Get ready. No, I forget I can fly with my right hand. I guess it's always on my mouse and my throttle. If that makes sense. Alright, half a mile. Well, just above. And here we go. I think they can jump. Oh. One more objective to get to. Come on. Let's just fix the pitch a bit more again. Oh, I see. I will change that as soon as I pass this jump point. Is there a way in the plane to see how much fuel you have? Not with this indicator. I looked around earlier before, but I don't know Cessna's super well. Here, they're gonna jump. Let's go.
And now, all the sky, folks.
I'll check it. If it did, I would think it would be on there by default, but it's not, I guess. Come on, go ahead.
See you on the ground.
Right through the landing gear.
Thanks for the ride.
See ya. Come on. Stay below 72. Definitely not. Okay, well. That's life. Okay, we have to press enter to say they've all gone out.
Eagle 5 in 94744.
Now we gotta dive to our final.
A few tweaks needed, but we'll help you fine-tune things.
Okay, let's check on this fuel tank situation. Alright. Left all... Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know why it starts on the left. Only. Because I definitely didn't change that, so... For the downwind, I'm going to go a bit crazy here. I'm not that crazy. I'm just going to go straight down, basically. As much as the aircraft can handle. Definitely not going to fly that pattern. Not the most realistic. Oh man, my flaps are extended. But I got things to do. Specifically, I gotta go to bed. But I think I'm gonna try to get the instrument rating beforehand. We'll see how many trainings there are for it and what I think I need to do. Probably shouldn't, but I think it'd be a good place to wrap up if I got it. Or it'd be a good place to start for next episode. We'll see what time it is once we come in here for a final. Okay, let's keep diving here. Gonna keep the aircraft right below its 130 mark. Not stress it out too bad. Alright, just still going down. Probably be able to turn in pretty soon. On a typical day, I respect, the approach patterns and everything, but we're just trying to earn some money today. It's very late. We're just going to get her on the ground. Hopefully well, maybe not. Lots of pressure when people are watching, but I'm also not afraid to admit I'm not the best pilot when it comes to any small plane, really. I'm getting better at it and practicing, but especially this freaking Skyhawk. I'm using the Thrustmaster Boeing edition. Both the yoke and the throttle. They usually come as a pack. I think you can buy them separately, but they typically come together. And to be fair, I'm pushing both throttles at once, but this one won't be doing anything in this plane. There's only one engine. Just kind of easier to hold them together. Set our flaps at 10 degrees here. And try to bring it down to about 80. Just gonna put the throttles down to idle. Still gotta burn off some speed and we're a little high. Wow, I have no words. 92 subscribers. Well, I thought that guy was joking when he said there could be 100 tonight, and by no means am I expecting it, but it's getting realer and realer by the minute. I came in today with 41 subscribers, and I was hoping maybe I'd leave the day with 42 or 43. Just, to say someone enjoyed my first flight sim career I posted this morning, and man, I am so overwhelmed. Thank you guys for all the support.
Kilo Golf, November Golf, traffic Cessna November.
And I gotta shout out my girlfriend on stream just for supporting me as much as she has. She's the main reason I actually was able to start YouTube, because it's very scary, trust me. And she supported me all the way through that. Oh, that's a great idea. Especially on this game, you can set, I'm sure you know this because you're telling me, but you can set a profile for each plane individually. So that's a great idea. Let's just set the flaps way too late and the speed will be too high because I was not paying attention. That's what happens when I'm talking to you guys. I'm trying to thank you for subscribing, but that's okay. That's more important to me, because you guys are awesome. I don't know about that. We hit the ground. And the plane's upright. That's about all that went right there. That's okay. Hopefully I'll get some butter landings with the airliners when we start. And I don't know if I just said it or not, but there's at least one butter landing on the stream at some point, so I'm good with that. I'll leave all the butter landing clips for you guys to post on YouTube. I'm learning, but I'm not always there. Alright, let's hold short. Stop, please. Don't want to get dinged. Come on. Is it doing that thing where it's just to the left of me now? Yeah. Had that before too. Let's go ahead and go a little bit more. Stop in the box. Put the parking brake on. And announce our taxi.
Kilo Golf November Golf traffic Cessna November 94744 is taxiing to parking.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the stand. Yeah, I'm definitely going to set that up for next stream on career mode. Yeah, fuel mixture, if I remember anyway. Don't be offended if I don't. It's a great idea. Good in my book, yeah. Yeah, that's the best for me too. But apparently I can't do that every time. On this stream we had a second landing that I'd also consider pretty good, or pretty smooth, but we went off the end of the runway. But technically it was a very short grass runway, and I went off the grass into more different grass, so nobody would be mad about that. It was also like well driven on grass. It was clearly a place where people could drive, no trees, so it's also good in my book. Yeah, when I'm on final approach, I gotta stop looking at my phone or the chat. That's something new you gotta get used to. I'm not used to anyone saying anything to me. It's a great thing. Just reset our flaps here. Keep taxiing. Hopefully not get dinged for our speed. Well, we won't at this speed for sure. We're also not gonna get there. Got 26 viewers right now, from what I see. Awesome. I think we had around 30 as the peak for tonight, or 29 or something. That's just unbelievable. Definitely beats my record of 4. So, which I appreciated every one of the 4 people for sure. But I'm mind blown. Almost there. I love the traffic on the ground here. Just so much more immersive. Maybe a bit too busy in some places. Oh my gosh, yeah, me too. Exact same thing with my reversers. And I don't even always need them. It's just the problem of like, hey, why are my reversers not working? Isn't it this button? No, it's this button. And then you look back up and you're off the runway. Because you could have just been holding the brakes the whole time and that probably would have done it. Yeah, I haven't been in many situations where it was actually because the reversers were needed and the brakes weren't just enough.
Piece of cake today. When you want to go over the details, come by the base.
All right. Let's see how much we get for that. That was a pretty long one. We didn't skip any sections, so it should be pretty good. Of course, we got to shut down their engines. There I look. Looking all badass. Not really. 70%'s okay. Wow, huge no skip bonus. Okay, we're gonna get lots of XP from that. And lots of money, that's great. Okay, 5% bonus for each mission right now, that's nice. I think we were at 2% for a while. Level 19, that's huge. I hadn't been paying attention to the level, so that's awesome. Alright, now 11,000 credits too. And maybe to some people's sadness, I'm not going to do the instrument rating tonight. I want to actually understand it and do it well. And maybe that'll be something for you guys to watch next time. So I don't know if I'll stream or if they'll be in a recorded episode. But I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. It'll either be some more career mode or it'll be a free flight of your guys' choosing. So I really hope to see you guys then. I appreciate all the support, both in just viewing and anyone who's subscribed. I just checked now. We have 94 subscribers. That's just insane. I can't thank you guys enough. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. I'll answer your question, actually. It just popped up. For credits, you just do these missions. There's lots of different types of missions. But why I assume you're asking is because it's a bit confusing at the beginning. When you first get your PPL and you can't make any money, it's because you need to do 2 of these first flight missions. They're these little green ones. And once you've done that, your guy will say, oh, you have enough hours to do your CPL, your commercial license. You're going to come into certification and do your commercial pilot's license. Once you do that, all the missions you see there are paid. I'm not sure if actually the free flights suddenly become paid, but the ones we've been doing, they're paid missions. And then you can earn credits and pay for your other ratings. All right, well, Nick, yeah, I hope your game works. It's a lot of fun, so have a great night. Have a great night to the rest of you too. Take care.